The game above bowl will play at Ford Field today. It'll be Toledo versus Pitt downtown with a 2 o'clock kickoff set for that game, and it was a Christmas day filled with NFL and NBA action. While the Lions were off, the Chiefs were doing exactly what Detroit would like to do, clinch their conference. The call via Westwood One as Kansas City wins their third game in 11 days. They beat down Pittsburgh 29-10 and locked up home field advantage in the playoffs. Also, the Ravens humbled the Texans with a 31-2 final, which oddly is not a Scorigami. That's happened twice before. Also, the NBA ran their usual slate. Wins for the Knicks, Timberwolves, Sixers, Lakers, and Suns. Every single game within 10 points at the end. It was also the 19th straight year that the Pistons did not play on the holiday. They'll be in action tonight in Sacramento. And Coach Campy and the Golden Grizzlies lost in overtime for a second straight game. Out in Honolulu, they fell 73-70 to Hawaii in the third-place game of the Diamond Head Classic. They're now 4-9. It was Nebraska who won the tournament. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Thank you very much, Chris Villar. Well, Jim Costa's still out. Heather Park's still out. The Gov's still out. Greg Hargrave's still out. John Jansen is here. Paul Sarah is here. And, yes, you have me. Happy Hanukkah. Merry Christmas to the majority out there. And
what's second day of Hanukkah? Anything special?
No.
It's just another candle?
Just another candle.
Okay. I want to make sure that I'm educated.
Right. And when you have, little kids, it's usually another day of a gift.
Okay. Yeah. So there is something.
Yes.
Is there a value of the gift? Is there a symbol of the gift?
No. Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
The first night's always the best because it's the first night of Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Or a lot of times people have Hanukkah parties. Sometimes depending on your family structure, when you have the family party, Hanukkah party, sometimes in my wife and I guess my family.
Your wife would be your family.
Yes, I know, but her extended family, sometimes we have Hanukkah parties in like late January because we couldn't all get together. It's okay, whatever.
All right.
Yeah.
So I understand that. Yeah, there's some people that will actually celebrate Christmas today because they were with one side of the family yesterday, another side today.
Yes. The only significance is, you have one candle, and today you have two candles.
Two candles.
Yes.
All right.
Well, you always have the one in the middle. It's called the shamash. It's called.
Okay. All right.
You have that one and one, and then that one and two, and then it goes.
So there's a lot.
Until it's over.
A lot we're going to talk about today. But as Sandler said in his song, 8 crazy nights.
Oh.
Is there one night that is crazier than another in Hanukkah?
No. No. It's not. There's no Hanukkah Eve or, no.
Yeah.
There's the menorah bowl doesn't kick off, shortly.
How was your Christmas? That you don't celebrate.
Let's talk to the person who actually celebrates Christmas.
Okay. That would be me.
Because there were no gifts in my world yesterday.
Yes.
So
our Christmas was wonderful. With the first Christmas in the new house, we finally got settled in. My wife did an amazing job because we had set up in our old house, not knowing necessarily if we would, if everything would come to fruition to be able to move, get set up. So I did move the Christmas tree successfully. And we got everything set up at the new house. We didn't do any outdoor lights like I normally like to do. We put up as Heather Park would describe a garbage bag outside, an inflatable, and a couple of lit candy canes.
Right.
But yes, it was a great house, great house. But it was a great Christmas. Teddy, this is the first year where he really wanted something.
Okay.
And it was, we got it from one of the big box stores. He had seen it. My mom had given him one of the flyers to look through. And as soon as he saw this, It's about a 2.5 foot tall Darth Vader.
Oh.
For literally a month and a half, the only thing he could talk about is Darth Vader. So we've been watching Star Wars. We've been and he got the concept of Christmas. So
at age 3, he's already ahead of me on the Star Wars movies.
yes, he's seen them all the 3 of the originals.
Right.
The other ones, yeah. But yeah, so he woke up, ran downstairs, and wanted to find Darth Vader. But then for some reason, because he loves these little animals that are like little play toys, right? Mm-hmm. Like we got little bears and giraffes and all this stuff. He wanted a hippo.
Oh.
And I don't know where he came up with needing a hippo, because we haven't talked about it. I don't know that he's seen a cartoon or a show or anything, but he needed a hippo, and there was no hippo to be found.
Oh.
So there was a bit of a meltdown until he found Darth Vader. And Darth Vader lights up, and when Santa Claus was bringing him down the chimney, Darth Vader would not shut the hell up while wrapped up.
Oh.
So thought Darth Vader was going to give Santa Claus away. But yeah, it was a huge success. I got myself a new cooler.
Oh, nice.
My wife got me a Yeti cooler with wheels. And
that's nice.
Yeti,
I remember one year I got you something. Didn't have wheels. I got you some kind of.
Oh, you got me a tackle box.
Yeah.
Which was amazing, because obviously you have never gone fishing with me.
Correct.
Yet. And you had gotten me the exact same tackle box that I use.
Yeah, I know.
And so it was just, I couldn't believe it. It was one of the greatest gifts I've ever gotten. But yeah, so this one is, the height of it is chair height, so I can wheel it to baseball, softball, whatever we're doing in the summer.
Beautiful.
And then sit down.
Nice.
So it was a good, very successful. Not the traditional meal that we have, because we didn't have time to set up and
that's right. You ordered a.
We normally order a prime rib.
Right.
And both my wife and I forgot. So we had, and I hadn't get the grill set up yet. So we had steaks on the in the cast iron.
Oh, nice.
And so it was yes, they were wonderful.
Good.
My wife made a tiramisu. I ate so much sugar yesterday, and for the last couple of years, you and I started at about the same time. I went with Ideal. You went just not eating
Planet
as much.
Fitness.
Yeah, Planet Fitness, that whole thing.
Yeah.
And so I'm not used to eating so much sugar. I literally feel today like my body is swollen, and almost like I have a hangover. And my wife and I didn't even drink last night. But so today begins detox until New Year's Eve.
Whoa.
And then hopefully we make it back from the bowl game in time to pop the cork on some champagne.
Yeah, absolutely. So good.
Yeah, so it was a success.
Good. Good for you.
Yeah, all the kids I think enjoyed their Christmas, which is obviously the biggest thing for a parent.
Right. What was the best gift any of them got besides Teddy's Darth Vader?
Besides Darth Vader, Ellie was, every year she picks out, like, she wants a ticket to some random country, and she always says, I want to go alone.
Right.
I want to go without any of you people, meeting up family members. And last year, I think it was Italy. This year, it was Greece. So Lisa does this whole thing where obviously there's not a ticket to Greece,
right? But
she got her some sandals that actually came from Greece, and we wrapped up the package it came in because it had Greek lettering and all that stuff. And this is not Greece, but at the biggest one for her was she got tickets to go see Jelly Roll.
Oh,
so she
it has nothing to do with Greece.
No.
He's eating a lot of food with Greece.
Yes. Yes.
See, you could have got her. Like, they send them over there from a Grecian urn.
A Grecian urn.
Yeah.
What would we put in the urn?
You know what a Grecian urn?
Oh no!
What's a Grecian urn? About $4 an hour. I tried to set you up for that one.
Yes. Yes, you did. Yeah, I'll stick away. I'll stay away from what might be in the urn.
Yes,
and just go with the. Okay, yeah, you got me on that one.
Right. Yeah. Or like the soundtrack to the movie Grease, or like a gift card to.
Well, she loves the Mamma Mia.
And
I think the third or fifth or sixth one, whatever it is
or
in Greece.
Like a gift card to some restaurant in Greek town, something like
that. Yeah. Yeah. No, well, I mean, there was
Yes.
plenty of grease stuff. She had like this grease necklace
Oh,
and all that
nice.
stuff. Yeah. So that was probably the best one.
Cool. When would you get Lisa?
She got a new purse.
Okay.
And some sweatpants that they were a sweat outfit.
Okay.
And so top bottom obviously match. And she said it was the softest ones that she's ever worn, and they were a little bit pricey. So I think I did myself a disservice because she says, I think I'm going to need another set or two. And I thought, well, we're going to have to wait 365 days for that next set.
Right.
So, yeah, but all in all, it was a huge success.
Yeah.
No bad gifts this year.
The only gift, well, because my birthday is the 29th, so I always get a combo stuff. The only thing I asked for, what do you want for your birthday? I want a new pair of Hokas.
Oh, yeah.
They're the greatest. I love their.
Lucy Ruby got a pair of Hokas.
They're awesome. So
They don't make size 15.
oh really?
Yeah, so I've never worn one.
So for Cindy this year for Hanukkah, I actually thought I did something good, but of course I ordered it too late, like 2 weeks ago, and I have no idea if it's a scam or not. But I got emails saying it'll be delivered at a certain time.
Yeah.
She's pajama slash sweatpants.
Yeah.
With the dogs' faces on them.
Oh, like your dog's faces?
Yes.
So they take you had to upload a couple of pictures.
Uh-huh. And the first
where are the faces?
well, I don't. They're going to be on their. They're all over.
Yeah.
They're advertised on. I saw it on
Oh,
Facebook.
okay, so it's
They have
multiple pictures. It's not just one.
No, yeah, it's
And I
all
thought
over.
maybe you had a sense of humor and you put one on each cheek or something.
Nah. So,
I'll stop.
Yeah,
I'll
it's okay.
stop.
oh God, I hope she's not listening. It's supposed to be a big surprise. Oh well, she's not listening now. I know that.
Give a duck a bone.
What'd you say? So, first time I did it, and I get an email back. Your image wasn't good enough.
Right.
I was like, really? I like found the ones that were like the closest, like tight shots, and they said they wanted whatever.
They wanted something a little further away.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes out. Anyway, all right. Coming up next on the program, I had a interesting, shall we say, holiday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and we'll explain that. I thought it was actually.
I also want to get your take on halftime.
Oh yeah. I didn't. Well, we'll get into that coming up.
Okay.
Next, 97 won the ticket. I assume we still play holiday music tomorrow as well, right?
Are you allowed to? I mean, the holiday's over.
I know that's I don't know if it's in their system today, so I don't know.
I'm trust me, I'm 365. I'm good with Christmas music, holiday music, but I don't know. Most people, I think, all of the channels stop, right? All the Christmas channels that are 24/7 Christmas music.
I would assume so, but I don't know. I don't listen to them, so I wouldn't know.
I talked ad nauseum about my Christmas. How about your holiday?
My holiday? My holiday, you know how they say you take an L? I put an L over my forehead and say, loser. Although for some people it might not have been that bad. I was fine with it. And I could have called my wife and my daughter in Florida. My other daughter is working for NFL Film, so it's football season. She couldn't take off. So I had to work, which is fine and no problem, obviously. So that not yesterday. So Wednesday when we got off, or Tuesday when we got off the air, I putzed around. I worked out here for about an hour.
Okay.
And
you post your video?
No.
I'll
have one probably for New Year's with our Planet Fitness hat.
Yeah, be a hell of a workout with that sucker on.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think
you're not going to work out with it on?
I don't think so. But
It's,
you know
it's
what?
the big top hat with
maybe. I don't know.
You have to do the 2025 glasses.
Well, that I'll do if we go to somebody's house. I did last year. We went to somebody's house for New Year's. Anyway, I digress. So after putzing around here for a while, working out, whatever, I had some errands to run, and I said, I'm in the mood for some pizza. So I went to my favorite place for pizza around here.
Yeah.
Okay. As opposed to I love Freddie the Pizza Man down Allen Park, but around here, it's Tomatoes a Pizza.
Okay.
On 14 and Middlebelt, approximately. And they have a great lunch buffet. $13. All the pizza and salad and pop that you can eat.
All right.
And now they're not huge pieces.
No, but it's all you can eat, so it doesn't matter. You can get as many and
I'm usually anywhere between 8 to 10 of
pieces.
Slices. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Plus the salad, which
trust me, if it's all you can eat, you have to eat all you can.
Exactly. That's why you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got out of there around 2:30. That was when I said goodbye to the guy who owns the place, Michael. That was the last reaction or interaction I had with a human being until I walked into this studio today.
And you said good morning to me and Paul Sarah.
Yes.
So Paul Sarah,
actually, because you were a little
broke. I was a little bit
normal.
later. Yeah.
Paul Sarah was the first person I saw
in 40 hours.
In 40 hours.
You lucky bastard.
Lucky?
Yes. Now, not necessarily the holiday, right? I cherished the time with the kids. We made memories and took pictures. Yeah. But to have 40 hours in the fortress of solitude would be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
So, besides sleeping some amount of time, especially Tuesday when I got home.
Yeah.
Took a big nap. I watched some things. I watched 2 episodes of the AFC North Hard Knocks.
Okay.
And by the way, I can't wait to watch the next one, see Mike Tomlin after that performance yesterday. Because he's great.
You know what? I'm off next week, and I'm gonna that's one I'm gonna binge watch.
Yeah.
You sold me on that one.
Yeah, it's good. I was trying to think if there's anything else I really watched. No.
Just channel surfing.
Yeah, there was no sports on. There was a bowl game. The San Jose State played.
5 overtimes.
Somebody, yeah, I know. It wasn't a high-scoring game for 5 overtimes either.
No.
Anyway, so I tried to do some little work on my project. I had the dogs there.
Have you announced what the project is?
I don't know if I've announced. Well,
can you or are you?
I'm not sworn to secrecy
Legally.
I just want to wait till it's before, because it may never come out. I may be such a procrastinator.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so basically all I did, so for dinner, there's not that much open on Christmas Eve.
No.
So I was going to I mentioned to Jimmy, our boss, because he was going to Capitol Grill with his family. It's a tradition they do on Christmas Eve. I said,
Sounds like a great one.
I said, you know what? I might go there or someplace like that and just sit at the bar by myself.
Yeah.
Have a nice meal. I'm sitting at home in my sweats.
Got to be careful. A guy like you shows up, Silver Fox.
Oh, I know.
All by yourself sitting at
Christmas
the bar.
Eve. Oh, yes, absolutely.
No one wants to be alone on Christmas,
that's right. Exactly.
Once they find out you have a moat.
That's correct.
Yeah. How'd you get here? I brought my chopper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, can I see your partridge in a pear tree? Okay. So I decided, you know what? I'm in my sweats. I really don't feel like taking a shower and,
You're alone.
getting dressed.
Yeah, it's your rules.
Right. So I DoorDashed some Chinese food.
You didn't even go to the Chinese restaurant.
No.
You just DoorDash.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the food comes and,
No interaction with the dasher?
no.
Really?
No.
Just you click that box that says, hey, leave it.
Leave it at the door.
Yeah, let me know when you're gone.
Yeah, and then the dogs bark, so I know he's here, so whatever.
Uh-huh. One of them does.
So that's a good point.
The other one has no idea that the dasher arrived.
Yeah, let me tell you something. The deaf one is my favorite one right now. Maybe get into that a little later. Anyway, so I have my food, and they give you a lot when you get order Chinese takeout.
Okay.
I mean, I think sesame chicken. And it came with chicken fried rice and an egg roll.
Oh, man, you had a hell of a day. All-you-can-eat pizza and all-you-can-eat Chinese food, basically?
Well, partly because of all the pizza I ate. I wasn't as hungry as I thought I was.
Doesn't mean you can't eat.
So I had some of it, put it in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
And that was my dinner last night, too.
Good for you. Leftovers.
Leftovers.
Yeah.
Leftovers. That's it.
But no interaction.
No, I walked the dogs a couple of times. I saw somebody on our street, and
You waved to them?
waved and
Yeah.
didn't talk to. So
They didn't stop to say hi?
that doesn't. No, I don't blame
Merry
them.
Christmas. Happy
I
holidays.
didn't want to talk. Me walking the dogs together is just. It's not a good coordinated issue.
Uh-huh.
I dropped a glove. I'm the worst.
Oh, wow. Two leashes, too, right?
Two leashes.
Do you get tangled up?
And you got to have the bag to pick up the poop and
Right.
It's yes. Anyway, so that was my holiday. And, yesterday I worked a little bit on the project. Would have done more if one of my dogs wasn't digging in the carpet for hours. Oh, my God. Anyway, I had to get the dog.
Just can't forget. Forgot where he buried the bone.
I don't know, man. There's something wrong. Because I had to give her Valium or something. And that finally settled.
Dipped into the stash, did you?
Well, no, we have doggy downers basically prescribed because she's done this. This has been going on, so it sucks. I mean, she's 10, I think. So anyway, so and I watched a lot of football.
Yeah. Was the football that has been on, save what happened on Sunday.
Yeah.
If you go back to the college football playoffs, Friday night, Saturday. Let's call it the special event football, Christmas Day football, has been less than desirable.
Even Monday night, the Packers Saints game was all because the Saints are horrible.
It was a blowout.
Yeah.
And by the way, not a scorigami, as Chris Villar mentioned.
Oh, last night, yes, 31-2, the nightcap.
And you would think
31-2.
So 31's kind of an odd number to begin with.
Not really. 4 touchdowns and a field goal. That's not bad.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen on a weekly basis. But but you pair it with a 2.
Yes.
And all of a sudden now
Yes.
you're thinking, hey, that should be a scorigami.
Right.
And when you look at the scorigami chart,
Explain. Okay, we should explain for people who don't know what a scorigami is. A scorigami is a score, is a
Never
final
happened.
score that never happened in an NFL game.
right. And I usually do this as well. As soon as you see one there, you're like, that's odd. Is that a scorigami?
Right.
And I think the Lions have had 2 this year when they've scored 52 points. I think both of those were scorigamis. So when you get really high scores, you
Yeah.
have a chance because it doesn't happen that often in the NFL. And you have one that ends in a 2
Yes.
as a total points.
That's very rare.
It's very rare, but this is not a scorigami. It has happened before.
When like the Canton Bulldogs and like,
No, you're not far.
oh, really?
It is the Green Bay Packers
Okay.
had 31, and they beat
Give me the city's name, and I'll see if I can come up with a nickname. Or is it
Boston.
obvious? Wow.
You should know this.
I know. It's not the Breakers. The Boston, what's the Cardinals?
No, the Boston Redskins.
Oh, that's right. Though they moved to Washington.
Yeah, that's where they originated,
Yes.
the Boston Redskins, and that happened in 1936, October 11 of 1936.
No, I don't remember it.
You're stealing all my bits. What was the weather that day? It was a gloomy day, October 11th.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was.
Now,
Football has been.
he said it happened twice. Before
Yeah,
that.
but the chart only tells you the first time it happened and the last time it happened. And I can't. It says you could click on a link that says view all 3 games. Oh, so let's just click on that link. 31-2. Oh, it was Sunday. In 1965.
Oh, so that's later.
It was an NFC East showdown as well.
Oh.
Yes. And both of these teams are current NFL teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas Cowboys beat the New York Football Giants by a score 31-2. And then obviously we saw it again yesterday. I do want to get, when we come back, I don't want to necessarily put a grade, but your evaluation of the halftime show. We talked about it. You asked me the question. Lamar Jackson was going to watch Beyonce at halftime. Do you think he liked it or didn't like it?
And what do you guys think? 248-539-9797. 248-539. My headphones weren't on. I thought all of a sudden I thought I didn't have my microphone on for it. 248-539.
It's the big one.
97.
Here I go.
Elizabeth. That's the telephone number. We have a couple ticket texts here, and we have some open lines, so feel free to call in on anything.
Yeah.
Stoney, what you described might have been the perfect Christmas day.
So I don't necessarily know that it's the perfect Christmas day. Maybe it's the perfect of the other 364 days. 100. I'm all over that. I would love to have 40 hours where I'm just no human interaction.
Watching football, watching some basketball, which we'll get into later. The NBA was great yesterday.
Doing whatever the hell you want,
yes,
whenever the hell you want.
Yeah. And the other one, speaking of the NBA, and it's something you mentioned, and we'll get to it right after this ticket text, because she played at halftime.
Yeah.
JC in Allen Park says, not a Beyonce fan, but that was quite a show. The production rivaled the Super Bowl shows.
Well, I think anytime Beyonce does anything like that, the production is going to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, she's as big of a star as you're going to find.
Okay, look, besides like some of her hits that she's done, years ago and that stuff, I don't know that much of her material, to be quite honest. And I don't know that much of some of the country stuff. I think I heard once. But from what I saw, it was entertaining. I thought she was great. Now, you might not like what she played. I mean, what was it?
I think more people were expecting her hit the classics that she's done versus the new stuff. And I didn't particularly care for it myself. I don't like her country album. And that's just it. I just don't care for it. It's not that it sounds fine.
Right.
It's just not my cup of tea.
But for the entertainment value, for me, I'm not knowing much of the material, and then Post Malone shows up, and they did it, as she's walking in, they did a little thing of the Beatles song Blackbird. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was great. I mean, that to me, if you don't know especially if you don't know the music,
yeah,
you want pomp. You want a lot of pomp and show and all that. And she gave you the show.
I preferred Shabuzi. I thought he did a great job at the halftime of the Thanksgiving Day game. And
but that's because you knew the song.
Yeah, but I knew her songs. I just don't care for them. And probably it's more of just a matter of my musical tastes.
Yeah, I guess.
Versus, but there's a lot of halftime shows that, even if I don't particularly care for the genre,
right,
that I think are good, and I just didn't care for her halftime show.
That's what I thought, but I liked it because I thought it was, as the late but great Ed Stone, my grandfather would say, that was a good number. And she put it was 13 minutes or whatever it was. It was very Super Bowl-esque.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not. Look, and I've seen social media. I have friends who thought it was great, and I have other friends who were like, somebody texted Z's. They thought it was awful.
Yeah.
But their kids liked it.
Yeah, I don't know. In our house, I don't even know that the kids particularly cared for it. It was, as soon as she started singing, it was kind of like, let me go get a snack. It didn't do anything to make me want to keep watching it. So hey, 248-539-9797. Did you, have an opinion on the halftime show? Did you care for it? Not care for it?
And by the way, considering how bad Netflix butchered the Tyson Paul fight,
I had no problem with it.
I thought it was great. And actually, the picture, at least on my TV, was
really good.
Was clearer than almost normal.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good.
I thought Netflix did a really good job with it. I liked the broadcast, and it was weird because when I pulled up Netflix, I thought that I would instantly like the headliner would have been the NFL games. I actually had to go to sports, click on that one, and then it came up. I was curious as to why it wasn't like there were other. I don't even know what the movies were.
Right, there was one movie that they had first, and then they had that second one I clicked on.
The second movie or the second?
No, second. The football game was the
okay,
second thing
yeah.
that they had.
I was actually running a few errands in the afternoon, so I was watching it while I was running errands because I didn't want to miss it. And it just
you were watching it while you were driving.
Well, I have a new driver in the house. Ellie is getting her permit.
Grand Slam Ellie was driving
Grand
you
Slam
around?
Ellie was driving me around.
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
so I was watching while she was driving.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I thought that they did a really nice job. I thought the announcers were good. I thought the production was good, and I had no issues, whether at home or on the road, of streaming it.
You know who else was good? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Steelers were awful. Russell Wilson kind of regressed to what we thought Russell Wilson was. Now, it wasn't all his fault, but man, 29-10, the Chiefs win the game. Mahomes played well. Kelsey played well. They did everything well. And, you know, they had some injury. Chris Jones didn't even play. Okay? Now, the Steelers usually don't have an epic offense anyway, so maybe they didn't miss him. But, man, you know I'm in the minority of this. There are a lot of people, and people have I was the same way with the Patriots, too.
Yeah.
A lot of people have Chiefs fatigue. And, you know, they're sick of the Kelsey, and some of it has to do with Taylor Swift or whatever. Mahomes, you know, they're done with it. The commercials all over the place. As a Lion fan, bring on the Chiefs. If the Lions go to the Super Bowl, bring on the frickin' Chiefs. Now, I have nothing against Buffalo or any of the other teams per se. But if you get to that Super Bowl, you have a chance to dethrone the two-time back-to-back Super Bowl winning team. Bring that crap on. That would be great.
So I think it would be great as well because I actually think that the Lions match up better with the Chiefs than they do, obviously, with Buffalo or even the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Ravens, they're really hard to figure out.
Yeah, because they're Jekyll and Hyde sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they show up and all of a sudden, hey, you're looking at Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. You're like, I don't know how anybody ever stops this offense.
Right.
And then other times you're like, how could they possibly be this inept offensively?
And their defense is,
But that's what kind of gives me the concern is, okay, defense, that might be one of the highest scoring Super Bowls in history if it is the Ravens and Lions. Just because both, I don't want to sit here and dog both defenses. They're still good players, but we know the injury issues that the Lions have currently, as well as the lack of what you traditionally think of the Baltimore Ravens is a great defensive team. But both offenses can be unbelievable. My concern is that in the Super Bowl, if the Ravens do make it, would that be the one day where everything clicks for the Ravens offensively? Because it's just. I don't know how it couldn't.
Well, we saw it happen to the Lions in Baltimore a couple years ago.
Right, yeah, last year.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the Lions' worst game. 248-539-9797. And people, you know, the Chiefs aren't. The Chiefs, you know, they win all these close games. They get, you know, all the calls and all that stuff.
They're 15-1.
They're 15-1. You know, there are 4 teams in the National Football League who have not scored 30 points in a game yet. Well, the Giants, the Raiders, the Patriots, and the Chiefs.
Well, more than 30 points.
Yeah.
Because they've scored 30 points twice, but they haven't scored more than 30 points. They actually scored 30 points 3 times. So you think that with Patrick Mahomes that this would be a high-scoring offense. They've obviously had some injuries at the receiver issue.
Running back Pacheco got hurt for a while.
Yeah,
He's back.
and D-Hop. And I think, you know, Hopkins and Mahomes, they're starting to find more of a groove.
Hollywood Brown, too.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Kelsey, we saw what he did yesterday and what it meant for the Chiefs organization in terms of touchdowns, yards, all that stuff, and the great career he's had, but he's not necessarily had a career year.
No.
Are we sleeping on the Chiefs?
I think so, because they're also, first of all, if you want to, coaching-wise, I mean, we know how great of a
great Santa Claus is?
Yeah. You know how all the teams and Lions do with Dan Campbell and the speeches and things like that. Well, Kelsey and Mahomes were given these bizarre, like, Netflix robes. It looked...
It was a combination of holiday Santa Claus and...
Halloween, almost.
Apollo Creed against
Yes.
the Russian.
Yeah, exactly. First they gave him this football, but that's not just a regular football. They push a button and it was like, red velvet cake or something.
Oh, right, yeah.
Kind of weird. And then they gave him these robes.
It wasn't weird until RG3. Did you see at the end of the Ravens game when they were the send-off and it was him and I forget who was
No.
other yeah, he made it weird.
Oh, yeah? What did he say?
He didn't say anything. It's
Oh.
what he did to the football.
Oh,
I was like, that's a little awkward.
okay.
Let's just say he got after it.
Okay. Was he with because Manti Te'o was
I believe it was Manti
Yeah,
Te'o.
yeah.
Which, okay.
yeah, exactly. But the Chiefs, okay, so they go to the locker room and, they're all talking about the coach and stuff. And all of a sudden, somebody says, "Where's Andy?" All of a sudden, Santa Claus. Andy Reid puts on a full Santa Claus outfit, the beard and everything, and goes, "Merry Christmas, Chiefs." I mean, as much as we think, we do, the players talk about, they love playing for Dan Campbell.
Oh,
These
sure.
guys love playing for Andy Reid, too.
Well, that's why you get the results that you have. First of all, he's a great coach, but guys love playing for him.
Right.
And you see the commercials that he does with Patrick Mahomes, and some of them are a little awkward, but
Right.
the awkwardness is probably what is endearing to the players. And that's as weird and as you can have your opinions about Harbaugh. He is as awkward as they come, yet you hear from the players that he had here, and then you hear from what the players are talking about in L.A.
Yeah.
I mean, they love him too. And Dan Campbell's not weird,
No.
but he is very endearing to the fan base and his players. But
By the way, did people see the Dan Campbell holiday card that was posted yesterday by Dan's wife? It was great.
it was great.
It had a sweater. It was a Christmas sweater, and talked about his big balls.
Yes, the holiday ornaments.
Yes, exactly.
Hung from the chimney with care.
Yeah, it was,
But I do, as we asked the question about, are we underestimating the Chiefs, who are 15-1? And in my power surge, which we didn't have yesterday because it was the holiday, it's been since probably week 7 or 8 that I've had them as the number one team. They have, it was the Lions, then it was Buffalo, and I had them as low as 4, and they were a one-loss team. When we come back, a little holiday treat. We're going to have Stoney's power rankings. We don't want to go call it power surge, but we're going to have the power rankings of one Michael Stephen Stone.
all right. 248-539-9797. 97 won the ticket.
Don't let the cold creep in. If you need a furnace and you need it serviced today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. So if you wake up and the house is cold, you got to give them a call. Plus, they've got that 5-year warranty, so you know you're covered. You can save a bundle with their winter bundle. That's up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. If you want more details, give them a call, or you can visit them online at mastercraftheating.com.
Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. First night of Hanukkah. I know they had a big thing last night downtown, the menorah on the D.
Uh-huh.
All right. We have some ticket text before we get to what are you laughing at?
That just sounds funny.
Okay. Oh, okay. Menorah in the D is what it's.
Still sounds funny.
Okay. Actually, that would be more painful. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here's some ticket text. Guys, can we finally say we crowned C.J. Stroud a top 5 quarterback way too soon? I'd make the case he's basically Kirk Cousins. I don't think anybody crowned him a top 5 quarterback. He had a really good rookie season.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people that thought the trajectory was going to be top 5.
Correct.
But he's in his second year.
Yeah.
He can still get there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he might. But, the injury to Tank Dell, which, can you believe that 2 years in a row?
I know.
Unfortunately. And he played, 4 or 5 weeks without Nico Collins.
Right. Diggs, he lost the whole, he never had him, but he got hurt anyway. But still, yeah. No NBA for me. Subscribe to Netflix just for football. Thanks, NFL. Keep the Christmas games coming. Look, the NBA has major problems. As an NBA guy, way too many threes, still a little too much load management, not as much as it's been. They've gotten a little better with that. But yesterday was, I didn't watch all. I watched football mostly. I'd switch back and forth a little bit when I could because I didn't want to buffer, all that stuff because it was streaming. But what the NBA does really well, the stars come out and they schedule the right teams and the right games, and they were amazing yesterday.
Webby went for 42.
It was a really good at the Guard his first Christmas at the. It was terrific. And the Laker game, Curry had a amazing 3 to tie the game. They ended up losing with a second left or whatever. Love the Christmas Day NFL games. Next one. This was the first year I thought, man, I hate Christmas football. I'm a diehard NFL guy, and it's kind of like just let me enjoy Christmas. Give us a night game at most.
I thought maybe they should back it up and have the 4 o'clock start and the 8 o'clock start,
right? Versus
1 and 4:30.
I have Chiefs fatigue, but I also have Steelers fatigue. Can we stop with they go 500 or better every year? They're basically the Wings at the end of their 25-year playoff streak. That's an interesting comparison.
Yeah. I don't know what's harder, what the Wings did or what Tomlin has done as head coach of the Steelers. Now, he does have a Super Bowl title. It's been a while,
right? But
he's never had a losing record. Which there's a few cities that would love to have the results that he's had.
Correct, but I think patience, which their ownership obviously has tons of. They've had 3 coaches
in 75 years.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Well, it's also like they haven't really given him a great quarterback in a while either.
That's for sure.
And he continues to win.
Yes, but they,
I got to imagine they're not in your top 6.
We'll find out in 1 second. All right, here we are. And one more ticket text. The Ravens feel like that team that starts to put it together at the right time now.
See, I feel like it's more the Chiefs that start to put it together. They're 15-1.
Mm-hmm. All right. What do you want to call this? That you're
this is the
you're lassoing me into
Michael Stone.
Yeah.
Power rankings.
Okay.
But we're going to go top 6.
Okay. I'm going to go from the bottom up. If that's okay.
Yes. No.
Is that the way you do it?
Yes. Right. Yes. I usually start there.
The team that did not make the top 6.
Yeah.
That maybe should have.
Okay.
The Green Bay Packers. They're playing really good. Now, don't forget, I assume this is what you think of the teams right now.
Yes.
Records are important, but it's not my only factor.
Okay.
All right?
I get that. Yeah.
All right. We go. At 6, the Baltimore Ravens. They still have too many holes on the other side of the ball. You didn't see that yesterday, obviously. They didn't give up anything. The only points they gave up was a safety. And their offense looks great, but I still have some questions about their defense. They are 6.
Okay.
At 5, a team that has only lost 2 games, and I don't know how they're doing it, but they're playing good football. They really are. We hope the hell they lose on Sunday, but I'm putting the Minnesota Vikings at 5.
Okay.
And I was debating between them or the other team for the 4 spot. And the 4 spot, I'm going to keep them, but I'm going to put them ahead of the Vikings because I honestly believe that if Jalen Hurts did not get concussed on Sunday, they would have won that game that they ended up losing. Give me the Philadelphia Eagles at 4.
Okay.
At 3, with a record of 14-2, it is your Detroit Lions.
Well, you're giving them that win?
Oh, no, they have 2 games left. 14. Oh, yeah, you're right. I should. You're right. My math. I knew it was.
Nostradamus.
Okay, sorry. 13-2.
Okay, yeah.
I'm giving the Detroit Lions. I still think they're great, but they have obviously defensive liabilities.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the injuries are,
Part of it. That's the reason.
they're a huge part of it. Sure.
Yes. And number 2, another team that has some liabilities, but when push comes to shove, they beat the Lions at Ford Field, so that's why I give the nod to the Buffalo Bills at 2. And at 1, because they seem to be playing better and better, they're getting more familiar with their wide receivers, is Patrick Mahomes at, let me do the math correctly now.
They got the extra game in.
That's right, 15-1.
15-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2-time defending champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
So I do think that when you talk about a team that's playing better at the right time, it is Kansas City. And they have been able to get to this point with only 1 loss, which is amazing to me because they've had a lot of close calls. They've had close calls against bad teams, like Carolina. And but Patrick Mahomes still does Patrick Mahomes things, and you don't want to have the Chiefs within a score or needing a drive at the end of the game to seal it, win it, whatever it might be, because Patrick Mahomes seems to always find a way to get within field goal range, put a touchdown on the board, or just salt away the clock. And I'm not going to argue them at 15-1 being the number 1 team in your power rankings. Buffalo and Detroit 2-3, and I think it's you go just to 2 weeks ago, and you got to put Buffalo at 2, Detroit at 3, Philly at 4. I'm just curious. Last year we saw them fall apart at this time of the year. Now, different team, different time. And, yeah, Jalen Hurts' injury does play a part of it. Has there been any update? Will he be available this weekend?
I don't think so. My guess is no. I think they want to be careful, and they play Dallas, who's playing really well. And
the number 1 seed for them, and we talked, I know, on Tuesday and Monday about the Lions playing starters and all that if the game against San Francisco doesn't really matter. I would think that they would be more cautious because their chance at the number 1 seed, they need basically Minnesota and Detroit to lose out. And it's impossible.
Right.
Because they happen to play each other.
Yeah.
And so I don't necessarily, their chances of getting the number 1 seed are like 2%.
And I think they're obviously locked in at 3.
Yeah. Minnesota and then Baltimore. I mean, you mentioned Green Bay possibly being that number 6. Washington is right there as well, surprisingly enough, in that same division as the Eagles, and they did just beat the Eagles.
I would put the Rams ahead of Washington, actually.
Oh, you would put the Rams there?
Ahead of Washington. I mean, the Rams aren't going to be in my power, but I didn't even mention them. But if you're talking about, 8, 7 or 8, I think they're playing really
I think the Rams
football.
are very inconsistent. And you could say that about a rookie quarterback with Washington, but they feel like they are a better, just a more consistent team.
Okay.
And in the AFC, here's where I'm at. The AFC, and you've got 3 AFC teams in your top 6.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you got 3 NFC teams as well with Detroit, Philly, and Minnesota. I think not only are people sleeping on the Chiefs, I think they're sleeping on how good the top of the AFC really is.
Oh, yeah. Those 2, absolutely. And you know what? Those 3. And the Chargers are playing pretty good football, too.
Yeah. I think they're a year, maybe 2 years away.
All right. Coming up next. Was it good NBA and bad NFL? 97 won the ticket.
A funny Stoney brought it up. Christmas Day belongs to the NBA, according to LeBron James last night. There were some very tight games all day, including the LeBron versus Steph duel in the Bay Area, which LA won 115 to 113. The Suns took down the Nuggets 110 to 100. Philly upset the Celtics in Boston 118 to 114. Minnesota over Dallas 105 to 99. And Wemby went for 40 plus, but the Spurs still fell to the Knicks 117 to 114. And the Lions would love to follow in the footsteps of the Chiefs, who clinched their number one overall seed in the AFC yesterday, beating the Steelers 29 to 10. Also, Lamar Jackson passed Michael Vick as the all-time leader in quarterback rushing yards in their win over Houston 31 to 2. Lamar has 6,110 yards total on the ground, calling Vick one of his favorite players. It took Vick 13 years to set that mark. Jackson did it in less than 7. As for Detroit, they're going to be back on the field after a couple of days off today in Allen Park to get ready for the 49ers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris Villar. 248-539-9797. Yes, the Pistons back in action tonight, right here on 97.1 The Ticket against the Sacramento Kings. The Wings will be hosting the Toronto Maple Leafs as the NHL gets back into action tomorrow night at Little Caesars Arena. All right, there are a lot of people who believe, and I kind of do too, I think it would be great, but it would never happen, that leagues would shorten their schedules. I think you get better basketball, better hockey, better baseball, and even better football. I think in football we're going to see eventually it's going to go to 18 anyway. But that's basically a fantasy because everything in the world of sports and everything else is about money. And the more games, the more money.
Yeah.
For the participants, for the leagues, for the owners, for everybody.
Yeah.
So I always thought that, the NBA really doesn't start till Christmas because they had the spotlight. And yesterday, the NFL decided, what the hell? We're going to go up against you. And I'm sure the ratings, even though it was on Netflix, are going to kill the NBA.
Oh, sure. It'll dwarf it.
The NFL's king. All right. Now, the games, obviously, the NFL games were awful. 29-10, Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, 31-2 over Houston. The NBA games, on the other hand, now the NFL scheduled it pretty well too. You had, the Steelers are a very popular team. The Chiefs, as we know,
they were great matchups on paper.
Yes, the Ravens, have marquee player Lamar Jackson, and the Texans, when they schedule this game, an up and coming team, based on last year, and they'll be in the playoffs this year as well. The NBA, it started at like noon. You got the Spurs at the Garden against the Knicks. Wemby's first Christmas Day game in New York, and he has 42 points.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Mikal Bridges has 41 for the Knicks. Great game. The Knicks win by 3. Next game is Philly and Boston. Philly finally relatively healthy. I think it was like the third game that Paul George, Embiid, and Maxey all played together. I believe, something like that. And they beat Boston in Boston 118 to 114. But it was an exciting game going back and forth, some runs and things. By the way, Embiid's just he's losing his mind to a certain extent, arguing with the officials all the time. The next game after that was Minnesota and Dallas. And you have, Ant-Man. He has 26 points. You got Luka, who got hurt. He's going to be out for a while. He was seen leaving the building with crutches. After that, prime time, Lakers, Warriors. And, they did a whole big thing about, LeBron, Curry, and they actually had Durant in with an interview. They interviewed all three together, because these guys don't have that much time left. I mean, LeBron's going to be 40 December the 30th. And what happens, you see a great show where LeBron is 31, Steph hits 2 sick threes down the stretch to tie the game, and then Austin Reeves with a layup, a great movie made to win the game for the Lakers. But it was great theater. And then I didn't watch the overnight game, but Durant and Bradley Beal each had 27 as Phoenix beat the Joker and Denver. For those who were watching the games, there was no comparison about what was the more entertaining product, the better, more competitive on the field or the floor. There was no doubt. It was the NBA yesterday. Ratings will not show that, and that's okay because football's king. And look, I made that choice. I was watching more football. I saw what was going on in the NBA, so I watched a little bit on my phone at times. But yeah, and after the Lakers Golden State game, LeBron James, who's a Dallas Cowboy fan, a big NFL fan, he was a really good high school. He could play. He could have played college football. There's no doubt about it in my mind. He was a really good high school football player. Yeah. Here's what he had to say.
Okay. Well, they may have had better games, but the NBA is never going to be able to compete with the NFL.
Oh, no. Everybody knows that.
Right. And so he can say whatever he wants.
Right.
You know, I mean, yeah, they've been playing on Christmas forever.
Right.
But no, Christmas is not your day. It's not your day anymore. Sorry. I don't know when your day is actually going to be. The NBA is such a bad watch, even in some of these games. Now, the endings were all fun, but in terms of just watchability, we have seen over the past 2 months, ratings continue to go down for the NBA.
Right.
It is boring as hell to watch an NBA shoot-around for 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it becomes. And I know Steph Curry is great at shooting threes, and he made a couple of dramatic threes at the end of the game against the Lakers, but it's just boring. It's a boring watch. Now, if you want to tune in for the last 3 minutes of some of these games, last half of the quarter, then go for it. But yes. I don't think there's not a game that intrigues me outside of our market,
right,
where I'm going to tune in for an entire NBA game. There's just not.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. What is a shame is, and I don't know how they can fix it. Okay, the various reasons why the ratings are down. There's tons of them. You know, people are pissed at load management. Sometimes they think the NBA is too political one way. I don't know. Whatever.
Politics really never play into it for me. I just want to be entertained.
Right, I know. And you're right. A lot of the times they're not entertaining. But when stars go up against stars, it is entertaining. I think, and even full games. Like every time I would flip on, the Knicks and the Spurs and the Garden is got there's a buzz going and Wemby. I mean, it was really, really good theater.
Maybe. For me, it's just because we haven't had entertaining basketball for some time.
That's part of it. There's no doubt about it. We have lost, if you think about it, a generation of Piston fans because of how bad they have been.
But it only takes one season.
I know.
There's a lot of Tigers fans. There's a lot of new Tigers fans.
Right.
Because of what happened at the end of last year.
You're right. You're right. You're completely right. It only takes one season to get it turned around. So let me ask you this, though, okay? What can they do to fix the NBA? The one thing that I've read, and I don't know if it makes that much sense, is to make the three-point line not back that much further, but foul line extended, so to speak, on the corners. So you don't have those corner threes. You have them out more. I don't know. The problem is, and I will say this, we can call it, some people can call it boring, whatever, but the players themselves are as good, if not are better than the players that we loved in the generation of the 80s. They're faster, they're bigger, they're more athletic. It's incredible.
Athletes are always going to get bigger, faster, stronger.
Right. But how do you make the game better? And I think when you see teams like Boston who average 53s a game, that's not good basketball. I love, when the Warriors started their little run, which changed the game, they were great to watch. And some of these teams still are, the great ball movement. But when guys are passing up layups to kick it out for a three.
Yeah.
That I don't like.
Well,
Or just coming down to get a rebound, make a dribble, go down, and take a pull-up three without even passing the ball. That's bad.
Yeah, you basically have the big man's irrelevant unless they can shoot threes or they can handle the ball. And I mean, people want to see more dramatics from Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And the flying dunks,
Yes.
Ja Morant, because he literally can fly.
Right.
That's what they want to see more. And so, what did they do in baseball? Right, they made the shift illegal, and you could talk about the pitch clock, and they're trying to generate more offense, more action. In football, and I know this is a small rule change. That the whole kickoff rule is abysmal, but extra points instead of just a basically chip shot, they've backed those up. So if you take that concept to basketball, I think. Yeah, there are a lot of guys that, I mean, Steph Curry can pull up anywhere and shoot. Not a lot of guys can shoot like that from anywhere on the floor. I think they have to back up the three-point line. I just think they do. And that because it will cut down on the quote-unquote analytics of who can make those shots. And yes, I know that three is worth more than two.
Right.
But
these teams don't know how to defend three more than two, though. That's what drives me nuts.
Right.
If you agree that three's more than two, why are guys wide open?
There's more space out there. And so it's harder to cover more space.
Right.
And so I think if you back it up and you make that the percentages go from, hey, you're hitting 40% or 38%, and all of a sudden you back up the 3-point line, and now you're shooting like the good ones would be shooting at 22%, 25%. Now all of a sudden, twos become a little bit more valuable.
248-539-9797. We'll take your calls, your texts. It's the Costa and Jansen program.
With Stoney.
With me. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, it's the wintry driving season yet again, and reckless drivers seem to be everywhere. They can't keep their cars under control. And if you get injured in an auto accident this time of year, or really any time of year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance company. The injury attorney that you need to hire and call is David Vemininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797. Netflix dropped something yesterday, by the way.
I know.
And it's got a lot of people very happy about it. We knew it was coming, but I forgot about it to a certain extent. All right. We have some ticket text. Talking about yesterday you had the NBA, which they always do on Christmas. And they had, all the games were really, really good. And the NFL went against them. And obviously, even on Netflix, I'm sure the ratings, they're going to kill them.
Yeah.
But their games were not very competitive, and they were pretty much. I mean, the Kansas City game was still somewhat, I wouldn't say in doubt, but competitive midway through the third quarter, maybe. That's being nice. The Houston-Baltimore game was just awful.
It was. And, I mean, they were great games, but we even saw it this past weekend. Now, the college football playoffs were great. There was some intrigue and interest because it's the first of the 12.
Right.
Playoff teams. It's also,
and the NFL kicked its ass too.
They did, yeah. And it was games that were on campus.
The same teams.
Yeah,
who played yesterday played
Saturday
on Saturday. Now those games were blowouts of college football, which I'm sure, and also I think the college football should have had, I don't know, somehow it worked around where they did more night games.
Yeah, weekday night games at this time of the year, because the NFL has it's not the NFL scheduling against college football playoffs. It was the college football playoffs going up against the NFL.
Right. I think the only time that the NFL will not go up against the NBA on Christmas is my guess would be a Tuesday, because you'd have to have a team maybe play. Team that played Thursday, you can't have the, what I mean?
Well, you could have a team that played Sunday, and then they have the 10 days before they play Tuesday, because then you could go Tuesday to Monday Night Football, because you still have another Monday night game, or you could even have Sunday. Tuesday to Sunday is the same as Sunday to Thursday.
Right. 248-539-9797. Let's say good morning to Jay. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Jay?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. Love the show. So I'm so glad you guys are talking about the three-point issue in the NBA. And I was around when the Bulls three-peated and they were going back and forth with the Pistons. And I look at it's not just a three-point fest; it's a three-point fest with a lot of missing. I mean, they miss horribly. And there's a lot of guys, I know John was talking about, there's guys that are open, or maybe that was you that were saying there's guys that are open, but I see a lot of times when they put the three up, there's nobody underneath on their own team for the rebound. You'll see, it's all the other team underneath, and if you're talking 30 and 40% success ratio from the three, that's 3 or 4 out of 10 shots, 7 and 6 of them are getting missed.
Right, but if you play the analytic game, 4 out of 10 is 12 points.
Yeah,
and if you're shooting 5 out of 10 of twos, that's
10 points.
10 points.
Well,
so that's less.
Reality,
right? I agree.
Perception's reality. When you're watching the game, it's boring.
You're right.
And you look at the NFL. If they just tried to throw a first down pass every time, and they never said, okay, I take a shot on first down, but now it's time to run the ball, which is equivalent, I would say, hey, just dump it inside for 2 points in the lane. If you took that aspect out and everybody's just, every other series they get a first down, but there's so many 3 and outs, I would stop watching football if there was nothing but 3 and outs.
Yeah, you're right.
And football has, over the years, they've made small adjustments to where it's, if you go back to the 80s, right, it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That was Big Ten football, but it was the NFL as well. There was a lot of running, and this year has been the first year where the running back has really been valued. And it's Saquon, it's Derrick Henry, it's what we're seeing here in Detroit with Montgomery and Gibbs. Mm-hmm. Like, there's been some great performances by running backs, and when you have big runs or you have big effort runs like we see from David Montgomery all the time and Jahmyr Gibbs, they're exciting. But the NFL has emphasized the passing attack and more offense, which it seems counterintuitive, because with the 3-point you technically get higher scores It's just the excitement factor is not there. A big pass play because you're not allowed to touch the quarterback. You can't breathe on a quarterback. You can't touch anybody downfield. We've seen it with the Lions, like the pass interference calls, right? They're trying to make rules that cause more excitement. In the NBA, analytics have caused more scoring, which you would think would be more exciting, but the opposite has happened. It has become a much harder watch because you could go 3 minutes in an NBA game where nobody scores because it's a long shot,
right?
It's a miss, and then the next team comes down, it's a long shot, it's a miss, and it just keeps going for 3 minutes without any scoring.
When the Warriors first started, I mean, it was like you were watching something that was different, but it was
new.
You were sitting there saying, but this is what basketball basically should be. It's not just getting the ball and going to the hole, because we saw a lot of that too. And so now you had this new thing of, okay, yeah, there's shooting a little too many threes maybe, but you're seeing a lot of really good ball movement. But now there's too many just pull-up threes out of nowhere. Maybe, and I don't think they could do this. Maybe you make a rule saying you have to at least pass the ball before you shoot a three.
We're going full Hoosiers.
Yeah, well,
Coach Normandale.
Yeah, once you
pass the ball 5 times before you take a shot.
Once the ball crosses half court, there has to be at least one, maybe you do 2, but 1 pass before you shoot the ball.
2 touches.
Yeah,
the ball has to actually go to somebody else.
I kind of feel like what's hurting the NBA more than anything is when you watch other sports, teams play different styles. Whereas the NBA, everybody's playing the same style now. Everyone's trying to be what the Warriors are.
Right. There's just more light.
Whereas like the NFL, the Chiefs don't play the same way as the Ravens.
Right.
Or the Bills.
Right.
Or the Lions. The Lions play differently than pretty much everybody because they're more of a run-based team first. You don't have that in the NBA. Everyone's basically playing the same exact style. There's no matchups where you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this team will do against that team.
Correct.
Because there's no clash of styles. Everyone's trying to do the same thing.
Right. It's more star versus star that you want to see.
Well, in the NFL too, it's you don't have the same guys playing offense and defense. In the NBA, it seems like everybody can play offense. Very few teams seem to play defense, but you got the same 5 guys out there.
248-539-9797. Brady, you're a 97 on the ticket. What's up, Brady?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Hey, this whole NBA conversation, I know the ratings are dropping, and I was just hoping you guys could help me understand. I've been a Pistons fan, since all the way back, Jerry Stackhouse, watched the 04 Pistons, best sports I've ever watched my whole life. And I continued to watch the NBA up until about 08 when our championship team finally fizzled out, and I just totally have lost interest in the NBA. To take me back to the 04 Pistons, to them duking it out with the Lakers, and it was scrappy, it was raw, it was real basketball.
Well, hold on. Let's not be so myopic and parochial here. I mean, those games against
that's just how
I know.
perceive
Look. Well, I loved it. It was great. But you look back at the scores of those games, like the Pistons, their defense was so good, and the rules allowed some of it. But the defense was so. They had a stretch where no team scored 70 points on the Pistons, and if you didn't have a team that was really good like the Pistons were, and there are a few others. It was, you talk about boring.
Yeah.
Teams couldn't score. So they had to somehow change that. Now they've gone too far.
What exactly did they change because of that? Because I remember it's like, the scores weren't high, but boy, were they competitive, and they fought for every bucket, where nowadays it's like the scores are high, but nobody's rebounding. You know what I mean? It's like I would like less scoring with more just raw playing and intensity than high scores with you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I
Brady,
think.
let me ask you this question. I'm guessing you're between the age of 38 and maybe 42?
I'll be 35 in March. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm curious is this a, what do the 20 somethings think of the NBA right now versus Brady, what you're talking about in regards to the matchups, the '04 Pistons, or we go back to Jordan and Isaiah and, the Celtics of that time where it did seem more intense, and now it
right.
maybe less intense, more three-point shooting, but are we just old guys shouting at clouds?
True, and that could be it too. I'll be 35, 36. I'll feel even a little older. I'm starting to say all these damn kids these days. But yeah, I think that is a factor in it. And I just want to say, I love football. I love watching basketball. I just want to be able to watch a basketball game and watch it and be like, man, these guys gave it their all. They played offense. They played defense. They hustled. They had the passion. You know what I mean? That's what I want. I want to get home from work one night, flip on the Pistons, and see a good ball game.
Well, the other night you saw some passion. Ron Holland squaring up to fight people. I mean,
but it's also load management.
Yeah.
George didn't need it.
Right.
I mean, they played 82. Now the games haven't gone up, but the
the
participation's gone down.
That's gotten a little better this year because they've trying to make a big deal about it, that you can't have this stuff. People are spending too much money to go watch teams play, and if the guys aren't really hurt, that sucks. All right, 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls, your texts. Also, like I mentioned, Netflix dropped something yesterday that really put a smile on my face. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, John, I just did some quick math here. I looked
Yeah.
at the 5 box scores of the games yesterday in the NBA.
Yeah.
Here's the number of 3-point attempts per game. I didn't write down which games they were, but whatever.
It's okay. Yeah. Let's
How about-
do a double blind study.
Ready? 77, 75, 65, 87, and 89. Combined 3-pointers.
And I understand. Hey, when it's a game-winning shot, that's exciting.
Yeah.
But you're talking about number 87.
Mm-hmm.
The 86 previous ones are less than thrilling.
Right. Well, regular jump shots aren't. I mean, the bottom line is there's way too many threes. Everybody, I think, can agree with that. And I think the players feel the same way.
Right. Well, and so long shots, long rebounds, and so you're not getting you're just not getting anything much in the paint. And again, maybe this is old guy, and I'm not even talking about the big man basketball.
No,
you
you're talking-
throw it into Patrick Ewing, and you got a post mover.
You're talking mid-range jumpers. too.
Mid-range jumpers, or just like what Dennis Rodman used to do, right? I mean, the ability to rebound, it was an art form, and it was, hey, he got rebounds, and it was maybe kick it back out, or it's kick down into somebody else, and it's an easy bucket. Like there was just some excitement to it. Now, long shots, long rebounds, it just leads to more threes.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing, and it's still that the fact that they're so talented. You see guys like Embiid, take threes and make 4 or 5 of them.
Right. It's not a matter. I mean, okay.
You know what bothers me the most about the whole 3 thing? There are guys that sometimes you're cold, okay,
Right.
and you miss your first 5 or 6, and they keep throwing.
They keep shooting.
Well, I'm due. You know what? No, it's not good enough.
Yeah, shooters got to shoot, that whole thing.
Yeah. Jeff and Grand Blanc, you're 97 won the ticket.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing today?
Good.
So I wanted to call in. So great topic. So I'm 52. I'm a crusty old guy. I didn't think I liked the NBA a lot, but my son's 20 and he loves the Spurs with Wemby and playing the Knicks. It was actually fun basketball watching the Spurs yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I can only imagine if we would have got Wemby with Cade, the Pistons would be on keel with the Lions almost if we would have Wemby and Cade right now. It's a big deal, like with the young 20-year-olds watching Wemby and all the other guys. And then they all came over last night for beers and poker, the 20-year-olds. They all do parlays. They're all betting. It was pretty fun and interesting, actually, with the young crowd.
Yeah.
I'm a little not as crusty as I thought I was now after watching the NBA with all the young crowd.
And Wemby was unbelievable, 42 points, but he did shoot 16 threes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
It was
sick.
like an all-star game.
Yeah,
It was
he-
an all-star game, basically.
He was 6 for 16 from 3, 16 for 31 total from the field. But yet the leading scorer for the Knicks, Mikal Bridges, only took 9 threes. Only took 9. Like when thanks for the call, like the Bad Boys era, like
Yeah.
Isaiah would average like 2 threes a game, and that
Right.
was Reggie Miller never. Can you imagine how many threes he would have if he took as many as these guys do today?
Well, yeah, I mean, who knows? But it feels part of it is like, what is the offense that they're running? Like, I don't know that you could even sit there and say, well, okay, yeah, they have an offense. The offense is just simply, either work it around to somebody's got an open 3 or get down the court faster than anybody else so you can shoot a 3 before anybody else gets down there.
Well, it's like ball screens and things like that, and they still do pick and roll, but they don't roll.
They kick it back out.
Right, it's pick and pop.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
not pick and roll.
I looked up some numbers for you, Stoney, because I know you like numbers.
Yeah.
The average NBA team this year is taking 37 threes a game.
That's too many.
And 20 years ago, it was 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're taking 20 more threes a game at each team.
I remember, look, I'm not playing old guy, but the guy I'm going to talk about is even older than me. But when the Pistons were, winning the championship, Larry Brown would just cringe when guys would take threes.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's 20 years ago, basically.
Yeah. And I mean, the style has changed, and it's not about talent. right?
No,
I mean,
the talent
when you
is as
watch-
good as ever.
Oh, the talent is as
better.
good as ever. Yeah, you're right. It probably is better, and it's always going to be bigger, faster, stronger. But the talent it's just less desirable to the eye.
Yes,
It
agreed.
may be better talent, and they're scoring more, and you think more offense is better, but it just hasn't been as watchable of a product. And yes, I'm coming from a place where I will watch the Pistons.
Right.
Some of it is because of the job. Others is because I just want to watch the Pistons be good. And when the last few years, when they have been so bad and so painful to watch, now it's, if they would just get good, I think it would do a lot for us in our market.
Oh,
And the likability of the NBA would be much higher.
no doubt about it, because we are, like most cities, provincial, parochial, whatever word you want to use. All right. Yesterday during the football games, Netflix, they dropped a trailer of a movie that's going to be on Netflix. Happy Gilmore 2.
All
And they showed, Happy Gilmore, Adam Sandler, with the Bruins jersey, taking a golf swing. And then they show what Shooter McGavin was basically standing by Chubb's gravesite. And Happy Gilmore shows up. And so that's all they really showed. So it got me thinking. I thought Happy Gilmore was really good, but it wouldn't be in my top 5 of. It wouldn't be in my top 10 of sports movies, and I don't know if it'd even be in my top 5 of sports comedy movies. I don't even think it'd be it's right up there with Adam Sandler's best. Although, I don't want to give another sports movie away. All right, 248-539-9797. What is the best sports comedy movie of all time? What's your favorite best sports comedy movie? We'll get to our answers. Coming up next, it's Costa and Jansen with me, Monsieur Stone, Monsieur Saint One, in for Jim Costa, 97.1.
Hey, the NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has a ton of ways where you can pick up a win. Not only can you bet on who's going to win the game, but FanDuel also has bets like, for example, which player is going to score a touchdown, how many points each team has scored, who's going to score the first touchdown. There's so much more. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. This way, you're going to be all set as the biggest games of the year arrive. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
248-539-9797. On this day after Christmas, I know a lot of people are going to spend their days going back to the stores to return stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in your household fit correctly if you got any clothes or anything like that?
Yes. My wife is my wardrobe got a major upgrade when I met my wife.
Oh.
And so, yes, I still wear, as I am today, my team-issued Michigan gear.
Right.
But
saves you a lot of money, too.
It does. Yes, but my wife, usually at Christmas, is where she makes it known that I need to continue to upgrade my wardrobe.
My wife feels the same way, but I'm at the point, it's like, if I'm going out someplace nice, I'll wear a nice collar shirt and really nice jeans. If I have to go and speak or whatever, I have a suit or whatever, a sport jacket on TV. I'll wear a sport jacket.
Yeah, that's
it. I don't need to. I'm more comfortable wearing what I'm wearing right now. A hoodie and sweats. The beauty of radio.
Yes,
although we are on YouTube and Twitch, so
yeah, but they only see you from the waist up.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, I am.
Yeah,
I never mind.
No. Go, please finish that sentence. This is usually where the show gets really good.
Yeah, years ago, and I think it was. I don't know if it was Sarah. It was definitely before Heather. So it was. I think I'm trying to figure who gave me these. Maybe it was Sarah. I don't know. As a Christmas gift, a gag gift.
See, I never met Sarah.
Right. It's a Joe Boxer.
Boxers?
Christmas boxers.
Oh, you got that from a co-host.
Yeah, it was a gag gift.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think I'm wearing them today. I only wear them like once or twice a year.
What? There's one. You think you're wearing them today? There's one way to find out.
Hold on.
Please don't show all of Twitch, but what? Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable moment. Tony's showing his drawers. You got the zoom in on Twitch.
Oh, no.
It's super zoom.
All right. Happy Gilmore 2, the trailer was dropped on Netflix yesterday.
Twitch, you are welcome. And in case you want to see that, twitch.tv/971 the ticket. You will never miss a great Stony moment.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so they showed the Happy Gilmore trailer. So we were thinking, what's the best sports comedy movie of all time? Now, a lot of people, have weird definitions of what sports are. I mean, like, is Ace Ventura: Pet Detective considered a sports movie, even though there's a lot of sports stuff in it?
I would classify that as a sports movie. Yeah, there's enough of a sports topic in there.
It's more of a sports movie than Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
So I did watch Die Hard Christmas Eve because I do think it's a Christmas movie.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. But they're whatever.
Yeah,
all right.
You can make your own determination.
Okay.
If you think it's a sports movie and it's a comedy, let us know.
Okay. So for me, and it's, old guy, probably, it comes down to two movies.
Yeah. So I'm younger than you, and I do believe that you have my favorite sports movie of all time.
So it comes down to, because I know which one you're going to use. So it's that one, and I think the greatest sports movie of all time is Caddyshack. Sports comedy movie.
Yeah. Classic.
It's just the lines, the performances.
If you believe golf is a sport.
Right. Okay, that's part of why I brought that up.
Throw that one out there, yes.
Yes, exactly.
And so the other one, that's obviously that is my favorite, Slapshot.
Yeah, same genre of time, basically.
Yeah, and so Slapshot came out in '77. I was 1 at the time, so I didn't see when it was released.
Right.
At least I wouldn't remember. But it's one that I can't watch enough. It is absolutely a classic when you're talking about Reggie Dunlop, and some of it is the accents that are in there. Some of it is obviously the comedy of a semi-pro hockey team.
Oh, no, they were pro.
What pro? Yeah,
Eastern Hockey League.
But it's just like I laugh at everything.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how many times I watch it. I laugh at all the same moments. every time I watch it. And so that is, if somebody said, hey, you're going to have of this sports comedy genre to watch for the rest of your life, I would choose Slapshot. The Hanson brothers, I think, are awesome. Especially when they it's time to foil up, or it's the go. Who owns the Chiefs? Owns the Chiefs. We used to say that all the time.
I love when the guy's being interviewed by the announcer, and he goes, "What's cross-checking?
Yes.
What's slashing?"
He
goes, "Well, what happens when it happens?" He goes, "You go to a box for 2 minutes and you feel shame.
You feel shame.
You feel shame."
Yes. I use that line all the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I tell the kids to go to their room and they will feel shame.
So as I think Caddyshack's the greatest, okay? But I don't think Caddyshack holds up today, believe it or not, as well as Slapshot does. Slapshot.
What doesn't hold up about Caddyshack?
I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It seems more archaic than Slapshot to me. But I still love it, okay? So it's still my number one. Slapshot.
Is it just Rodney Dangerfield that you don't think his comedy holds up?
Oh no, his comedy
is great.
Sometimes on Facebook they have reels and things, and if they have so much Rodney Dangerfield stuff out there that is when he's on Carson and stuff. It's great. Anyway, yeah, the comedy holds up. For some reason I don't love it as much as I used to, but it's still number one. Slapshot. What I probably should have said. Not only does it hold up more, it's more relevant. Here's why. Most kids who play hockey, whether travel hockey or even in the juniors when they take the bus rides, everybody who plays hockey has seen Slapshot. It's incredible. You always hear these stories about, we took this 10-hour bus ride. We watched Slapshot twice.
Sure. But I got to believe most golfers
I guess.
At some point in their life have watched Caddyshack.
Absolutely.
And, I mean, just the cast itself.
Oh, I know.
Rodney Dangerfield, right? I mean, you said enough, but Chevy Chase.
Bill Murray.
I mean, you got some unbelievable stars in there.
Ted Knight.
Yeah. Those would probably be near. Caddyshack is not my favorite. Obviously, I already stated that's Slapshot.
Yeah.
But I think if you're talking about required watching for a sport, I mean, there's obviously a couple. I don't want to steal them right now because I'm sure people will call in. There are obviously some baseball ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only one that really doesn't have one. That's not true. There's a couple of good football ones.
Oh yeah,
as well.
there's one.
Yeah,
that including
Sinbad.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to give
Kathy
it away.
Ireland.
If you're going to go Kathy Ireland, I'll go Lacey Underalls from Caddyshack. Yeah, that was what Necessary Roughness it was called.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Kevin. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, Slapshot was a very close one, but I'd go semi-pro. It's a little bit more my generation.
2008.
Yes, very local, Flint. So, I always thought Will Ferrell was very funny in that movie.
Yep. Flint Tropics.
Yes. Yeah. There's no corn dogs.
Yes. Jackie Moon, Love Me Sexy.
Yeah.
That's definitely a good one. 248-539-9797. All right, before your update, Chris Villar. What's the best sports comedy movie?
Oh, for me, it's Caddyshack.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh, really?
I grew up. I watched Caddyshack way younger than I probably should have, with my parents holding a blanket in front of my face on certain scenes. But the blanket had a couple of holes in it, so I grew up quickly. But
when Lacey Underalls showed up,
my mom thought she was being clever, and I'm like, oh yeah, good job.
There are some.
Question is the size of the hole.
Yeah. There are some great subtle lines in that movie too.
It's
like
just
one of my
classic.
favorite with the accent when the girl who plays Noonan's girlfriend. Biggest whore on Fifth Avenue. I'm told.
It's surprising, especially being from Cleveland.
I always try to. I know Major League's awesome, but it's.
Did you?
I don't know.
Did you know? I'm almost positive about this. The woman the girl who played Danny Noonan's girlfriend in Caddyshack was also the mayor's daughter in Animal House.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
How's that? All right. We'll take more of your phone calls, your texts. The best sports comedy movie of all time. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Bowl game season will resume today in downtown Detroit. The game above bowl will play at Ford Field later today, featuring the Toledo Rockets and the Pitt Panthers, as both teams were 7-5 this year to earn their bids. 2 o'clock is the official kickoff time in the D. After a couple of days off, the 13-2 Lions will be back to work in Allen Park today with the Monday date against the 49ers as their penultimate game of the regular season coming up. Head coach Dan Campbell, players, some of the position coaches, all set to give the latest information on the team this afternoon. Elsewhere in the league, the Chiefs clinching the number 1 seed in the AFC by beating the Steelers on Christmas Day, 29-10. Also, Lamar Jackson reminded everyone of his MVP candidacy. As heard on Westwood One, he's now the all-time quarterback leader in rush yards in NFL history, passing Michael Vick. 31-2 was the final score of that game. And Oakland basketball fell in OT for the second straight time, dropping a close one against Hawaii while in Honolulu, 73-70. They take 4th place in the Diamond Head Classic. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
248-538-97, 248-539-9797. Still ahead on the program. My power rankings replay? Never mind.
What?
My power rankings.
Yeah, your power rankings.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. But I said another word in there that I shouldn't have said.
It's okay. It's all right. It's the
I
holidays.
didn't get enough sleep. My damn dog.
You're all by yourself and you didn't get enough sleep
Yeah, because the dog kept digging.
in the carpet?
Yes.
Did he find what he was looking for?
No. Then he goes.
How's the carpet?
Then he goes behind the bed, and she goes behind the bed and digs some more and gets caught.
How
out
much
there.
room is behind the bed?
There's not that much. There's like nothing, and I put like pillows to block the path.
Yeah.
And and I have her on a leash so I can. It's
What's the scent back there?
just forgetting about the scent. It's just it happens downstairs too. Obviously, there's something wrong with her. All right. Besides having to live with me.
Yeah.
All right. We have some ticket texts here, some really good ones here on the best sports comedy movie of all time, because the reason we're talking about this is because Netflix, during the football games, dropped the trailer for Happy Gilmore 2. All right, here we go. Caddyshack, hands down. That's from Jody. That was mine.
Mm-hmm.
Slapshot, Major League, and Bull Durham. That's Cal from West Bloomfield. Bull Durham, I think more of a serious movie than a comedy, but it is a
At
comedy.
times, yeah.
But there are some great
Yes.
scenes in that. I mean, it was Robert Wall, the manager, when he goes and they discuss what they're going to get for a wedding gift.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Come on. Best sports comedy movie has to be Bad News Bears.
Okay. Yeah. If
The
you're
best sports
10.
comedy movie was the original The Longest Yard. Now, I think the original Longest Yard was better than the second one,
Oh, I'm all for the original. Yeah.
but I never looked at it, looking back, as really a comedy. The second one, when I saw it, I thought it tried to be a comedy.
Well, it was more of a comedy. I think there were still some funny parts
Oh,
in
yeah.
the original Longest Yard. Yeah.
He broke my effing neck. And when he goes to Bernadette Peters, does he ever do it standing up?
Yeah, some classics.
All right, here's some more on the ticket text. Naked Gun. The baseball game scene still makes me laugh. That Leslie Nielsen as the umpire is hilarious. Does one scene make it a sports movie, though? I don't know. It was pretty
It
good.
could be whatever you want it to
Yes,
be.
I know. Slapshot for me, just a classic.
Yeah.
Cool Runnings,
Yeah.
the Jamaican bobsled movie. Yep, John Candy. Major League. That's from Scott on his way to work. Talladega Nights or dodgeball?
Dodgeball. Yeah. I mean, that dodgeball is one that we didn't mention. Talladega Nights with Ricky Bobby.
Basketball was very underrated and very slapsticky funny.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore. That's the reason we're doing this. I'm surprised nothing yet from Waterboy.
Waterboy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bobby Boucher.
Gatorade. You'll live to play another day. That's my favorite character in there, Coach.
Bob, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, Bob.
Bob, you still there?
Oh, that's too bad. He's got a good one. I'm sure somebody else will call in with that one.
Bob is gone. Let's get rid of Bob. I don't know why he's still blinking. Anyway, Ed, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Nope, I think he hung up on Ed.
I didn't. I just hit it.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'll try this one.
Hold on.
Brent.
There you go.
You're a 97 on the ticket. What's up, Brent? All right, we're suddenly having a phone problem here.
Oh, here we go.
There
We
you
got
go.
somebody.
Brent,
yeah,
what's
Brent,
up?
you there?
Hey, yeah, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Merry Christmas to both of you.
Thank you.
You too.
Yeah, I just want to say I was leaning Bull Durham, and I know it's kind of drama too, but
Yeah, it's
Major
funny.
League is hard to beat. I mean, when Willie Mays Hayes wakes up in that bed, I mean,
Yeah.
and while I have you guys on the phone, I actually have a funny story about John.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you were quite the hooper back in the day.
I hope that's not the funny part.
No. Well, it's not really. I guess it's not funny, but we played you guys. I was a kid. My dad was the coach. We played you guys in a tournament, and you were tearing us up.
What was the school that your dad was a coach of?
Elmont High School.
Okay.
And you were killing it in the first half. But our point guard, who was much smaller than you, at halftime, he said, "Put me on him." And he shut you down in the second half.
Whoa.
Yeah, now you're talking hilarity. I don't remember that at all.
We won the tournament, buddy.
Wow.
I am so glad I get the chance to tell you about this because obviously my dad was the coach, so I'm very proud of what he did. We won the league that year; it was a big deal.
Yeah.
But
John had a chance.
Man.
John had a chance to play D1 basketball as well as what he did in football.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. He was very good. He was dunking on us. He was doing all kinds of stuff. But that second half, our point guard, Jason Powell, I'll give him a shout out. He kind of shut you down in the second half. We won the tourney.
Yeah,
Wow.
it led to my disdain for little people.
He was like 6'2". He wasn't little, but
Yeah.
Well, compared to
still little,
Big
yeah.
John.
all right. Well, anyway, back to your topic. I'm sorry I got off.
No,
That's all right, yeah.
That's okay. We thought John was going to have another career, because he was scheduled. He wanted to try out for the Motor City Cruise when they started, but he
I
just
didn't show.
He didn't
Yeah.
show up.
Yeah. It would have been interesting.
You were a lot heftier back then too.
I was.
And now you
yes,
probably,
yeah. Now I can run the floor.
That's true. All right, 248-539-9797.
Try Bob again.
I'm going to try Bob again. What's up, Bob?
Stoney, happy holidays.
Thank you.
So I agree with you, Stoney, and I still think Caddyshack holds up. And Slapshot is probably my favorite sports movie. I was born in '83, and I got a chance to meet the Hansons at a Viper game.
Oh.
Never even knew what Slapshot was, and I didn't appreciate it until later in life for obvious reasons for a lot of the jokes.
Right.
I still have a Polaroid of me and the Hanson brothers from when I was 7 years old.
Wow.
But my favorite sports movie besides those would have to be Kingpin. You got Bill Murray, you got Woody Harrelson,
Yes.
you got Randy Quaid, the Amish Bowler. My friends and I still say to each other, "You got Munson," whenever they do something stupid. I mean, it's become a quote in our daily, or not daily, but pretty much became a quote in our relationships throughout our years.
Now,
So,
speaking of bowling, you like that more than the Big Lebowski with that bowling deal?
I do like it more than Big Lebowski, but The Big Lebowski is a great movie.
Yes, it is.
I think the Kingpin is more about bowling, and The Big Lebowski is, you know what I mean? So when we're talking sports,
right?
I mean, they both hold.
I
but
get it.
When you're talking sports, I think Kingpin's superior.
Thanks for the call.
Yes.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
It's time to pay the rent.
Yeah. You mentioned Woody Harrelson. White Men Can't Jump is a pretty funny movie.
Yeah. That one wouldn't. It really doesn't.
It wouldn't crack my top 5,
Yeah.
10, but it was very
It was funny. Yeah.
Nolan, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Stoney Jansen, huge fans. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a bit of a younger generation. I'm born in '89, and by far the best sports movie growing up for me was The Sandlot. Just full of great quotes and a good baseball movie.
Great movie.
Oh, yeah.
Great movie that should be shown to kids
everywhere. Yes, I agree. Yes. Keep them away from the tobacco. Especially at an amusement park.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Thanks, Nolan.
Appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. I am looking forward to Happy Gilmore, too. I thought Happy Gilmore was really good. I didn't think it was as great as the movies that we've mentioned.
It certainly has. I mean, if you're a golfer,
yeah,
it like Caddyshack, I kind of feel like it's one of those where you see people do on the course some of the things, or at least try to do on the course some of the things that you see in Happy Gilmore.
You know what?
I would say the lines. I mean, when you're on the golf course, you hear them all the time.
Right. Would you consider Tin Cup a comedy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tin Cup would be up there.
I like Tin Cup.
You like him more than Happy Gilmore? I don't think I'd like him more than Happy Gilmore.
It's kind of close, but okay. Art, you're on 97 on the ticket.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, definitely putting in a vote for Happy Gilmore. I think it's a little bit of the nostalgia. When I was in middle school, my dad called and came and picked us up. I thought like a family member was sick in the hospital or something, but he just took me and my siblings to the movies, and we voted between Down Periscope or Happy Gilmore, and went and saw Happy Gilmore. And I don't think I've ever seen my dad laugh harder in my life when Chubbs Peterson gets his wooden hand knocked off and run over by the semi-truck. It's a classic.
Did you see the trailer yesterday for the new one?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm very excited.
Yeah. I mean, Happy Gilmore shows up, and then Shooter McGavin is at Chubbs' grave site. Yeah. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's incredible. And just the one-liners, too. I don't think I've seen a limo in the past 15 years without telling my wife, like, whoa, must be Burt Reynolds or something.
Yes. Is she sick of the line, or you just have to say it every time?
She absolutely hates it.
That's what makes it even funnier.
I know. And you know what's great? Thanks for the call, Art. How guys know lines from every movie and women don't know lines from anything.
No, I know. There'll be something that happens, whether it's a show or something that happens in life, and I'll say a line to a movie, and
right.
my wife looks at me cross-eyed like, what are you talking about?
Yes. Guys, we can converse with movie lines.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. 248-539-9797. Well, we'll call it the Power Surge Lite.
Okay.
Because I don't have as much power as you, and that's coming up next. 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And I can tell you it because they did it for me, and it's been a great relationship. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
248-539-9797. Hope everyone had a very Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. You got all the gifts you needed.
Yeah.
And if not, you go return them today, right? The mall should be
get what you
crowded
want.
today.
Yeah.
Or call your Amazon people and what do you drop them off, right? At
There are Amazon drop-off spots, but a lot of them you just take to, one of the, major delivery people or companies, and they'll return it for you.
Beautiful. We got 3 bowl games today, by the way. Of course, one at Ford Field.
Mm-hmm. Game above or beyond.
The TJ Lang Bowl, as we like to call it. The Game Above Sports Bowl. Pitt against Toledo. I don't know. I never know what to think of these bowl games. Who's playing, who's not.
You don't have any idea who is opted out, who's hit the portal, who's even available.
Mm-hmm.
I view all of these, and Michigan, Alabama in the same vein. It's a glorified spring game.
Right.
It's a little, not even a preview of next year, but it's a little bit of a preview for the upcoming season.
Yeah. And then that's at 2:00 at Ford Field. At 5:30 in Phoenix, it's the Rate Bowl.
Okay.
Kansas State against Rutgers.
Mm-hmm.
Big Ten, baby.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they've been there for a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
But the best player on Rutgers isn't playing. He's opting out. Kyle Monagi.
Yeah.
Monangi, whatever you pronounce it. But yeah, he's really good.
But that's the case across all of college. If you're not in the college football playoffs, that's going to be the story of your team, your school.
And then the second MAC team goes tonight. So we got MAC at Ford Field. We have MAC in Mobile, Alabama. We're at Bowling Green, coached by the great Scott Loeffler, taking on Arkansas State. We're familiar with them.
Yes, we are familiar with them. Yep. So it'll be interesting to see who's the coach of Arkansas State. Is that Butch?
Yeah, Butch Jones.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I knew there was a connection here locally.
Yeah, and isn't that where Zavada went before he came in?
Yes, he was that Arkansas State.
But by the way, that went under the radar a little bit. Great to see that he did not enter the draft.
Yeah, I mean, do kickers really go early?
Yeah, Jake Moody did.
Yeah, but he was a Groza winner.
Yeah, well, Zavada should have at least been a nominee.
Yeah,
he wasn't.
But yeah, great to see him back. Trust me,
yes.
I'd love to see him back.
Okay,
was he the MVP?
Yeah, he was.
What you going to ask?
Well, it's either him or Mason Graham, right? There's nobody else. Mullings, yeah, probably it could be considered, but those 3. I mean, Kenneth Graham played really well. I get it, but
yeah, but Mason Graham was certainly the MVP of defense.
Yeah,
and probably the entire season.
Right, but without Zavada.
Yeah, you talk about being able to kick from beyond 50. Like, in just, I think it was by this game 6 or 7, he had either tied or surpassed the career numbers of being able to hit from beyond 50.
Yeah, I know.
He had like 7 of them.
It was great. It was great to see. They certainly needed it.
Probably going to need it in the bowl game.
Probably. Who's going to be is Warren going to be the starting quarterback?
I believe so. Yeah.
Will you at least see Jaden Davis?
That's a Sharon Moore question.
Okay,
I have no idea.
Okay,
you might. Right. I think it all depends how the game goes.
All right. 248-539-9797. Obviously, yesterday was Christmas, and the day before was Christmas Eve, and my family is not in town. I have one daughter who's working at NFL Films. She did does the show. She works on the show. She works on Hard Knocks. She also works on a show called The Turning Point. And she sent me the Turning Point thing that she worked on this week, which was Devontae Smith's drop pass in the Eagles-Commanders game.
Ooh, every Lions fan was watching that one and couldn't believe that he dropped the pass.
That was the game.
Wide open.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So
it was the turning point.
Yes. And my wife and other daughter are in Florida.
Oh, okay.
So I am home with Sammy the deaf dog and Rosie she's so sweet, but she's a pain in the ass right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I didn't
Rosie the dog.
Yes, yeah. Rosie the dog. Yeah. I didn't get any sleep last night because she, for some reason, when something's bothering her and we don't know what it is because she's been to the vet recently, she digs
Yeah.
into the carpet, and she tries to like get behind furniture, and so that was during the evening. And where I work, I'm doing, where my desktop is,
Your office.
yeah, it's like there's obviously like under the desk, and she always tries to go in there, and she invariably will knock over something and unplug the audio or something. And I try to keep her out of that.
Is there a door?
No.
Doors work well.
No, there's no door.
Keeping doors and keeping dogs and kids out.
Yeah. Well, I thought about like just either me or the dogs just throwing them down the basement, but all they would do is bark and scratch at the door it would just drive me nuts. So anyway, I have the dogs. So Tuesday, after I left here, worked out here at the Planet Fitness facility here.
Got your swell on.
Yes, exactly. And so I was hungry. So I went to a great buffet at Tomatoes Pizza, 14 in Middleville. And after that, so I got home around, I don't know, I left there around 2:30.
Okay. Said goodbye to the owner?
Yep, said goodbye to Michael. And from then until I walked into the studio or the station today, I had no face-to-face communication / interaction with any human being.
Oh, it's just you and the dogs.
Me and the dogs.
And your thoughts?
I mean, I don't know if FaceTime with my daughter counts, but no.
No, that's a digital interaction. It's not a human-to-human contact.
Right. I didn't mind it, but because it was the holiday, I kind of said, God, you're a loser. And then, some people were saying, well, why didn't you like call this person or that person, see what they're doing? I said, I'm not inviting myself. Because to me, it would be like almost inviting yourself to a party or to somebody's, whether it's Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever.
Well, but okay.
I could have done that.
Yeah, but I don't know how close when somebody suggested, why don't you call this person? How close of a friend is this person?
Probably close enough.
Did they know that you were alone?
Probably not.
Okay, so you call up and you say I'm alone, or hey, you bring it up somehow that the wife and kids are gone. I guarantee you they would have said
I could have done that. Over. I'm not sure if he was even in town, but anyway, the bottom line is I spent over 40 hours without seeing another human being. Like for dinner, I DoorDashed Chinese food and had enough, so I had it for dinner last night too.
Yeah. Which sounds appropriate for Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just have to ask a question. Am I a loser?
This does not make you a loser.
Right. Besides anything else that I've done in my life, like expose my
drawers?
My Santa Claus drawers that I'm wearing right now.
Yes. So if you missed it, you hit the rewind on Twitch.
Well, you can't see anything.
Well, we did see your underwear.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't see it.
Oh no, it was right there.
Oh.
That's why I mean maybe you couldn't understand it because I was laughing.
Oh yeah.
But yes, you did expose your drawers.
Okay.
That's why you want to be on Twitch. You got to be able to see Stoney. Never miss a moment.
I guess it was on YouTube too. Huh? Well, sometimes that shows up later.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it makes you a loser at all. I think it makes you somewhat a victim of circumstances because, I mean, it's not like yesterday, Christmas Day. There was no place open for you to go for human interaction. Really, I mean, unless you're going to fill up at the gas station or
right.
Because no stores are open. Most restaurants, a vast majority of restaurants, no one is open.
Correct.
The only interaction that you could have had was, I mean, if you said you're walking the dogs.
Right, and I saw somebody in our neighborhood, and I waved. And
yeah, but they didn't stop to say hi.
No, I said,
Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, whatever I said. I don't remember. Happy holidays.
Something under your breath?
Yeah, no, I said, we waved.
Oh, okay. You mouthed the words.
Yes, we waved.
No, I don't think it makes you a loser.
Because all I did, so Tuesday night, I watched 2 episodes of Hard Knocks. I watched the Saturday Night Live Christmas special.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went to bed and got up yesterday and walked the dogs and hung out, started working on something and watched just football.
There's no go-to movie that you got? That when you are in the fortress of solitude, as we like to call it?
No.
No?
Not when there's sports on.
Right. Okay. Well, so yeah, you had live sports, but then, I guess, okay, the NBA was on last night, so you could watch it all to the wee hours.
I watched some of that too, yeah. And then the dogs started acting up and just drove me crazy.
Gonna have to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Or else your carpet's gonna be gone.
Oh, I know.
And along with your sanity. So when you woke up, what time did you get up yesterday morning?
Yesterday morning?
Because you didn't sleep till 1, right?
No. I think I got up.
There's nothing that you would want to watch. Like, okay, if Cindy and the girls aren't home, because a lot of times, like if Lisa's there, the kids are there, and I want to put on a John Wayne movie and watch it on the main TV. Most of the time, I get moans and groans. And so if nobody is home, it's going to be my go-to.
Well, that's why I try to catch up on stuff. Like I caught up on the Hard Knocks stuff. That's 2 hours basically of time. And the Saturday Night Live stuff, I can fast forward through the commercials.
Yeah, well, that's nice.
So other than that, no. I mean, I had other movies that I probably could watch again, but I was working on something, so I didn't do that.
No, I don't think it makes you a loser because, and like I said earlier, there's just nothing open. There's nothing for you to go to do. Right. And even Christmas Eve, most places close early on Christmas Eve.
Correct.
So unless you were able to meet the dasher at the door, that would be the only opportunity you would have for human interaction.
Our fine boss, Jimmy, goes with his family. It's a tradition for them every year. They go to Capitol Grill on Christmas Eve after they go to church.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? Sounds like a great idea. Maybe I'll go to the bar and have dinner there.
Is it more of a loser thing to sit at the bar alone on Christmas Eve than it would be to just stay home?
Well, Christmas Eve doesn't mean that much to me personally because I don't know. A lot of people think going any time of year, going to dinner by yourself or sitting at the bar, no matter how good or bad the restaurant is, whether it's a Coney or whether it's a Capitol Grill.
Yeah,
I've done Ocean Prime before a few times.
Solo
in the summer. Yeah, I enjoy that. You kibitz with the bartender, you have a really good meal, and you go home.
Yeah, well, that's the value of a good bartender. You don't feel like you're sitting alone.
Right. Well, so, I mean, I could have done that.
Or you could have.
But I was wearing a hoodie and sweats. I didn't feel like showering and getting, putting on decent clothes.
Again, the benefit of being home in the fortress of solitude.
That's true.
So, no. I mean, what you could have done is showed up at the bar and then put the guilt trip on Jimmy wouldn't have felt guilty. But you could have put the guilt trip on his wife, and she might have said, hey, why don't you join us at the table? And then Jimmy would have been, maybe he would have been guilted into actually paying for your dinner.
Yeah. No, I didn't even think about that. He'd be there. Tanya, no, bad idea.
Yeah.
He's gonna eat, and now my kids have to look at him eating, and he's a slob. No.
Come on, kids love Stoney.
Well,
every kid loves Stoney.
Yeah, he's like Uncle Buck.
Here's a quarter.
All right. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. We have a unique version of Dear John.
Yes, 902.
Dear Stoney,
Yes.
you loser. Dear Stoney, you loser, coming up at 902. All right, we have some ticket texts. Get a baby gate for that room for the dogs. No need to buy a door. We have a wooden, I wouldn't call it a gate, but like
barrier?
Yeah.
To keep them out?
Yeah, but then he would just sit there and bark and bark and bark, and I won't be able to get my work done. All right.
You know, a great solution might be the invisible fence. Leave them outside.
No, we tried with her with the invisible fence when we started, and she ran through it and didn't care.
You just got to turn that sucker up.
Nah, it's too late for her. She's 10.
Okay.
And she's a runner, too, so. All right. Heard you guys say that Stoney is wearing Christmas underwear. Are they the ones with mistletoe above the fly?
No, that's not what, unfortunately, I saw.
Movie theaters are open for Christmas, Stoney. That's Isaac from Oak Park. Yeah, that's a lot of people that I know.
On Christmas Day?
Oh, yeah. That's what Jews really do for Christmas.
Oh, they go to the movies?
Movies and Chinese food, yeah.
Oh, I had no idea that movies theaters were open.
Yes, so a lot of my friends, my out-of-town friends, and I was going to do this by myself because I've gone to movies by myself. To go see A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan movie.
Oh well, let's leave that one. There might be something in Dear John referring to this situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Cindy wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Too. So I decided not to go. Not a loser. I think alone time every once in a while is a nice reset, regardless if it's during the holidays or not. Deer rifle season is that time for me. Just me and the dogs, and it's great. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Yes. I agree. I think I don't know that I call it a reset, but just a mental health break.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a reset.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But how much mental health break is it if I'm watching games, I'm still like on the
because you're
phone?
doing exactly what you want to be doing.
That's true.
Uninterrupted.
That's true. Good point. You know,
and you can walk around the house however you want.
Yeah, and I'll do the vacuuming and all that kind of stuff before she comes home.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. When is that?
Sunday.
Okay, so you're going to also have Friday, tomorrow after the show, Saturday, all the way to Sunday night, all to yourself.
Yeah, I was thinking of, possibly going to the Red Wings game tomorrow night. We'll see. I don't know.
Okay.
See what's going on. I don't know. Anyway. All right. I do want to mention something I did see that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, what's that?
The Detroit News has this article. They do a podcast called the Detroit Red Wings, I think Octo Pulse or something like that podcast. Yep. And they were interviewing former Maple Leaf star Matt Sundin for some reason. And Sundin pointed out, I've never heard this before, and I don't think he's ever done it because it's in his book. That's why they had him on, Matt Sundin, Home and Away. He revealed for the first time that Nicholas Lidstrom recruited him to join the Red Wings for the 2008 season. That season is where they won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
But he opted to go back to Toronto because he played there his whole career, and he wanted to, even though he knew it was a long shot, to bring help. He was the captain there to bring them their first Stanley Cup since 1967, and him and Lidstrom obviously were teammates for Team Sweden in the Olympics and things like that.
Yeah.
Man. How cool would that have been to have Matt Sundin on that team? They still won, so it's not to say they needed him or anything like that. But wow!
Did he mention that it was a regret because he obviously went to Toronto and did not win?
No. He's a god in Toronto. And that's obviously part of the reason you play your whole career there. So
yeah.
He actually I'm not sure if he played for Quebec at one point. So he didn't play his whole career there. I was wrong. He might have actually ended up in Vancouver, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, just seeing that was pretty damn cool, if you ask me.
Uh-huh.
Also, we should mention Michigan, although it's not official yet, got themselves a pretty damn good running back from the portal.
That's what it sounds like.
Yes.
They've been very active in the portal. A lot of guys have decided to enter the portal from this past year's team. And they have been very active we talked about them having a thrower.
Yeah.
Mikey
Keene.
Yep. and now possibly somebody in the backfield. So
Justice Haynes is his name, I believe. From Alabama.
So it'll be interesting to see what next year's team looks like, because I mentioned the spring game and really what bowl games have become. It's kind of a preview of what to see next year. But when you have such a turnover, even the what you're going to see in this version of bowl games isn't even really what you're going to see in the spring games that do happen in April and in early May. It's really hard to know what you're looking at in these bowl games, because all of the transfers won't be available. The freshmen, even if they're early enrollees, can practice, but they can't play in the games.
Mm-hmm.
And so next year's teams across America are going to look vastly different next year.
Yeah. And Michigan State's got a ton of guys who they got through the portal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how good they are. I know they got a top-rated offensive lineman from Wake
The kid
Forest.
from Rice? I thought there was a kid from that was a kid going to Ohio State.
Yeah. Michigan could have used them because they're losing their whole offensive line. Not that it was that great anyway, but you know better than I do. They have obviously some really good young players, but they'll be young players.
Yes.
Not to mention they're two high-rated freshmen coming in to the offensive line.
Yeah, it's going to be a young O-line next year.
Yes. All right. Should I be nervous here?
No, I don't think so. You just have to be you. And so there's a couple that are, and they'll be obvious when we're talking about situations that may involve you. There's other ones that I just want to get your take on because you are experienced.
Another polite wife saying I'm old. Thank you very much.
No, you're wise. And you have a lot of life experience, so I think these will be interesting, fun, and insightful.
Okay. Yes. Dear John /Stoney coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. A pair of blowouts in the NFL on Christmas Day. The Chiefs won by 19 in Pittsburgh. The Ravens dominated the Texans by 29 in Houston. Meanwhile, LeBron wanted to remind people of where their attention should be on the holiday. Yeah, the NBA did live up to the hype as he and Steph went back and forth in San Francisco. LA beat the Warriors 115-113. Also, it was the Suns over the Nuggets. Philly beat Boston. Dallas fell to Minnesota. It was the Knicks 117, the Spurs 114, all close games in the league. After a 19th straight year of not playing on Christmas, the Pistons will be back on the floor tonight to continue their road trip out west. They'll have a late-night clash against Sacramento at 10 p.m. after winning both of their first two games in Phoenix and Los Angeles. And after wearing his amazing family sweaters for social media, Dan Campbell will speak later this afternoon following the holiday as the Lions will attempt to get to 14 victories on Monday. They're going to be prepping for the 49ers, their fifth primetime game of the season, and possibly sixth next week when they play the Vikings, depending on how it's scheduled. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so not the normal cast of characters here, so we're going to put a little spin on this one. We get a lot of questions, and a lot of people know my family situation. They know my stage of life. They also, like to ask advice. It's what this segment is about.
Okay.
So instead of me answering these, I'm going to go to the wise one, the godfather of radio. He must have a lot of wise things to say because he's lived a very full life. And so, Stoney, I am going to ask you these questions, and we'll start with this first one. This comes from a dad in Monroe. My daughter is a few years removed from college, and she has to bring her new boyfriend home for the holidays. She's always made good decisions, dated some nice guys, nothing's worked out. The moment this guy walked through the door, however, I didn't like him. How do I let her know that I don't approve without creating separation between myself and my daughter?
Well, I wish I would have known. I wish I know what about this person he didn't like. Like, did he, for some reason?
Well, maybe it's just his personality. Maybe it's the way
Well,
he looks.
He said from the moment he walked into the door.
Right, yeah.
So I'm
obviously,
saying,
yeah.
maybe you don't like tattoos. Maybe he was tatted up. Maybe he had
Could be.
piercings. I have no idea.
Right, but the point is he doesn't like this individual, and it's different from the other individuals that she has brought home before.
Right.
How does he handle this situation?
I think he just has to suck it up.
Not say anything.
Not say anything. Let it develop. Maybe he'll grow to like the guy. And if it gets to a point where you're talking like, lifetime commitment and there's things that he really doesn't like about the guy, his values, the way he treats his daughter,
Sure.
then you speak up.
Might be
But-
too late at that point.
Well,
Then she might say, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?"
I think you have to, at least in the early stages, as you would say, John, let it
play out.
Yes. Because you don't want to interject any preconceived notions. Maybe he treats it because it's all
about how he treats your daughter.
Correct.
If he treats her appropriately, it doesn't
Right.
matter if you like him or not.
right. Exactly.
Might make holidays and getting together a little bit more difficult if you have a disdain for this individual.
Yes, it might.
She'll eventually pick up on it. I mean,
Right.
they're very perceptive of Dad's
yes.
reactions.
I know. So just let it
play out.
Let it play out.
All right.
I think it's too early unless, all of a sudden you do some research on the guy and you say, hey, he was a convict, or something like,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the next one. Your significant other says they want to lose weight in the new year. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions,
Yeah.
right? You ask what they want for Christmas, and the number one gift is weight loss equipment, but a scale. I don't think it's a good gift or sends the right message, but they keep dropping hints about this scale. Should I get my partner a scale for Christmas? And this is signed Heavy in Holland.
Well, heavy. If that's what she asked for, you get her the scale.
Really?
Yes. Because it's nothing. Now, it'd be different if you just did it on your own.
Right. Oh,
But if
sure,
she
it would be
says-
different. Yeah, here's the scale for Christmas. Here's a hint.
Right. But if she is the one suggesting that she needs to lose weight,
Yeah.
and she would love a scale to help her every day.
in her
Yes,
progress.
Absolutely.
That feels like a trap.
Yeah, it totally feels like a trap.
Well, then maybe you get her something else with it on top of the scale.
It was funny. We were discussing this. The girls and I were playing a game last night at the table, and as these were coming in to the email, I said, "How about this one for Stoney?" And all of the girls said, "Hell no, do not do that. Even if she asked for it, do not." And then Jack was sitting next to me and said the same thing you said. She asked for it.
Right. Exactly. And you're sitting there going, wait a second. She asked for it. You get
Yeah.
it for her. And if she gets insulted, say, I just gave you what you wanted.
What if she wanted a new washer and dryer for Christmas?
Well, if
you're
you
going to get her a washer and
if,
dryer?
if you can afford it, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, come on.
If you can afford it, you know.
Sure.
What's the cliche saying? Happy wife, happy life? You ask for a scale, I'm getting you a scale. What would be better?
Paul, I think you're aligned with me on this one. No way.
Well, what do you want to get? It's
You could say, hey, when the new year comes around, we'll make the appropriate investment, and what you need we'll make available.
Oh, here's a gift certificate to Weight Watchers. How about that? Do you like that better?
Stoney, though, you're falling for the trap. This is like if your wife or girlfriend said, "Oh, we could really use some pots and pans," so you're like, "Well, I got you some pots and pans."
That's what you asked for.
Yeah. Well, you can get something else with it, like maybe a piece of jewelry, a box of jewelry, scotch tape to the sale.
Smaller clothes?
No.
There, maybe you can fit into these by June.
No. A pair of earrings in a box on top of the scale.
Yes, lessen the blow just a little bit.
Anybody that would ask for a scale wants a scale.
Could be. All right, number 3. I've been dating this girl for a month. It's been fun, but nothing special, and I don't feel like I see a future with her. It's only been a month. Is it okay to send her a breakup text?
No. You don't send a breakup text. Be a man and say, it's not you, it's me. But the old guy.
You can't come up with anything new.
You know,
I was invited to NASA.
Yeah.
It's not you. It's me.
It's not you, it's me. But you tell her to her face. None of this text stuff. Be a man and use the cowardly line, but, be a man about it.
It's not you. You're great.
Yeah.
I think it's not you. It's me.
I'm just not attracted.
I'm
a committophobic.
I'm a committophobic.
Yeah.
All right, number 4. These might hit a little closer to home.
Oh, boy.
My family doesn't celebrate Christmas, but we take the time to spend the day together, and I cherish this opportunity. This year, the rest of my family left for a sunny, warm destination.
Yeah.
But I couldn't go because I had to work. Mm-hmm. My family knew it, and they still left me at home. How do I let my wife know it hurt my feelings? And this is signed Max in Detroit.
Max in Michigan?
Max in Michigan.
Well,
I mean, what's the communication got to be? I mean, it's...
Well, if you if you feel that your feelings are hurt, and you know that your feelings are hurt before,
yeah,
and me and our daughter are gonna go, somewhere warm.
Yeah.
For these amount of days.
Yes. We're not gonna wait for you. We're just gonna leave you at home.
If I was hurt, I would say, I want to spend the holidays with you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to light that menorah with you.
Yeah.
And in my case,
but you'd be straightforward with her, right?
Yes.
It would just have to be, hey, here's how I feel about you.
Yeah.
Leaving me home alone for 40 hours.
Right. And she would say, well, I need a break from you for a little bit. But, in my case, they are coming. I didn't even think they should do this because it cuts down on their time. They're coming back Saturday for Sunday because
your birthday.
It's my birthday. I said, I don't need. If you want to be in Florida for my birthday,
certainly they want to be home.
I know they do. I know they do, but I don't care about. If it was last year, 65's 66. What's the big deal?
That's double number. I'm a big fan of 77. 66, 55.
All right.
Hey, for whatever reason, the double number kind of matters.
66. All right, yeah. So give me a Mario Lemieux jersey.
There you go.
I mean, right?
Yeah. All right, last one.
Yes.
My wife is out of town and a new movie debuted that I really want to see.
Mm-hmm.
My wife asked me to wait so that we could go together. We live a busy life, and I don't know when that's going to be. Should I go and then just lie when she eventually comes around to going together? Or should I wait and go with her?
How does
Signed Max in Michigan.
Michigan? I would say, how does it feel to be on your own? Yeah, I wanted to see the Dylan movie, but she kind of does too. I did mention it to her last night. She goes, well, if you really want to go see it.
Yeah.
I said, you know what? Because I'm not a huge problem.
Yeah.
But
is there anything that you would do that your wife says, no, we need to do, I would like to do this together, that you would just say, you know what? She'll never know if I go. And you go, and then when you eventually go together, just play it off like this is a new experience for you.
I am the world's worst liar. I don't lie.
Because, at least well.
Well, I don't lie because I know I'm bad at it. No, I mean, if she,
No.
it's no, it's like it's a
I
movie.
can't wait.
It's
Yeah.
a movie. I mean,
Right.
it's still gonna be
Not that
there.
big of a deal.
Right. Now, if it was like a live concert, she goes, well, I can't go, so you can't go. You're not going either.
Yeah.
You know where you can stick that, babe.
Screw you, I'm going.
Yeah, well, because she's not here. What am I supposed to do? I can't wait for her for something that won't exist when she comes back. A movie, no big deal. By the way, I heard the movie's really good. One of my friends says it's a little bit too long, but Timothy Chalamet is awesome.
Oh, does he do the actual vocals, or do they?
Yes,
does he?
I think he does sing a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just lip sync.
correct.
Okay.
Well, they might lip sync in the movies because I think they do. I don't know how they do it.
Because it was it the Johnny Cash one that was it Joaquin Phoenix?
Yeah.
And he sang.
You sing, but a lot of times when the movies you're just lip and they're putting in you. It's your music, it's your voice and all that, but they sync it up better. That's all for technical reasons. But no, it's supposedly he's really, really good.
All right. Well, we'll take your reactions to Dear John, 248-539-9797. You could text them in, give us a call. And that was Dear John, the Stony version. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, we have some ticket texts, and we'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Your reaction to Dear John.
The Stony version.
The Stony version this Thursday. I like John's version better. That's from Max in Michigan. All right. I took off a day of work and went and saw Avengers Endgame without her earlier in the morning, and she still does not know it to this day.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about a movie, right? Is you could go, and then, I mean, I don't think that one would be hard. First of all, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
But I don't think it would be hard to deceive.
Correct.
In regards to, I haven't seen it yet.
Right. You want to break up with her, buy her that scale. That's from Matt in Ireland.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. On Twitch, it says, she asked for it, but getting it for her and agreeing that she might need to lose is agreeing that she might need to lose a few pounds. Like when a woman asks if she looks fat in these jeans,
right.
She might look it, but you still say no.
Well, no, you say no, but she's the one who.
That's a setup.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. That's 100% a setup.
All right.
It's not, you can't do a scale for Christmas.
But you do it and say, here's what you wanted, honey.
And you just fell for it.
Yeah. I don't know. All right.
That's what you asked for. Why are you mad at me?
Exactly. My wife asked for a vacuum, so I bought a vacuum. Right.
Uh-huh.
You get what they ask for.
Okay.
Okay. It's one thing if you're getting her scale, she didn't ask for it.
Right. Yes,
I mean, that's a good, you're sleeping with the dogs. You're done. You got to go see.
You're digging dog.
Yeah, damn right.
Digging a hole for you.
No way in hell I buy that scale. I get her a gift card to the store and tell her it was out of stock.
Yes. A store that actually might sell something else.
Yeah.
And so you could say, if you want to, you can.
All right, let me ask you this. What's worse, getting her a scale that she asked for, or getting your wife or your girlfriend a gift card for Christmas?
I think the scale is worse, but I think the gift card it just shows that you have no effort. You put absolutely zero effort into it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, the gift card, no. Unless there was a unique, and I'm not even sure I could think of one. Maybe you're going on a trip, and there is something unique to that trip, a store that she could shop at that you're unfamiliar with.
Right.
Maybe that would be a situation, but no. Gift cards for the significant other is
no. You might as well just give her cash,
right?
Which is something you don't do.
Yeah, and in that regard, cash is not king.
No, not at all. 248-539-9797. What is king usually is the National Football League, and it'll be interesting to see the ratings when they come out after yesterday with the two snooze fests. The Pittsburgh-Kansas City game was interesting for a while. At 29-10 was the final, and then the Ravens beat the Texans 31-2.
Yeah.
The only points the Texans scored were a safety when Derrick Henry, of all people, was tackled in the end zone because they ran the play wide, which is
right.
You're in your own end zone.
Yeah,
you go straight ahead, right?
Especially with Derrick Henry.
Yes.
Like, nobody's going to, you get him a full head of steam going downhill. You don't want to go side to side with him in that situation.
Right. Off the top of my head, by the way, and Paul, you can help out here. You've had so many, and not so many, but the amount of running backs who have switched teams that have just made unbelievable differences in their team. Derrick Henry for one, Saquon Barkley for two, Josh Jacobs for three, Mixon a little bit, but
Oh no, he's been good for the Texans.
He's been very good, and I'm sure I'm missing a couple as well. But look, I know
the resurgence of the run game has been impressive.
I shouldn't ask you because I know what the answer is. But has this been good for football?
Well, look at the best teams. And, I mean, Josh Allen and their rushing attack against the Lions was good.
Yeah, it's like a three-headed monster almost.
Right, yeah, but it's spearheaded by Josh Allen. When you look at some of these other teams, like Philly, we saw their demise last year. And part of it was because they were so one-dimensional, and Jalen Hurts hadn't been the athlete or the quarterback that he was in the previous season.
Right. Most of it was their defense, which is completely.
Yeah, but if you have defensive struggles, what do we talk about the Lions? When everybody's
Right.
banged up,
I know.
Hey, you run the ball.
Right, exactly. So yes, the Lions have a great running attack. The Eagles, Aaron Jones has been
good.
He's
Yeah.
been great, but
Yeah.
he's been damn good. And we talked about the Ravens, the Packers. I mean, as good as Kupp and Nakua are when they're healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyron Williams is pretty damn good too.
Yep, he's been good.
Part of San Francisco's demise is the injuries to McCaffrey and even the backup Mason.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like, hey, McCaffrey went down. Now, Mason didn't do everything McCaffrey does,
No.
but in terms of running the ball, he was still very effective.
Yeah.
Did you have any issues streaming it?
None.
That was the big question going into Christmas Day.
Yes.
Was everybody going to be sitting there waiting and watching the little wheel spin?
I thought, especially the first game, the picture was just bright. It was vibrant.
Right.
It looked to me even almost better than regular network television.
So in contrast, obviously the concerns were raised at the Tyson Paul fight, and there was just a report that came out. There's a website, Down Detector, that tracks complaints to streaming companies, and it's at a site that does this, showed that complaints peaked as the first game was kicking off, but then trailed off between 30 minutes before kickoff of that first game and halftime of the second game. Down Detector is the name of the company, received about 6,000 reports from Netflix subscribers. The site received before the Tyson Paul fight 530,000.
Oh, yeah.
So it was, all in all, I think it was a huge success for Netflix.
I read their biggest problem that they had early on was on their pregame with Kay Adams, I think her name is. Her microphone wasn't working, or you couldn't hear the audio or whatever.
Oh, I didn't watch the pregame.
But me neither. I thought Nate Burleson did a nice job.
Sure, he's always done a really nice job. We saw him on the Nickelodeon broadcast a couple of times, and we've seen him sitting at the desk. But I thought he did a good job as well.
See, I know you hate the NBA, but I should have had you watch one part of the NBA for Teddy. ESPN 2 had.
Did they do a simulcast?
Yeah, but it was with like Disney characters, and they were moving, completely with the exact same time as Brunson. They had, the cartoon version, and they always had a card like. I don't even know who the announcer was. He goes, Brunson with the ball, gets it to Donald, and then like Donald Duck was on the team. But they always had like a character on one team, and it was really well done. I couldn't watch it for more than 30 seconds, but but I might
it was well done. You just couldn't watch it.
Well, because
that's the problem with some of those, and I think it was the problem with the Simpsons one is you couldn't watch it for more than 15 or 20 seconds. It's almost unwatchable.
Yeah. But I was thinking like Teddy, or if you had a young kid out there, if you even bothered to put it on.
I can't imagine in an actual NBA game someone saying Donald's really hot from deep.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and the other team like had Goofy, and they would. Yeah. Because I think you had to have.
That might have actually made it more watchable for me.
Not yesterday. Yesterday, the NBA shined, and unfortunately, it doesn't happen all the time. That's the biggest problem. And, look, we talked earlier about the problem with the league where.
The association.
Yeah, every team, yesterday, took so many freaking threes.
Right, yeah. I mean, you went down the list, and I think
77, 75, 89, 87, 65 was the lowest.
Yeah. To me, it becomes unwatchable. And I know offense is what dominates all sports. Like everybody wants to see more points. Everybody wants to see more offense. They're scoring more points, but it feels like it's much less offense.
Is it as much as I don't like it either. Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate for a second. Would you rather see what's going on now, or see a guys driving in the lane, getting fouled, and this constant, parade to the free throw line, which to me is worse. I mean, there's nothing more boring in sports pretty much than watching guys shoot free throws.
Yeah, but I it's the physicality, and there's a reason there's a limit in fouls. Like eventually, you either don't foul and you don't see the free throws,
right?
Or They find you're not allowed to play anymore.
Right. And then then certain teams in years gone by, and actually they did it on Jalen Duren on the game that the Pistons won here, I believe it was. No, I forget. Anyway, one of the recent games, they fouled Jalen Duren on purpose because he's not a great foul, and he made both, and they stopped doing it.
Yeah.
That was, I think, the Phoenix game.
Well, it's just like, hey, I know you can't do the shift in baseball anymore, but you put the shift on and then somebody hits it the other way,
right?
And you're like, okay, well, we guess we can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's. So the question is, what does the NBA do to make it more watchable on a regular basis, right? And it's not just a Christmas Day, right? You get some great matchups, and it's one day. The rest of the time, it is, in my opinion, unwatchable unless the Pistons are playing. And quite honestly, for the past 6-7 years, they have been unwatchable.
Right, and you're a guy who played basketball in high school. You're a big basketball guy, and it's a different sport. I mean, and it's not people are saying, "Oh, you're just old guy." No, it's nothing to do with being an old guy. I still watch, but there needs to be a little bit more defense, and then the players. I don't necessarily think the old days were better. I think the old style, not the go-to-work Pistons, like the Bad Boys Pistons had both.
Nobody wants to watch 65 points as a high score.
Right. But, now, the players today, like the one game I went to earlier this year, where I sat like second row between the Milwaukee bench and the scorer's table. You don't realize how big and fast these guys are.
Oh, sure.
I mean, if Giannis constructed the way he's built now, played in the bad boy era, they try to knock him down. But you really think Rick Mahorn, with his body, who looks skinny compared to some of these guys now, could stop Giannis? No. Now, granted, he probably would be more bulked up as well.
Sure. But you'd train different. I mean,
the players are so freaking good. The problem is
their talent's there, but it's just not a talent that's attractive.
They're taking away a lot of their talents by making it such a perimeter game.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. All right, Lions, Niners. They get the Vikings after that. Lions right now have a record of 13-2.
Mm-hmm.
We want you to let us know what you think their final regular season record will be.
Call your shot.
97 won the ticket.
248-539-9797. We hope everybody had a great Christmas yesterday, a happy Hanukkah. A holiday season rolls right along, and obviously a few days away from New Year's Eve, college football bowl games. There are 3 of them today. Obviously, the game above is it game above, right? Got that right? I always get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Is today at 2:30 down at Ford Field. And we want to ask the question. Right now, the Detroit Lions are 13-2. Most wins in a regular season in franchise history. They're doing a lot of firsts for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And you proclaimed earlier already 14-2 in when we were doing the power rankings. So I'm wondering if you got the crystal ball that you're looking into as they play San Francisco on Monday night. But I think this team ends up 15-2, and they ultimately earn the 1 seed. I think that against San Francisco is beat up, and they're not a team or a franchise that I think is going to cash it in like. And I don't necessarily know that the Bears did, but it felt like there were times where it just, they kind of threw their hands up and said, it's just not going our way this year. And they didn't do anything to reverse course. San Francisco, on the other hand, I think they're going to look at this. They're already eliminated from the playoffs as a chance to spoil what the Lions have going. But the Lions have addressed a number of different issues this year. They have been able to get over all of the hurdles. Except for the Bills and Tampa hurdles. But I think ultimately they go out to San Francisco, they play Monday night, and this is a game, it's going to be a little bit closer than most people will feel comfortable with, just because of the offensive mind that Kyle Shanahan is. I think he's still going to be able to generate some offense, that the Lions come away with a win. And then obviously playing at home against Sam Darnold, the Minnesota Vikings, to seal the deal for the 1 seed, I think I'd put my faith in Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, and the coaching staff to come up with a game plan for one game that's able to win the division and secure the 1 seed.
Okay. I'm going 14-3.
Okay. Who do they lose to?
I'm banking on the Green Bay Packers beating Minnesota, the Lions beating San Francisco, and as long as there's no tie, and they lose to the Vikings because they don't want to have to win.
Yeah.
But I'm not talking about them sitting some play. But actually, that's right. If they win the division, if that scenario happens, they win the division.
If Green Bay beats Minnesota
and the Lions win, it's done.
Yeah, because if they end up losing that game, they tie with the record and they win the tiebreaker.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm counting on.
Okay.
And I'm counting on the Lions.
So the last game becomes irrelevant.
Yes. And the Vikings are going to be playing for seeding.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as they end up with the 1 seed, I really don't care how it happens.
Exactly.
And so there's
Philly's
ultimate
done.
importance.
Philly ain't winning the 1 seed, so they're done.
No, they're done. And you mentioned it earlier. I don't know. I haven't seen, and they actually have it right on now. Jalen Hurts did not practice on Wednesday because of the finger on his left hand as well as the concussion.
Concussion is the main reason.
Yes. He might not clear protocol.
And I believe that former Eagle Shady McCoy on some show or podcast basically said he wasn't playing. Like, it made it sound like he knew. So,
yeah.
That'll be interesting, the Kenny Pickett experience. He wasn't that horrible, actually.
No, he was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. Yeah, but it wasn't.
I know.
He put the ball in the hands of Devontae Smith when he needed to, and they should have won that game.
Yeah, he got a little He got a little dinged up too. They had to put in your guy.
Kenny Pickett?
Yeah. He went out for a little bit and
I must not have been watching yet.
Yeah, it was no big deal. I think the third stringer came in for like 1 or 2.
Who's my guy?
I think it was Tanner McKee. I think.
Oh, from Stanford.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the tall quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think he came in. That's what I read. I wasn't watching. I was watching
our game.
The Lions. Yes. Mm-hmm. Gary, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys, great show. Before I tell you the record, I just got a message for John, and that is that Thanksgiving Day morning I was late getting up, I went out, saw the neighbor unlocking his gate. I said to myself, well, I'm not going to walk all the way to the back. I went to the front, and I've been hunting a 10 and a 12-point, and the beautiful 8-point, big, wide one came hobbling by, and I dropped him with a neck shot. And
Nice.
the other thing is that I think the Lions are going to be 14 wins. And the reason I say that is because the team has a tendency to take on the personality of their coach. If the coach is kind of a so-so loser, so are the teams. And Dan Campbell is not a loser. He's a winner. And that's what I have to say, guys. Great show.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So if you have them winning 14 games, they're losing one of the next two. Which one are they losing?
Oh, no, excuse me. No, they're winning out.
Oh,
I
okay.
said it
Okay,
wrong.
so you're 15-2 guy.
Yeah, just like you, John. Just like you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, nice,
like I said,
nice job on the buck.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, Hunter's obligation. You see him hobbling, and even though I had my goal set on a certain buck, I just thought it was my duty to take him. And he turned out to be beautiful. He was 17 inches inside spread.
Nice.
So he was a nice 8-point.
Did you?
done.
Anyways, you guys, great show, and thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, thanks for
He
the
did
call.
the humane thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask him if he, cooked it, had venison.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Yeah.
Venison's awesome. John, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, great show. Stoney, miss you, man, on the mornings, even though you chewed me out the last time. We talked about the sign-stealing saga, but I still love you anyway, buddy.
Okay. Refresh my memory.
Well, I wanted, everybody to know that I didn't believe that that Harbaugh was guilty. You said that I was naive. We kind of got in a little bit of an argument.
That's okay.
But, I'm Michigan blue, Michigan blue through and through, buddy. Can't help it.
I get it. That's all right. We still don't know whether either one of us are actually accurate or not. So, and we probably won't.
That's true. But anyway, the Lions are going to finish 15-2. They're going to win out. I'm on John's side on that one. I think their momentum, they're getting stronger every day. Anzalone's supposed to be back soon, so I think they're going to be 15-2. And on a side note, guys, the best comedy sports movie ever is The Replacements. Keanu Reeves.
We mentioned that off the air.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
That's the one that had the. Did that have the cameo from Lawrence Taylor?
Yes, it did. Yes. But in getting back to the 15-2, 14-3, or 13-4, which I don't really think anybody think that's going to happen.
No.
But it's one of the scenarios that's on the table. I just, unlike you, I don't believe that the Packers are going to beat the Vikings. The Vikings just seem to be that team that, and I kind of hope that they don't. I want the Vikings, because the Eagles have dropped off, to keep pushing the Lions to play their best every single week. I don't want at that last game, and I know it would be of value health-wise to be able to sit your starters, but if you have the number 1 seed, you're going to get that bye week. That's going to be plenty of time for these guys to rest up.
It's not even sitting your starters. Even if you play your starters, but look, there is a possibility they would lose that game at home. Okay, the only 2 games they've lost this year have been at home.
Yes.
So there is a possibility that they would lose. Then all of a sudden you're the 5 seed. You have no rest. Getting the 1 seed is so. And the most important thing to me is the week off.
Mm-hmm.
And whether they decide to play the regulars for a whole game, a half, whatever. That's, to me, the most important thing in them getting the 1 seed.
Yep.
Besides having home field advantage the whole way. It's this team, they haven't had a bye since week 4.
No, I know.
Week 5. They need the rest.
They need the bye. There's no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that there's great value in if the Vikings and the Eagles weren't pushing them as hard, would we be watching a team as good as they are right now? And the answer might be yes.
Yes.
But I also think there's great value in it. You never are allowed to let your guard down. You're never allowed to go out there without playing your best. And have we seen them not play their best? Sure. We saw them not play their best at times against Buffalo. We saw them not play their best against Houston.
Right.
They came out of a win in one and not in the other. But I think there's great value in being pushed and never letting your guard down. And then you could take that week to rest. Because if you win out, you're going to get that number 1 seed no matter what else anybody else does. And then you hit the ground running in that what would be the first round for the Detroit Lions. Instead of having a game where you don't play as good because the starters are only in for a little bit, the mental edge is not there, and then you have a bye week, and then you got to come back playing your best ball. Now, Dan Campbell, hey, he might be of the mindset or have that mindset, like one of the callers just said, your team's going to reflect your coach.
Right.
And maybe it won't affect him. I don't know.
248-539-9797. We'll put this puppy to pasture coming up next. And Gator, Aloni is next.
Yes, he is. The baloney.
Yeah.
Baloney.
Well, you know that the Aloni, because Wojo would come in late all the time, so the first hour of the show would be Stoney Aloni.
Oh, okay.
What they
I
would
did
say.
not know that.
Yes, indeed. See, you learn something new. Somewhat every day. 97 won the ticket. We have some ticket text. Josiah from Lake Orion says, the Lions will finish 15-2. We will get some guys back off of injury. And Jared Goff is more clutch than Sam Darnold in close, tight games. Well, I don't know Sam Darnold's complete history, but he's been pretty damn good in close, tight games this year.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I just think that for whatever reason, the Vikings just won't go away. And I just don't see them losing to the Packers and quote unquote making it easier on the Lions.
I mean, the Packers are playing great football right now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but the Vikings just seem like they're that team that's just,
I know.
they're just not going to lose. They find a way to win. They couldn't obviously against the Lions. And who was their other loss to? Was it NFC? Oh, was it
the Rams? I think was it
the Rams or was it Tampa?
No, Philly lost to Tampa.
Philly lost to Tampa. Yeah. No, I don't remember who it was. But yeah, they're just that team that just simply. They just won't go away. Oh, it was the Rams. It was back-to-back. Lions, and that was the Honolulu flu that got them.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for them, if they play the Lions last game of the season, I mean, then they lose.
Out the first round.
Out in the first round, exactly.
That'd be okay, too.
Yes. By the way, did you see this story? I mean, Schefter had it yesterday that Pete Carroll wants to coach the Chicago Bears. Great, so do I. Come on, really? I mean, I don't want to play ageist. I know Belichick still thinks he can coach in the NFL. He's now in college. By the way, that wouldn't surprise me if he coaches 1 year and goes back to the NFL and has his kid, because his kid's going to
hand the reins over to his son as
the
the head coach.
buyout's only $1 million. I mean, whatever. Look, Pete Carroll is going to be, 74, I think? And while he is a youthful 74, so to speak, I mean, I don't know if he has 24-year-old girlfriends like Belichick, but...
Is it technically only 73? He'll be 74 before the season starts.
Okay. So, I mean, the way he coaches and the way he interacts with his players, he definitely is more enthusiastic, so to speak, than Belichick. I don't know. The Bears, they need a brilliant offensive mind when you have a quarterback like that who needs proper tutorship. Now, you can sit there and say, well, you get a defensive coach as long as you get the right offensive coordinator. I mean, the Lions have a great offensive coordinator.
Well, I mean,
who's also supposedly going to be interviewing for the Bears job.
Well, I mean, given the choice between the two, the Bears, unless who knows what they'll do. That seems to me to be a no-brainer. If Ben Johnson decides, yeah, I'm okay to leave no matter what happens at the end of this year, I'm ready to leave and lead my own team. If he interviews for the Bears job and Pete Carroll interviews for the Bears job, there's not even a competition. The Bears would have to go with Ben Johnson.
You would think so, but there is something said. They went for a guy who was never a head coach the last time and had no success. I mean, their previous head coaches, like Lovie Smith, took him to the Super Bowl, didn't he? Then Lovie wasn't like Lovie Smith. They lost to Tony Dungy, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And they fired him.
Yeah.
And who was after Lovie? I don't remember.
Well, who's the coordinator for the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs?
Matt Nagy. Yeah,
Nagy.
That didn't work, and that was a first-time head coach.
Right.
So maybe the Bears said this. Wait a second, we're much better off getting somebody who's been.
Yeah, but Nagy was coming from. Didn't he come from the Chiefs, and he was coaching the Mahomes.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's different. Even though I love Jared Goff, what he has done to develop Jared Goff to where he is now, I think it's much more reliant on play calling and the offense versus it just being Patrick Mahomes can go out there and do anything.
I think the guy before Nagy was the Canadian Football League guy that was like a QB coach.
Oh, Trestman? Mark Trestman?
Something like that. He was after Lovie Smith.
He was a Lions assistant like during the Scott Mitchell years. Or at least for
I want to say, was John Fox the coach of the Bears?
Yes.
At some point after Lovie Smith, too?
Yeah, John Fox was a coach of the Bears. Yeah, exactly. I think Trestman was even before Lovie Smith, though.
Bears coaching history is probably not the top of my
George
list.
Hallis, Mike Ditka.
Ditka. Yeah, but I mean, so it's at least nice to know that there are other people that might want that job.
Yes,
and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people, but qualified candidates because, and again, if Ben Johnson wants it, I think he gets it.
I do too.
And so
but I don't know. You would think so.
How much of the reports do you believe that Ben Johnson has shown interest or has spoken of interest?
Well, I think he's talked, that he has a burning desire to be a head coach.
Right.
Whether it's going to be Chicago. Now, that organization is somewhat dysfunctional at times.
You think?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue even, with all the good moves that they made with getting all the draft choices and things like that, which was really good. Would you have taken Odunze where they took him, or would you have taken like an offensive lineman to help Williams even more? I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, I thought Odunze was a top 10 pick.
Okay,
and so he went at 9.
Yeah.
I don't really have an issue with that. The issue I had with what the Bears were doing is they had created all this draft capital. They were getting who they thought was going to be their franchise quarterback. But they didn't make a change of coach last year.
Right.
They stayed with Nagy. That was their big issue.
Right. I still think Caleb Williams is going to be really good.
I think he's going to be good.
Yeah. By the way, I was reading during the break, Amon Ross St. Brown's podcast.
Oh, the JMO edition?
The JMO edition, and what he had to say about Ohio State.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Mm-hmm. He just said basically, we can't play because he uses some bad language. Alabama is where I needed to be. I really just wasn't given an opportunity, bruh. They wasn't giving a N-word with an A an opportunity. Now, in all fairness to Ohio State, which I really don't like doing, they also on that team had Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. So there's a reason why, he was
and
not.
He was young. He had just needed to wait his turn.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And he knew that Marvin Harrison Jr. and Egbuka were also on the roster.
Yeah. It makes sense that he would transfer to Alabama at that time. And it just goes to the ridiculous nature of the talent that they have had at the Ohio State at the wide receiver position.
Absolutely. Well, that's what happens when you actually throw the ball, which they just didn't do enough against or successfully against Michigan.
You throw more, you might win.
That is true.
Yeah.
Gator, how you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Yeah. How was Christmas?
Got off to a rough start today, man.
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't sleep great last night, which is part of it.
Me neither. I had a dog that just kept on digging because my wife and my daughter are out of town. So
the dog was digging
the carpet. I put it on.
So it's anxiety when they leave.
I don't think it's just that because she digs sometimes anyway. You put a leash on her and usually she's okay once. But last night, no. This is on the carpet. This was, I had to give her like basically doggy downers.
Yeah.
And they didn't really work that well until I gave her a second
I've never
one.
done the doggy downers with Lois, but she was snuggly last night. That was fine.
Yeah.
But no, I just didn't sleep well, and I got up this morning and I left the house. I come in and I'm walking to the front door and I don't have my wallet with me.
Oh, I've done that before.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but during Christmas, so the holidays here, I'm walking in and I realize that's where I have my key card to get into the building.
Right.
And I'm not sure if we had somebody in the front, today or not, or if today was treated like a holiday or not. But fortunately, there was, so I was able to get in. But I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm ready to get my phone out and call, to see if Paul can come out and get me, but that didn't happen. Just not off to the right foot today, but I think I'm okay now. I think I've gathered. I'm better.
What's the best gift you got yesterday?
There's two things that I got that I'm excited about. One is my brother got me a nice bottle of tequila.
Nice.
That was highly rated tequila, and so I'm excited to try that. And the other was something that we're going to get into because there was some assembly required, which turns into a whole other headache.
Oh.
And you guys as parents
Oh, I had to put together a bunch of things Christmas Eve, and then whatever I didn't get put together was put together late last night.
Yeah. So you guys have gone through this being parents. You probably had to do this throughout their entire lives or your children's lives. But this is an adult. I mean,
An adult
it's not
toy?
an adult gift. No, it's not an adult toy.
Required assembly?
It did not require assembly.
Wow.
I just thought you just put the batteries.
Yes, but you got to make sure it's watertight.
Yeah.
I walked into it. It's okay.
So you'll let us know what that gift was.
Yeah, I'll let you know what that was. But the instructions were absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, boy.
When I say ridiculous, I mean hardly
Who
any
needs
kind of,
instructions?
Yeah, well, this guy who doesn't really assemble things all that well to begin with. But it was a 2-person job. We'll get into that much later in the show as well.
Sounds like it.
Lots of NFL stuff we want to do. We got the Wide 9 or Omaha Around the League Blitz thing coming up at 10:30.
Okay.
Even though Doug's not here, neither is Kang, but Paul's going to help us out with that. And I've had a couple things I've been sitting on that I was going to wait till later this week to get to that other people have gotten to already. Would you just stop smiling?
Whoopee cushion.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell's holiday shirt.
Right. Well, you can't sit down if you got that. You got to stand all the time.
I know we're going over, but I do want to ask you a question because they dropped the Happy Gilmore 2 trailer during the football game last night.
Oh, I didn't see it.
So what do you think is the best sports comedy movie of all time?
I mean, it's hard to say that something's better than Slapshot.
That's what John said. I had Caddyshack just slightly above it, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, there's some great ones. Caddyshack, Slapshot,
Major
League is great.
Yeah.
But those are probably the 3
Okay.
big ones. Yeah. Anyway, got
All right.
all that coming up.
All right. Enjoy the day with Gator. 97 won the ticket.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch and Anderson extravaganza. Although, I don't know, I suppose it's an extravaganza if Doug's here, if Kang's here, if I'm here, the whole crew's here, but it's not the case. I'm here. Paul's here for the first couple hours anyway. and we'll have a shift change. That's how it goes at the end of the year, but it's okay. It's all right. We're here for you. Looking forward to taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I mentioned it. There's a couple of NFL things that I'd like to address. We are going to do a Wide 9 Omaha Around the League Blitz thing coming up at 10:30, so we'll take care of some of the questions there. But I also had a couple questions regarding what we saw last night and yesterday with the NFL action on Christmas Day. And I think that's where I'd like to start. And that is, it's Christmas Day and there's football and it's kind of awesome. Like, I like football. We all love, love, absolutely love football. And, I'm getting the house together yesterday, waiting for family and friends to come by. And taking me a while to get stuff together. And I, was making dinner for everybody as well. So there's a lot going on. But I had, during the day, I did flip on the game. The first game, had it on, and I'm watching it. It took a break and then watched a lot of it. And I started thinking to myself, okay, if I'm in this position where the Detroit Lions are playing a home game on Christmas Day, if I put myself in the shoes of a fan, as opposed to, if it was Christmas Day, I'd have to go to the game as a member of the media. But I suppose I don't have to, but I would, because it's the job, and I would imagine I'd be talking about it the next day. So I'd go to the game. But as a fan, I'm asking myself, is this something that I would want to do? Would I want to go to a game on Christmas? We have the game on Thanksgiving, of course. And, that's great. It's a tradition, has been a tradition here in Detroit for whatever it is, 80 years or something. And that's fun. But it's different because Thanksgiving is not Christmas. And there's so much more that goes involved with Christmas than there is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, basically, it's the dinner. Everybody, get family and friends come over for dinner or whatever. And, it's a very relaxed affair. It's like nobody works the next day. Christmas is different. You got gift exchanges. It's taken more seriously, I feel. And then we've got work the next day. So would I want to go to a Lions game if they played on Christmas Day? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And I'm watching the games. I'm like, okay, this is, again, it's cool from a casual fan stand. Well, I'm not a casual fan. I'm a diehard fan, but casual in terms of, do I really care about, the teams that are involved in this? With Kansas City and Pittsburgh with the first game, I actually forgot about it. I didn't flip it on until it was 1:22, I think is when the time exactly that I flipped it on and remembered about it. So I was just watching it casually, but I'm not a casual fan. But that game, I was watching it casually. But is this something I would want to do? I'm going to try to put myself in the shoes of a fan. It's Christmas Day. Would I want to have that game day experience and treat it almost like it's Thanksgiving? If you had a 1:00 game, all right, you got to get there early. Are you going to tailgate the whole bit? And the weather was mild enough yesterday. Would probably a pretty good day to tailgate, and then go to the game and come back and come home afterwards. And by the time you would get home, it'd be like close to 5:00, maybe later than that, depending on where you live and traffic and all that. And then get right into Christmas. It feels like it would be just a whirlwind of a day, and Christmas already is a whirlwind of a day. And I thought, I don't think that I would. And maybe it's because here in Detroit we have the Thanksgiving Day game every single year, which is great. We are, along with the Dallas Cowboys, Detroit Lions and Dallas Cowboys, that's the Thanksgiving Day tradition. These teams are going to play every Thanksgiving. And yeah, there have been years that people are screaming and complaining, oh, why do they get it? Because you get the extra time off after that game. Although
people forget about the the 3 games in 12 days that you have to play. There's certainly pros and cons to playing every year on Thanksgiving. But it sounded like the at least Ben Roethlisberger was complaining about the Steelers having to play. They played 3 games and all these teams on yesterday. They played 3 games in 11 days because they played a Saturday game. So it's I understand it, but for me, I'm just looking at it purely from a fan standpoint. No, I'm no longer a member of the media. Would I want to go and watch my team play in person on Thanksgiving? I ask you the same question. 248-539-9797. Same number to text. You don't want to call in. You just want to text. That's fine. I'm here for you. I want to hear about it. I want to hear from you, the listener, and get your thoughts on this. We'll ask Paul what he thinks about it. Would he want to be at a Christmas Day game? Again, me, I don't want to be at a Christmas Day game. I don't think it's. I think it's just too much. We've got Thanksgiving Day game. I don't need the Christmas Day game to go to. Now, to sit and watch, if the Lions played on the road, might be different. Would I want to just sit at home and watch it? Sure, of course. I mean, it's football and it's more of a casual thing. But to actually get up and go to the home game, not something I would want to do. Would you want to do it? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug and Kang will be back a week from today, I think. January 2nd? Would that be a week from today? Yeah, it would be a week from today. We'll get through the new year together, people. Getting through the post-Christmas holiday right now. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. I know it's the start of Hanukkah as well. And whatever religion you practice, it's just a holiday season. It's a great time of year. I really enjoyed having a family over last night. It was good times. Made a giant beef tenderloin. Turned out beautifully. And then I had to throw some of it back in the oven because some of the women folk wanted it more well done. I'm a pleaser, Paul. I'm a pleaser. It's not, I can't just be, out for myself here. I got to make everybody happy. So what I thought was sacrilege, it's okay. I always say people like what they like. It's fine. It's fine. If you want to mix a decent bourbon with ginger ale, go ahead. Who am I to say don't do it? It's fine. Do it. You want to make margaritas with an añejo tequila? I wouldn't do it, but if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. That's fine. That's fine. If you want your steak well done, go ahead and order it well done, and I'll try to do my best if I'm cooking it to get it there. And I did, and that was fine. And everything else worked out wonderfully. God, things are great. Desserts were great. Mom made some mashed potato dish. It was delicious. My niece, she made some dessert. It was amazing. Everything was great. So I hope that everybody had a wonderful time as well. But part of the day yesterday was devoted to football. I had back-to-back games on Netflix, by the way. So that was kind of a first. And I didn't notice any issues with the games on Netflix, though I didn't pay as much attention to the games as I thought I would because I was busy. But yeah, I certainly had them on in the background. And then I put a wager on the afternoon game, the second game, and I was happy with the outcome there. I almost had a Scorigami. Odd when you see 2 on the scoreboard. But I had to ask myself, if the Lions were in a position where they were playing a home game at Ford Field on Christmas Day, would I want to be there? My quick answer is no. I don't want to be there. We're already, things are already messed up because of Thanksgiving, and that's a chaos I can handle. I don't mind it. It has altered my schedule and things that I would do. But it is what it is. It's tradition. I'm used to it. But if all of a sudden now that the NFL is playing games on Christmas Day, would I want the Lions to play a home game on Christmas Day? I wouldn't. To me, it's just too much. Paul, what do you say about the Christmas Day game? Would you want to go to Ford Field to watch the Lions play?
Well, I'm not really a Lions fan.
That's true. You're not the big Lions fan.
But I wouldn't mind going to a Christmas Day game if the Dolphins were playing the Lions. I would go to that game. That'd be cool. It'd be it'd be an environment to be at.
Maybe you're the wrong person to ask. I say this because I know that you're a Dolphins fan. So if you're not, so you don't have the tradition of going to Thanksgiving Day either.
That's true. Yes,
so
I don't.
That's not in your DNA.
Yeah, I don't. The only thing I remember about Thanksgiving with the Dolphins is when they played I believe it was the Cowboys, and was the Leon Lett game maybe, where he touched the ball on the block kick, and the Dolphins got it back and kicked the winning field goal.
Oh boy. Are you a lifelong Michigander, or did you grow up in Florida?
I'm from Florida.
Okay. So how long have you been here?
10 years now, 11 years.
Okay, fair enough. I did not know that entirely, so I'm glad to hear that. But we asked the people, 248-539-9797, would you go to a game on Christmas Day at Ford Field? Let's go to the phones, and Kevin is first up. Kevin, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Kev.
Hey, long time.
Excellent. Thanks for calling.
So, great topic. My wife and I had this exact discussion yesterday as I threw on the Netflix, and she goes, how awful is it to go to a football game on Christmas Day? And we're Lions loyal members, season ticket holders. We go to every game at Ford Field. We bleed Honolulu blue. But I had to give it to her. I said, yeah, Christmas Day at Ford Field, not for me. But I am with Paul. Let's say the Lions were playing in Miami or Tampa or San Diego. I'd be willing as a fan to make my holiday plans someplace nice and warm, and I would travel for that game.
Interesting. Now you throw that wrinkle in. Would I travel to watch the Lions play in warm weather territory? I've never experienced Well, I shouldn't say that. When I was a kid, one year we spent Christmas in Florida to see my grandparents when they were still alive. It was one time, and I was a kid. And I remember being fine, but hey, now I'm used to snow, and although we didn't have a whole lot of snow yesterday, I don't know. Would I want to do that now? Maybe I would, because I long for the warmer weather at this point. Interesting. Thanks for the call, Kevin. I appreciate it. And happy holidays to you. Yeah, the Lions were playing in Los Angeles or Arizona or Vegas or Florida. I don't know if Texas qualifies. It might qualify. I mean, depending on what the weather is, would you want to do something like that? Would I want to have a destination Christmas? And the answer is probably not. I probably still wouldn't. And again, but I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to Christmas. I love Christmas. My favorite holiday of the year, even though I am riddled with anxiety the whole time to try to get everything right. And I don't have to be. I need to be better with that. My brother keeps telling me, hey, I'll help out whatever you need. And I'm like, yeah, sure. I just have to treat it a little bit differently. And part of the anxiety is also balancing that with getting prepared to do this the next day. So there's a lot going on in my head that probably doesn't need to be going on in my head. But would I want to travel? No, I don't think so. Not at this point in my life while I'm still living in Michigan. I don't want to, and I imagine I'll live in Michigan for the rest of my life. I love it where I live. So
I'm just glad they didn't rely on gimmicks for the games. Like, I was worried before the season when they said they were going to play Christmas games that it was going to be like the Bills and the Jets, and they were going to have to make the Bills wear the all red and the Jets wear the all green because it's Christmas colors. And
now that would have been interesting. I feel a little bit bad that the teams involved were the teams that just played, the other day, and prior to that had played Saturday. So they get 3 games in 11 days for these 4 teams. I mean, that's not very fair, but it's also not fair. I mean, it's a different kind of unfairness when you're playing the Thanksgiving Day game as well, when you're playing 3 games in 12 days. And then you get the break, although this year the Lions they had a week off because they played the following Thursday. And then they got the 10 days off. 248-539-9797. Martin is in Detroit. Martin, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Martin.
Hey, what's up, Gator, man? I ain't talked to you in a while. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Happy holidays to you.
Okay, same thing to you. Hey, I'm going to tell you something, Gator, man. I think people would rather have it on Christmas than even Thanksgiving. I'm going to tell you why. If you look at the average family, back when we were growing up, because I'm a little older than you, the average house had like 4 people in it. 4 kids or whatever. Where now is that you have a lot of single parents, or not. It's just single people. Period. In their 30s, these Metro Center people don't have anything to do on Christmas because they're not traditionalists, man. They're different, so they're looking for something to do. And I think where's that New Year's, where's the Thanksgiving? There's partying. The day before, there's partying. The day after. Christmas is the one day where if you ain't got a family, if you don't have a family, you absolutely have nothing to do. And these cities is growing like Dallas, San Antonio. These folks like, hey, I want to do something. So I think more people would rather do it on Christmas than Thanksgiving.
Huh. Interesting. I didn't think about the dynamic of how things, the nuclear family has changed over the years. But
right, that's what you hit it. You said it better. If you think about it, you don't even see people light up their houses like they used to no more.
I've seen more of that lately. I'll be honest with you. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just going through the right neighborhoods to see that.
Yeah, okay. Right. Like if you go to in the city, it could be Chicago, it could be Detroit, anywhere where it's just young people, like people that are like 30 years old. They're not lighting up their houses. These folks don't even have children. These 30-year-old people now, they don't have what you call the nuclear family. And they're dwelling in these inner cities, this new group.
Yeah, I hear you. More of like a hipster type thing. They're living a different lifestyle,
right.
and they're, we don't need to have kids just yet. Or if they're going to, they wait later. People seem like getting married later in life.
Yeah, it's like a day of rest. But Christmas is like, okay, I worked through all this, let me take a day of rest. They might not even visit anybody. So they go to a game, they love it.
Yeah, I don't know if you get 65,000 people there at Ford Field for that reason. But I hear what you're saying. But that might contribute to why it is how it is. Martin, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Take care. Yeah, that may be a contributing factor. Just the demographics of people and what it is now. It's a whole different generation. Does that play a role into it? I think it can. I don't think it would be the sole reason, but it certainly can. Matt is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, man? If it was a home game, I would definitely go because when my family gets together, it's cool for about 5 minutes, and then it's like all-out war between each other for no apparent reason. So I would definitely go. And then what you were talking about with the beef, I think you said beef Wellington. I don't know what it was.
A beef tenderloin, yeah.
Yeah, that. And it being well done. Something similar to that. I don't know if you like scotch.
Oh, yeah.
But, okay, so one of my friend's uncles had broke out like a 100-year-old bottle of scotch. And I tried it, and it was so disgusting. And I'm not a scotch guy. And so I mixed it with some Coke because I thought that would make it better.
And they probably lost their mind, yeah.
Yeah, I made it worse, and he flipped out on me, man. It was so he's never going to give me anything to drink again.
No, I understand. I mean, look, scotch is single malt scotch, old scotch, aged scotch. Those are all they get pricey. So people get very particular if you're going to spend well over $100 on a bottle of booze, and they give you a little taste of it, and then you're going to mix it with Coke. I see why they would frown on it, but I also understand your side of it, where you thought it tasted like crap. There are scotches that I can't handle because they're all different. Some are really peaty and oaky and smoky, and I don't like those. And some of those are the most highly rated scotches you can find. I like the sweeter kinds and ones that taste more like bourbon. I should say bourbon can taste like scotch, but it's all whiskey. But I understand what you're saying. Sometimes it's so bad you just want to get rid of the taste.
Yeah. Give me a nice glass of Woodford Reserve any day. I did enjoy the Christmas games. I didn't really care for the halftime shows or Mariah Carey.
Well, I saw Beyonce was there. I don't know if Mariah Carey was there. Unless she the first game. I didn't see the halftime show of the first game, but all right, I appreciate.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, appreciate it, Matt. Thank you very much for the call. Coming up next, we got the Wide 9 Omaha Around the League Blitz thingy, NFL questions. Paul Serra, Scott Anderson version here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it's time for NFL football questions. All right, Paul Serra is in for Kang this week. Doug is out. I thought, why not? Let's still do it. Let's roll with the football questions. It's a fun bit. We do it every week, every Thursday, coming up here at 10:30, and we're a little bit behind schedule here, but we're going to get it going. Paul?
All right, so the first question. The NFC North has become the toughest division in football with the Lions, Vikings, Packers combined a 37-8 record. In 3 years, what will the division look like, and will it still be the class of the NFL?
I'm going to answer the second part first. Yes, I still think it's going to be the class of the NFL. I don't think the Lions are going away anytime soon. Obviously, they've locked up their key players to long-term contracts. They'll get it done with Aiden Hutchinson as well in the next year. And I think that they've just done a great job with drafting and constantly rebuilding what they've got and building up what they've got. They haven't even started rebuilding. They've just built it up. And they'll have the chance to add more depth, which turns into starting qualities. We saw with Christian Mahogany getting his first start last week. He looked pretty good, and he's a guy they drafted this past season. So they think that he could be an answer in the next year for what will, cause them some difficulty at guard, with both guards probably going real soon. And they've drafted some other offensive linemen, Giovanni Manu, that they think can step in. And those are inexpensive pieces that you need to be good and be starters while you're paying all these other guys. As far as the other part of the question, the way I look at it, I think Chicago's going to surpass Minnesota. People who listen to the show know that I am very bullish on the Bears. I think the Bears have an excellent roster. They just have been horribly coached and horribly mismanaged. I think they got too many really good players to not be there. They still got some good draft choices coming up, and I think they're going to add to that team. They've got the also the opening for head coach right now, which could really put them over the top. I'm not sold on Minnesota. That's the thing. I am sold on Green Bay. It's another young team, youngest team in the NFL. They're very good. Minnesota, I do not like Sam Darnold. I think what he's done this year has been fantastic. Great story for him, and he'll probably earn a contract with somebody else and fall back to being Sam Darnold. But Minnesota's got so many offensive weapons, it feels like anybody can step in there and do well. But they're going to trust it to J.J. McCarthy, who I just don't buy either, because J.J. really didn't do anything in college when he was at University of Michigan. He wasn't throwing the ball all over the place. I don't know if he can do that in the NFL. I'm very skeptical on Minnesota, but very bullish on the Bears.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do think the Minnesota of all the teams, I feel like will fall off the most just because I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback over the next 3 years. Is McCarthy the guy? Are they going to re-sign Darnold and just have McCarthy sit for a while? I don't really know what's going to happen there. I do think the Bears will come up, but like you said, the Lions and Packers are built to last. The way they Holmes drafts, the way Green Bay always seems to find new players and just plug and play guys every year. So I do feel like they're at least those two teams for sure will be the cream of the crop 3 years from now. So Josh Allen of the Bills is having a heck of a season thus far and is clearly the media favorite to win league MVP. The last week or so, Saquon Barkley has emerged as a possible contender as well. Why has the media backed off Lamar Jackson as the MVP? His numbers are through the roof good and markedly better than Allen's.
I'm not really sure why they have. I mean, and then they have the game like you had last night. And, Lamar now has, you want eye-popping totals? How's this? 39 touchdown passes to 4 interceptions. Now, last weekend, some vlogger out there was touting the praise of Josh Allen and also of Justin Herbert, of all people, while dogging Lamar Jackson. He said, quote, Lamar is just a runner. Now, did Lamar Jackson set the single-season NFL record for rushing yards for a quarterback? Yep. He's got over 850 yards or whatever it is. That's great. But I said 39 touchdown passes. 39. Josh Allen has had a hell of a season, and he's got himself 26 touchdown passes, but he's thrown less touchdowns by a lot, more interceptions. What Josh Allen has going for him, and this is probably why, and they're going to look at, the regular season record. They've got a better record on the regular season than Baltimore, not by much, but last I checked, neither guy plays both ways. So it's the league MVP for the regular season, and therein lies the other part of Lamar Jackson's conundrum, is that he doesn't have postseason success. And I think media members, they'll hold a bias because of that. And I also think that they think, well, he's got Derrick Henry in the backfield too, so too many weapons. I don't get it. I think it should be Lamar Jackson all day long for the MVP discussion. I think he's earned it.
Well, I think what holds him back, I think, is the postseason stuff, because at some point, if you got to keep reminding everyone that it is a regular season award, you almost are admitting that he shouldn't be the MVP, because how valuable really is he if he doesn't take his team anywhere in the postseason? I do think that kind of cost him somewhat in the argument.
Oh, I definitely think it cost him. I think something else that cost him low-key, way under the radar, was that I think he rubbed people the wrong way when he went out and negotiated his own deal. I don't know why that would rub people the wrong way, but I think it does. I remember he caught some backlash from that from media members, like, "What are you doing here? You don't put that in your own hands. You want to let somebody else do that so that you can stay out of the negotiations." But he negotiated himself a contract, pretty good contract, and he's happy.
It's been reported that the Bears plan to interview Lions OC Ben Johnson. Nobody here wants this to happen, but let's assume for a moment that he does leave to take the coaching job in the offseason. Are the Bears the best option for him?
I thought this was going to be tougher for me than really what it ended up being. I started looking at the teams that are going to have head coaching openings or teams that might have head coaching openings. We know the Bears do. And again, from question one, I'm bullish on the Bears because of what they have individually with players. I think it is the best option for him. I think that the Bears will end up hiring somebody in the front office that works well with Ben Johnson in order to convince Ben Johnson to take that job. And that somebody may come from the Lions organization. Don't be surprised if that happens. Caleb Williams is a talent. People want to dog him. And I think there are reasons too, but he's a rookie, and I think people forget that. He's a rookie, by the way, who's only thrown 5 interceptions on a season. He's not had the year that C.J. Stroud had last year. That's an anomaly. However, he's had a pretty good season. Thrown for over 3,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, the 5 picks. He's run for over 400 yards as well on this season. He's taken care of the football pretty well, and for a guy who's been sacked 60 times, he's shown he's pretty durable as well. He's going to figure out that he can take off and run and keep himself protected by only getting 5 yards rather than thinking he's got to get 15 or 20, and he'll be a better quarterback. There's too much offensive talent there, and on defense they got players too. I think it's a great place to go to for him, for Ben Johnson.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. I do think the Bears, I mean, it depends. Do the Giants go to Ball and Shane and then he gets to choose his own quarterback? Maybe he would prefer that over a second year of Caleb Williams. You don't want to go to the Saints because they're capped to hell, and who knows what's going on at quarterback. Derek Carr's always hurt.
Yeah, he's not.
Rattler's not a quarterback. The other dude that they had playing from Houston,
Jake Haener. Or whatever,
Haener, he's not a quarterback in the NFL. So I do agree with you. It's probably the best option, at least for this cycle, unless the Raiders open up or the Giants open up, and then he maybe gets to choose his own quarterback. So the Chiefs have looked beatable and at times fragile this season, yet they're 15-1 as of yesterday. Some have said that they've been the beneficiary of bad officiating almost every week. Do you think the league is trying to protect Mahomes and the Chiefs? What is their destiny in the postseason?
I don't think the NFL is trying to protect Mahomes and the Chiefs, although there is video evidence that would suggest otherwise. Week in and week out, there's always plays that people complain about, and it has become funny meme territory when you go on Twitter and you see the videos put together of the officials that just blatantly love the Chiefs and Mahomes, or the Chris Collinsworth stuff that goes on with Mahomes. And I say that, but that's only my 51. When we talk about the show, what's your 51, where you, in terms of percentages, my 51 says I don't buy the conspiracy theory, but there's a good percentage of me that does. As far as the Chiefs in the postseason, I don't think they make it to the AFC Championship game. They've been playing with fire all season long. Mahomes doesn't have the same weapons he's had in years past. Guys are banged up. And frankly, I just think that Baltimore and Buffalo, I think they're giant obstacles that they're going to have to face one of those teams, and they're not going to get past them.
See, I'm with you. I don't think there's a conspiracy. I genuinely don't think the NFL cares who wins the Super Bowl because their ratings are so good no matter what.
But they love stars.
They do, but I don't think it really matters to them. And I kind of feel like the Chiefs are going to win a very unenthusiastic 27-23 Super Bowl. Where you're just like, how are they winning the Super Bowl?
The Chiefs
and
are
then
going to
they
win
just
again, huh?
Yeah, I just think they're going to because Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback ever, man. It's just
pretty great.
He's just so good. It's kind of unfair because I do feel like the Eagles had a better team than the Chiefs, and I think the 49ers had a better team than the Chiefs, and it didn't matter. Although I would like to see the Lions play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl because I think that'd be interesting.
I'd definitely love to see the Lions play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Said everybody in Detroit.
All right, so the Texans, Chiefs, Steelers, and Ravens have all just completed 3 games in 11 days. We all enjoy football on Christmas Day and evening, but is this schedule fair for teams in December?
I don't think it is. I think it's too late in the year to do something like this. Of course, there's advantages and disadvantages to having that many games clustered together. The advantage is that you get more time to rest. And now I bet you all 4 of those teams are like saying, thank God we've got time to rest. But at this point in this season, the disadvantages to me far outweigh the advantages. And the major disadvantages are that's too many games in a short amount of time. You're risking yourself to giant injuries, particularly when you're getting this close to the end of the season. I mean, there's 1 game left for these teams. So with the 1 game left in the season, if you suffered an injury, and I haven't looked at the injury report from what happened with the games yesterday, or for that matter, for the last couple of weeks, but it's just it's a percentage game you're playing that it's not in your favor. Guys get hurt all the time, and with the frequency of games, obviously that percentage goes up and the odds go up. I think this late in the year, it's ridiculous to have that many games in that short of time.
I agree with you on that. All right, last one real quick. Sam Darnold has had one heck of a comeback season in Minnesota, and he wasn't even likely to start. It was supposed to be J.J. McCarthy had he not gotten hurt. Which quarterback who has been or nearly has been written off will be next year's Sam Darnold?
I say this, and I'm kind of looking over my shoulder because I'm sheepish about this. Trevor Lawrence can't be this bad, right? I mean, we saw him in college at Clemson. He was unbelievable. As a freshman, we all said, wow, this guy could enter the NFL right now and be the number 1 pick as a 19-year-old. Obviously, he played there 3 years because he had to. But this guy has been mung for most of his career. His quarterback rating year to year, his rookie season, 71.9. Then it jumped up to 95.2. Everybody thought, all right, here we go. This is the kind of guy we thought, and good trajectory. Then it dropped to 88.5, and this year it's 85.2. Trevor Lawrence has only thrown, now he's done for the season here, but he threw 11 touchdown passes in only 10 games. That's terrible. That's a terrible ratio with 7 interceptions. But he can't be this bad. He's a prototypical quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he was really, really bad, and he started getting bad last year, too. He had a really good campaign a couple years ago, and then last year he wasn't very good, and then this year he started off even worse. I mean, is there any saving Bryce Young?
I think there is. I like Bryce Young, but I feel like he's limited because he's diminutive in stature, and I still think Kyler Murray is limited. I think Kyler Murray may have hit his ceiling, so I don't know, but for me, it's Trevor Lawrence. I like the idea of Bryce Young. I love Bryce Young as a player, but I just don't know if he's that good. He's fun to watch. There you have it, the Wide 9 Omaha Around the League Blitz thingy on 97.1 The Ticket. kind of piggybacking off of the wide nine blitz thingy question, talking about, this is my own little crusade here, standing up for Lamar Jackson. I like Josh Allen. I just don't understand why people dismiss Lamar. And I think we're both right here, Paul. The number one reason is probably the lack of postseason success. And I can understand that, but and you said if you have to keep reminding people it's a regular season award, then that's probably what's going to hurt them. And I agree with that. And I started thinking about other players in the league, and because now they're pumping up Saquon Barkley, and he's had a hell of a season. And what's going to be interesting to see is who ends up winning the rushing title, because there's a couple of really good running backs out there with Saquon and Derrick Henry. Right now, Saquon has the edge by 50 yards, and he has a game in hand. He still has 2 games left to play, so he can really add to that total. He's going to go for he's probably going to break 2,000 yards. He might do it in the next game and be added to that short list of players that have run for 2,000 yards in a season. And for tradition's sake, I hope he does it. If he's going to break 2,000, do it on Sunday or this weekend or whenever the hell they play. Just do it then, so it doesn't include that 17th game, because statistically it's kind of throws things off. I hate the 17-game schedule. And then I was looking at that list of rushers, and you got the big two with Saquon and Derrick Henry, and then there's a big drop-off in terms of yardage. But I think we forget, maybe not totally here in Detroit, but nationally, I don't. When you start thinking who the third best running back is it Jahmyr Gibbs? He splits carries for much of the season with David Montgomery, and yet he's got 1,156 yards rushing. He has 15 touchdowns from scrimmage, 12 rushing, 3 receiving. And he adds another 440 yards receiving. So he's got over 1,500 yards in total offense. He has a chance. I doubt he'll get there, but he has a chance to get 2,000 yards in total offense. I don't think he'll get there, because I don't think they're going to need to play him as much. But year-to-year difference for Jahmyr Gibbs. His rookie season was fantastic. He had 945 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns, to go with 316 yards receiving and a touchdown. So 11 touchdowns and 1,250 yards. That's a really good rookie season. But he's been much better this year than he was last year. Even his yards per carry went up from 5.2 as a rookie, phenomenal, to 5.5, which for everyday running backs, that's good for third in the league behind the big two. I think he's the number 3 running back in the National Football League. Even though he doesn't have as many yards rushing as like a Kyron Williams does. And I think there's a couple guys that are ahead of him in those standings for the rushing yards. Josh Jacobs has more yards rushing. Bijan Robinson, part of that rookie class, he's got more. And Chuba Hubbard just past Jahmyr Gibbs as well. Jonathan Taylor is in that mix, I guess, to be that third best running back in the league. But I'm trying not to be biased and looking through this with Honolulu blue glasses here. But I think Jahmyr Gibbs is the third best running back in the league. And piggybacking along with that question about the league MVP, this wouldn't be about MVP necessarily, but just about players that you don't think are getting the publicity or the notoriety that they deserve at this point. It doesn't have to be a Lion. It might be easy to point to the Lions and say that. I wanted to think about this and say, is it Jared Goff? Does he not even get enough acknowledgement? I mean, and that's more where the MVP type discussion comes in, because everybody is so focused on Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and now Saquon Barkley in the mix. And, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And Patrick Mahomes is still the guy, even though statistically he's not having that MVP year. But his team is 15-1, which is ridiculous. And they had no issues with Pittsburgh and that defense that they had yesterday. But Jared Goff, I think, is a little bit under the radar. I think his odds to win the MVP, they're pretty high, though. They're like 4th best in the league, 4th or 5th best. But Goff's had a phenomenal year, over 4,000 yards passing. He's got a career high with 33 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, and a career high 112.2 quarterback rating. Those numbers are sick. He's completed over 71% of his passes. But is there somebody else who you think has been under the radar when it comes to the notoriety? Someone who is sold short, who deserves to get more recognition for the year that they've had in the National Football League. Again, it doesn't have to be a Detroit Lion. You're just a football fan. And look, everybody out there plays fantasy football, and you've got your guys that you know will just produce every week. But unless it's Saquon Barkley, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson, or perhaps Jared Goff, nobody's talking about that guy. Who's the guy that needs to be talked about more? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text as well. Got some ticket text that came in earlier regarding the Christmas Day game. And I asked the question starting off the show with the two games yesterday. Would you want to go to a game at Ford Field on Christmas Day? I did not. I think it's too much. We already have the Thanksgiving Day game. I enjoy Christmas. I'd rather just stay at home and not think about going to the game. I think it takes up too much of the day, which is a special day, at least for me. But hey, to each their own. That's why we asked the question. I want to get different opinions out there, and people have responded. I love the Christmas Day games. My only critique would be to move the games back to 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. start times instead of 1 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. Now, that's interesting. I would think that comes from somebody who, A, clearly doesn't have to work the next day, which is fine, and two, somebody who has children. Because if you've got kids, on Christmas Day, kids want to wake you up as early as possible. They want to get right to the presents and rip them open and be done by 10 o'clock. At least that's how I was as a kid. I imagine I'm not too different than other, kids that were under the age of 15, that you just want to get it on, let's go, let's get to it. Not get it over with, but you want to savor it, but at the same time, you want to tear through the presents. Gator, absolutely, I would go to a game on Christmas Day and watch the Lions. Christmas can land on a Sunday, and I'm sure that they have played a Christmas Day game. Also, lots of people work the day after both holidays. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm special at all with having to work today. That's not my intention. And has Christmas fallen on a Sunday before we've had games? I think they have. Yeah, sure they have. I just think when it's a special occasion like it was this year, because it was a Wednesday, and the NFL wanted to take advantage, that's what I'm saying. It's the specialty of the game. They only had 2 games on the schedule yesterday. It wasn't a full slate of games because it fell on a Sunday. If Christmas was on a Thursday, they would have had the 2 games on Christmas Day. It's special like it is the Thanksgiving Thursday. That's what I'm saying. If your team is 13-2, you go to the game. Fair enough. A lot of unnamed texters here. Gator, I was thinking the exact same thing during yesterday's games. I would imagine that for Steelers fans, they had nothing but misery starting at about 3 p.m. Christmas. I fear the Lions will be one of those games next year, but no thank you. I'm not sure the Lions get there because of the Thanksgiving holiday as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson program. Gator in with you today. Doug and Kang will be back on January 2nd. Got Paul Sarah run the board and hanging out with us as well today. And, of course, you people out there, 248-539-9797. Got some more ticket texts have come in regarding the Christmas Day game. Lions home game on Christmas? Nope. No way. Mike in Royal Oak. He's very demonstrative about not wanting that Christmas Day game. Regardless, Christmas Day or not, the NFL needs to add in a bye week for those teams that play midweek, either before or after that game. Well, I don't know about this scheduling algorithm that needs to take place, but it does seem ridiculous that when you're committed to playing on Thanksgiving, or in this case, the Christmas Day game would happen to fall on a Wednesday. NFL doesn't want to play games on a Wednesday, but they couldn't resist with Christmas Day on Wednesday. They thought, let's capitalize on this, and I'm sure they made a mess load of money. I'm sure Netflix is pleased. Netflix didn't crash like they had the issues with the Tyson and Jake Paul fight with all the refreshing that was going on. They didn't have, at least I don't think they had any issues. I had no issues logging into Netflix last night and turning the game on. Did that a couple different times because between games I was watching other things. But it was no issue. And the NFL loves money above all else. So I think they need to add another bye week? I do. But that won't happen until they add the other game on the schedule. It's going to be an 18-game schedule. I don't know when that's going to take place, but we know that's where it's going to go. And they'll cut out probably one of the preseason games. So you end up having 2 preseason games. And you'll have 18 regular season games, which is too many, in my opinion, because of the toll it takes on the players. Now, from a fan standpoint, we don't care. We just want more football. We'll take more games. But from a practical standpoint, I think it's just a bad idea. And, again, with the way this worked out, I mean, it's week 17 of the season, and you're having 4 teams play 3 games in 11 days. That's just utterly ridiculous. I was asking which player do you think is kind of undersold in the league to this point. Everybody's talking about Lamar and Josh Allen, a little bit of Saquon Barkley thrown in too. But I've been sticking up for Lamar Jackson because it feels like there's way too much Josh Allen love. The Josh Allen love was building before the Lions-Bills game. Then after the Lions-Bills game, it went through the roof, and people are just all over the place fawning over Josh Allen. And again, I think Josh Allen's really good. I think he's really good. And what he's done this year has been impressive. But you know what he's done this year isn't even his best year statistically as a quarterback in the league? He had a better year his third year in the league when he threw for 4,500 yards, had 37 touchdown passes and 10 interceptions. This year he's only got 3,500 yards passing, 26 touchdowns, and 6 picks. The difference is he's got 11 touchdowns on the ground this year. So it gives him 37 overall touchdowns, which, by the way, is still paling in comparison to what Lamar Jackson has done, which is why I stick it for Lamar Jackson. Ticket Text says, Lamar has been a beast this year. I really watched a ton of Ravens, and I think this is their year for a Super Bowl. I think it is too. Buffalo is going to be tough, but Buffalo doesn't play defense nearly as well as they play offense. They give up points. Case in point, all the points they gave up to the Rams and to the Lions. I mean, they gave up like 100 points between the two teams. Close to it anyway, I should say. Close to 90 points or whatever it was. It's not just Lamar's postseason success or lack thereof. It's his resume this year with record and strength of schedule. Allen has beaten Kansas City and Detroit. Schedule is what the schedule is, right? And when you look at what Baltimore has had compared to what Buffalo has had, okay, I can understand that. But Baltimore had to play the Ravens. I'm sorry, but they had to play the Chiefs to start off the season, and they lost 27-20. But they also played the Bills and beat the Bills 35-10. So, you know, they're two big games. They split those two big games. They lost to Philadelphia later in the season. And then they just manhandled the Texans 31-2. They doubled up the Steelers the week prior, 34-7, or the game prior to that, 34-17. I think this could be the year for Baltimore. And they're more balanced now because they've got Derrick Henry as well. So you've got Lamar Jackson, who is not just a runner, you moron, whoever the guy was, that the vlogger out there that put that out there last week. He's thrown 39 touchdown passes. I don't know many runners, just a runner, that are going to throw 39 touchdown passes in a career, let alone in one season. He's been great. As far as Jahmyr Gibbs is concerned, Gibbs is the best all-purpose running back in the game. Lions finished 15-2. That's Trey and Taylor. I don't know if they're going to finish 15-2 because I don't think they're going to have to. My gut tells me, and I got a big gut, it tells me Green Bay beats Minnesota on Sunday, and then the Lions take care of business against San Francisco on Monday night, and then comes the rest for a lot of the starters in the finale against Minnesota.
I don't want to turn the town against me, Gator, but he's not the best all-purpose running back in the NFL. That man plays for the Philadelphia Eagles right now, and that man's Saquon Barkley.
Saquon's really good. I mean, 1,800 yards plus on the ground to go with 13 touchdowns. You add to that his receiving totals, 276 yards receiving on 31 receptions and another couple of touchdowns. To me, they're similar in that if they get past that first line of defense, they can go. You know, they have that world-class speed that gets you through there. And Saquon, to me, has the appearance, he's always had this appearance in his career of being that bell cow running back. They're using him more in Philadelphia than they ever used him in New York. He's got 314 carries on the season. That beats his previous high by 19. And that's from 2 years ago with the Giants when he had 295 carries, and that was in 16 games. This is through 15 games. He's carried over 300 times. That number 300 for carries for a running back, that harkens back to the day when they used to have a bunch of bell cow running backs that all go for 300 carries. Now teams have multiple running backs, and you don't see that as much. But he's one of those guys, along with Derrick Henry, that's going to get those kinds of numbers.
And it just shows you, like, running behind a good O-line, which he never really had with the Giants, what kind of numbers he could put up. And he still put up good numbers behind those O-lines.
Yeah, he did. He put up some really good numbers. But this year has been through the roof better. I mean, he's got 500 yards more rushing this year than he has in any previous season. He's got 13 touchdowns on the ground, which is 2 more than he had in any previous season. He had 11 his rookie year. That was his big total. Saquon Barkley is awesome. And do I think he's a better all-around back than Jahmyr Gibbs? I do. The difference is that Saquon has had an injured history and it's prevented him from having a full season more than twice, and he's got the opportunity to have a full season this year. So more power to him. And, yes, that offensive line in Philadelphia is sick good. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So we're talking about NFL players that have kind of gone under the radar a little bit. It seems like all the focus on the MVP discussion has been about Josh Allen, in particular, a little bit of Lamar Jackson, who I think is the deserving MVP, and like hands down. And there's some Saquon Barkley as well in the mix. But we're asking people to talk about the players that you think have gone under the radar. They're not getting enough recognition for the year that they've had. I think you can make an argument that, Jared Goff kind of falls into that category. He is the second-rated passer behind Lamar Jackson, though he's 9.5 points behind. That tells you how good Lamar's been. He's 9.5 points behind Lamar, and his rating is 112. So it's a fantastic year that Jared Goff's had, and he'll add to those totals on Monday night for sure. But it doesn't have to be a Lion. It could be somebody else that you're coming up with that you think just hasn't gotten that recognition for the year that they've had, that they've been way better and deserve to be talked about. 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Let's go to South Lyon, and Dan is next up. Hey, Dan, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Gator. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas.
It was very nice. How was yours?
It was not bad. Just laid around and watched two blowouts of games. It was nice watching football, but I guess I got to ask you before I go to my other point. Kansas City seems like people aren't. They're the defending champs. They're 13 and 14 and 1, and the last two games they've looked dominant. And their defense is one of the top in the NFL. And Mahomes, he just always gets it done. And I know I'm not going to look forward to the Super Bowl quite yet, but I think it sounds crazy, but I do hear from media that they're just not really, I don't know, a lot of people are just not talking about them as much. What do you think about them?
Well, look, they're the champs, right? So to beat the man, you got to beat them. To be the man, you got to beat the man, as Ric Flair used to say. But 10 of their 15 wins have been by a single score. And I think we've seen them fly close to the sun so many times, and it's just like, you can't leave Patrick Mahomes time on the clock if Kansas City's behind by a score, because they're going to break your heart. And he's done it every time this year. He's been amazing because that's who Patrick Mahomes is. We used to talk about the Red Wings, that the Red Wings could just flick a switch when it came to the playoffs. It was like, all right, we're going to, we'll go through the motions of the regular season, still win a bunch of games, but maybe not give the best effort night in, night out, and we can still skate away and get some wins. But once it came time for the playoffs, they could flip a switch and just be great. I think Kansas City plays like that. Mahomes in particular, he himself plays like that. But, yeah, their defense is underrated. It's unheralded. And to your point, the last 3 games they've played, they've beaten everybody by more than a score. Although Houston, they beat them 27-19. Technically, that's a one-score game with the 8 points with the 2-point conversion to tie it up. But, that's 3 in a row with Cleveland, Houston, and Pittsburgh. And what they did to Pittsburgh yesterday, to me, is impressive. Pittsburgh ran for over 200 yards in that game, and they only scored 10 points. Because Kansas City's defense came up with the monster play when they needed to come up with a monster play.
Yeah, I know people talk about the Super Bowl preview Buffalo, but obviously Kansas City is right there. But on your other point, I'm a season ticket holder, and I never go to the Thanksgiving game. Usually Thanksgiving, you're preparing food all day. It's kind of busy. And to be honest, you can sell your tickets for a good amount. But Christmas, I see, kids kind of open the presents, and then depending on what you're having for dinner, it's not as much a preparation. Also, it'd be cool, to open up a gift. Hey, we're going to the Lions game today. So obviously, as long as your wife is okay with it.
If you have kids, I think it's an amazing gift when you say, "Okay, kids, we're going to the Lions game," and they'll go nuts. They're like, "Oh," because they don't care about it. But I guess maybe it's different for me because the meal, I'm the one who prepares it for Christmas Day. I love doing that, and it is an all-day thing for me to get everything ready. So I treat it differently than I don't do the Thanksgiving. My brother does Thanksgiving meal. For him, it's an all-day thing. So I guess it's to each their own, right?
For sure. Have a great day, Gator.
All right, thanks, Dan. I appreciate the call, as always, 248-539-9797. It's hard to look past Kansas City. But because if you just look at a record and you see 15-1, you're like, well, how do you undersell this team? They're 15-1. Those are Mickey Mouse numbers to go 15-1 with 1 week to go. And yet, when you watch the games, the eyeball test tells you, wow, they've gotten some breaks this year. They've been fortunate to get out of situations with wins, and yet they win those games. It doesn't feel like it's fraudulent like it was with Minnesota a few years ago, when Minnesota won all those games by one score and then lost to the Giants in the first round of the playoffs. They're not fraudulent because this is a team that's got a track record of winning and winning big in Kansas City. So they've been impressive this year with that record, and now maybe they are starting to hit their stride with the, they played 3 games in 11 days, and it's a pretty impressive point differential. To win by 14, 8, that's 22, and 19 is, 41 points in 3 games? That's pretty impressive. That's Kansas City. 248-539-9797. Mike is in Dexter. Mike, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Gator. How's it going, sir?
Going all right.
After Christmas. So my unsung hero would be Chase Brown, man. For even a running back, I think he has 50 receptions for Cincinnati. The guy's he's a workhorse.
Chase Brown, okay. I thought you were going to say Chase Young, but Chase Brown this year has had 923 yards on the ground, 4.5 yards per carry, 4.4. He's got 7 touchdowns on the ground, and as you say, a two-way type player. Receiving-wise, he's caught 50 passes for 336 yards and 4 more touchdowns. He is definitely under the radar.
He's quiet.
Yeah, he's definitely under the radar. And out of Illinois, he's a player that both Doug and I loved out of college. And we thought, if you can get this guy later in the draft, go do it. And he was a 5th-round pick. I think there are a lot of teams that are kicking themselves for not drafting Chase Brown.
Yes, sir.
Good call.
Have a good one. Go Lions.
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah, the one I thought he was saying was Jamar Chase. But he was saying Chase Brown. Same team, different Chase. Jamar Chase has kind of gone under the radar a little bit. Unless you start talking specifically about receivers, then you say, oh, well, Jamar Chase is having a hell of a season. But in the grand scheme of things, he's not getting a ton of talk. 108 catches, 1,510 yards, and 16 touchdowns. That's the number that jumps out at you. 16 touchdowns. Another guy, Terry McLaurin from Washington, if you're looking at receivers, who's got over 1,000 yards receiving and 12 touchdowns. When you're a receiver and you get the double-digit touchdown total, that's impressive. And yeah, our own guy, Amon-Ra St. Brown, with 11 back-to-back years, over 100 receptions, over 1,000 yards, and double-digit touchdowns. Saint's been great. Absolutely been great. And here's a ticket text. Jamar Chase has been an absolute stud this year and not getting much talk about him nationally. Yeah, I agree with that. 100%. Another ticket text comes in. If you give Gibbs the same amount of touches as Saquon, Gibbs easily outgains that dude, no question. Well, then you have to, if you factor in the durability. And if you're looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, would he be durable enough to carry the ball that many times? Now, obviously, if you're going to add in the yards per carry and just extrapolate that, he'd still fall short, actually, because Saquon Barkley is averaging more yards per carry. But with the Lions, that's nearly 400 yards. It's nearly 400 rushes between Gibbs and Montgomery. And that's over 1,900 yards rushing between those two. And obviously the touchdown total between those two rushing is 24, which is phenomenal. Now, I don't think you can just simply give Gibbs Montgomery stats. But if you were to certainly add on another 100 carries, what would those totals look like? And it might be sick, but no, he doesn't have that option. I hated Netflix games. It was so blurry, and all my friends had the same issue, Doug and Southgate. I didn't have an issue with that. Did you have that, Paul?
No, the games came in fine. I actually thought the picture was really clear.
Yeah, I didn't have that problem. I wonder if that, now, I'm watching it on a TV. Other people are watching it through a device, because so many people watch through devices these days, whether it's a computer or a phone or tablet or whatever. Or was it? I don't know if that was a TV or not. It's Doug and Southgate. We know the NFL is going to go to an 18-game season eventually, and now they want midweek games when they can get them. When are we going to start talking about expanding the rosters? More games means you need more guys, right? That's from Han and Shelby. I agree. I've long not understood why you have a 53-man roster, and yet for games, you've got to trim that roster. It makes no sense to me. How it goes from 53 to whatever it is, 47 on game day?
48 on game
48
day.
on game
Plus
day.
the emergency quarterback now, technically.
Yeah, I don't understand why you reduce the roster when you have a roster of 53. And I agree with this ticket texter completely. Expand the rosters. Expand the rosters. Give more guys an opportunity. I'm sure the Players Association would love that. The NFL, it's been like this forever.
Plus, they're already skirting the rules a little bit anyway with you can activate a guy off the practice squad up to 3 times a year. So the teams are already skirting around that rule anyway.
I agree with him. I agree with you. This has been my point for years. Let's expand the rosters. And it makes all the sense in the world, not that you've tacked on a 17th game. And if you're going to tack on an 18th game, which they will, almost certainly they're going to add an 18th game, you got to expand the rosters. And let's say it goes from 53 to 55. Okay? Fair enough. But let all 55 suit up on Sunday. How about do that? Not sure why you're not. That doesn't make any sense to me. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator with you today. Paul's in for Kang. Both Kang and Doug will be back on January 2nd. Look forward to taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Very football heavy today, and why not? It's football season. We had asked people earlier about the Christmas Day game. Would you want to go to a game at Ford Field on Christmas Day? Is that something you'd want to do? For me, it's too much. We've already got the Thanksgiving Day game. I wouldn't want to have a second holiday taken up by a home football game. And yet I can see the appeal if I were a father of young children. When I say young children, I mean, of an age that I'd be wanting to take them to a football game. Everybody thinks I hate kids. I don't hate kids. But if I had an 8 and a 10-year-old kid, it would be pretty cool to have Christmas morning. They're open up presents, and then they open up some envelope, and it's got a ticket in there. Although I don't, if you can even get tickets anymore, right? It's just through the app. But somehow you just let them know that they're going to the football game that day. I know that the looks on the faces would be worth it, and you would no longer care about all the chaos that is Christmas. You'd be like, well, let's go to the game because it makes everybody happy. Who doesn't love football? We love football. I just think that having two special games like that in the season is one too many. And I recognize that this was also different because it was in the middle of the week. That's what makes it special because we're only two games. When you only get one or two games on the schedule, like your Monday night games, your Thursday night games, it's different. And to an extent, even the Saturday games. But this was an anomaly with it being on a Wednesday. We also asked about who's underrated. Who's the guy that's gone under the radar? I should say, maybe not necessarily underrated, but just under the radar because all the talk with the MVP in the NFL has gone around Josh Allen lately. A little bit of Saquon Barkley, he's getting a push, and it seems like to me everybody's forgetting about Lamar Jackson and the ridiculously great year he's having. And last night, I think he starts to put himself back on the map again and having everybody shut up about Josh Allen because he sets a single season NFL record for rushing yards by a quarterback. He's been absolutely fantastic. And then add to that he is thrown for 39 touchdown passes against only 4 interceptions. That's ridiculous. Those are ridiculous numbers. His quarterback rating of 121 is absolutely ridiculous. So who's kind of flown under the radar? And people texted in. Barkley has been great, no doubt, but he's a full-time back versus Gibbs in a 50-50 split. Gibbs is a full-time role as well, would be smashing records. I don't know if he'd be smashing records. I think perhaps that texter is discounting how great Barkley has been this year. He's got a higher yards per carry than Jahmyr, but they're both fantastic backs. I love having Jahmyr Gibbs here and him getting the bulk load of the carries last on Sunday against the Bears and then likely Monday night against San Francisco. I think it's just going to add to those totals. Khalil Shakir in Buffalo is quietly having an amazing season. He was the only one left in Buffalo, and Josh Allen is having an MVP season. And who is he throwing to? Shakir is a quiet beast. That's some Adam in Toledo. Yeah, he's had a really good season for the Bills at this point. It's been impressive what he's done. And that's the argument for Josh Allen as the MVP is that he's having the season he's having without having really a go-to guy to throw to. Shakir has caught 73 passes for 796 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's kind of pedestrian. Those are nice numbers, but I'm not going to go crazy about it. He hasn't reached the 1,000-yard plateau. Is he likely to? He's got 2 games to get 200 yards. Can he do that? He can, but that'd be well above his average to get there.
I think that's one of the arguments for Josh Allen, though, is if you look at his talent around him and Lamar's, it's not really a fair comparison because, like, Zay Flowers is a monster at receiver. You got Derrick Henry.
Player. Right, and he's got Derrick Henry. Okay, but outside of Zay Flowers, he's got a tight end that he throws to.
He's got 2 tight ends because Likely's really good, too. Likely would be a starter on most teams.
But nobody knew about Likely until Lamar starts throwing to him.
That's true.
Lamar does make players better. Quarterbacks do that. They do. I stick up so quickly for Lamar because I think he just gets slammed on this. And Lamar's numbers are ridiculously more impressive than Josh Allen's. And I'm not taking any credit away from Josh Allen. He's been great. And no, I don't think he's got a lot to work with. Guy's been banged up. Keon Coleman's only played 11 games, but he's a rookie. I mean, what's he expected to do? He's been really good, averaging 21 yards of reception when he's thrown to, but he's been hurt. Now he's back. They had Amari Cooper, but only for 7 games. And it's not like Cooper was lighting it up. He caught 17 passes in 7 games. But they had the makings for a pretty good core. Dalton Kincaid, the tight end, he's pretty good, but he's only played in 12 games. They've been banged up. James Cook, the running back, is one that I think that's a guy who's under the radar. James Cook has run for 928 yards in 14 games, and he's got 14 touchdowns. That's impressive. Add to that another 258 yards receiving and a couple more touchdowns. 16 touchdowns from scrimmage for James Cook. No one's talking about him.
Well, that's the thing that the Bills that really smart by their OC, Brady, is that when all the receivers started to get injured, it's kind of how they beat the Lions, which is they're using their backside of the backfield and exploiting other teams' linebackers in coverage. Yep. And that's how they're beating a lot of teams this year.
Yeah, and they've got former Lion Ty Johnson, who's come up with some big plays as well. But, yeah, I think if you're going to pick somebody from Buffalo that's unheralded, it's James Cook hands down. Khalil Shakir has had a nice season. Again, it's nice, but he doesn't even have 800 yards receiving yet. Just under it. But there's, at least a dozen receivers, I think, that have 1,000 yards. Gator, I watched the game on Netflix. Pitcher sucked. When there was a long pass, it looked like the bar was flying frame by frame. Yeah, again, I didn't get that. I got a great picture. Did not affect my TV at all. But that's another ticket texter saying the same thing. That was a problem with Netflix. And if that's a problem, the NFL has to address that. But I haven't seen it nationally posted about that. We'll see. Penei Sewell. It's not the nature of the award to give it to an offensive lineman, but no sacks allowed from him all season long. Now, that's a Pro Football Focus total, I think, with saying no sacks. He's allowed a sack. We've seen him get beaten and allow a sack. So I'm not sure what Pro Football Focus is doing if that's the service that says it's no sacks. But I will say this. Penei Sewell, I think, is the best right tackle in football. I love this guy. He's my MVP for the Lions. This guy sets the tone for everything. He gives the pregame speech out there on the field to get the team fired up. He is the guy who goes into confrontations and pulls the guys out and says, let's get back to business here. He's got a cool head about him when it comes to the game. If he makes a mistake, he doesn't make it twice. And the mistakes he makes are so rare. This guy is a godsend for the Detroit Lions. Thank goodness that the Bengals took Jamar Chase in the draft instead of Penei Sewell. And I think that Kyle Pitts from Atlanta, I think he went ahead as well. Because we had heard that those are two players that the Lions really coveted. And here comes Penei Sewell falling right into their lap. Thank goodness. The perfect pick. The perfect player for this team, and now they got him locked in for years to come. I love Penei Sewell. Brian Johnson Jr. has been the best rookie wide receiver this year, overshadowing much higher touted players. He has definitely had himself a heck of a season and is doing it on a scale where it's better than what other players have, the rookie players. Is he having a better season than Marvin Harrison Jr.? Yeah, he's been pretty good. He's been very impressive to see what he has done. Malik Neighbors also has had a pretty good season. Are his numbers better than me? Yeah, his numbers are better than Malik. He's got almost 1,100 yards receiving. Malik Neighbors has 969. Brian Johnson Jr. from Jacksonville has 9 touchdowns. Malik Neighbors has 4. So he has been more impressive from the rookie wide receiver core. It's been a great season for him, even though it's been a horrible season for the Jaguars. But the Jags are what the Jags are. I still can't believe Trevor Lawrence is this bad. He's got to be better. Come on. Trevor Lawrence cannot be this bad. It's not possible. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to talk about the college football playoff? Much maligned over the first weekend of those games that they had. I don't know why people are complaining about it. There have been some excellent points made in favor of why you don't mess with it, why you just leave it alone. There are people that make some good points of how you can tweak it and make it better. We'll talk about it. We haven't really gotten involved in that discussion on the Karsch Anderson program to any length. We're going to do that next. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Start thinking about the college football playoff and what you would tweak, what you would do. We got some calls on hold as well at 248-539-9797. Hang on to that. You want to send in a ticket text, we can get in touch that way. And oh, hey, by the way, we stream the show live with video on twitch.tv. Search for 971 The Ticket. You can see yours truly up there on the screen, and also on youtube.com. Search for 971 The Ticket on YouTube. You can stream live with video. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator taking a call. It's at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well if you'd like to do that. We were asking people about players that have kind of gone under the radar this year in light of all the MVP talk with Josh Allen or Saquon Barkley or Lamar Jackson. But who are the players that aren't getting enough recognition nationally that deserve to get recognition? We had some good names brought up. People have brought up Brian Thomas, the wide receiver from Jacksonville, who as a rookie has already surpassed 1,000 yards receiving on a really bad football team. People brought up Chase Brown and some other players as well. You're getting a good list of players. Let's add to that. Logan is next up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Logan.
How's it going? First time caller. Love the show. Had
Thank
a couple things for you guys. So first thing, the Netflix production, I thought it was outstanding. A big step up from the Paul Tyson fight. So I thought they did a great job with that. Might have just been an internet connection for some other people. But touching on some of the players that kind of have gone under the radar this year, I think Chuba Hubbard is one that isn't getting enough attention.
Chuba Hubbard has been amazing this year. Just so people understand, Logan, he's had 1,195 yards rushing, so almost 1,200 yards rushing in 15 games, a 4.8 yards per carry average, and 10 touchdowns. Here's a weird statistical anomaly with him. He has caught 43 passes this year for only 171 yards. It's a 4-yard average receiving, but that's how bad Carolina is, and yet this guy's out there. He's making the catches. He's got a touchdown receiving. I think if you had a all underrated or undervalued running back tandem, it would be James Cook and Chuba Hubbard.
Yep, definitely. I know from a fantasy football standpoint, at least, he was kind of a later round draft pick, even a waiver wire pickup, and he's been great. So he's kind of one of the under the radar guys. But I know I'm going to touch on college football in a second too, but just wanted to, I set a reminder in my phone for everyone to, for at least myself to parlay all the favorite spreads for next year. So just if in case it goes the same way for next year, we makes it a little interesting at least. So appreciate the call and thanks.
All right. Thanks, Logan. Appreciate it. Happy New Year too as well. Happy holidays. 248-539-9797, telephone number and same number to text as well. So I wanted to get into this with college football because I haven't really had a chance to kind of really do the deep dive in this. I was out last week, and when we got to the show this week, we were really kind of talking all Lions. So Doug and I kind of barely touched on it. And it's the college football playoff. And people were complaining vociferously. And really, it's about fan bases that are pissed off that their teams were left out of it, right? It's people that were Ole Miss fans or Alabama fans, maybe Miami fans as well, because their teams were not involved. The college football playoff is the first year they expanded to 12 teams. I love the format where you have the first 4 games are played at home sites, and teams had to travel. So you had Texas hosting a game against Clemson. You had Penn State hosting against SMU. Ohio State hosted Tennessee. And then, of course, Notre Dame had hosted Indiana. And I think that's the game that got all the angst from people. People were pissed that Indiana was involved in there, that they were number 10 in the country, that they made it into this top 12. They were invited to play in the college football playoff. And going into the fourth quarter, they were down 20-3 to Notre Dame. The game ends up being 27-17. It's a 10-point game. Now, you could argue there was some garbage stuff at the end there. Look, Indiana kicked an onside kick and recovered it. They were able to convert for 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter. Their coach had even punted at something where like 8 minutes left, and they punted instead of going for it. People questioned that, and he's like, look, we haven't been able to get anything going offensively. We're hoping to get a spark on defense. And actually, that's when Notre Dame went down and scored, and then Indiana scored the last 14 points. And then you had the other games that were blowouts, 38-24, Texas over Clemson. That's 2 touchdowns. Penn State blew out SMU 38-10. And Ohio State beat the snot out of the SEC in Tennessee 42-17. And people were upset because these were blowouts and like automatically assuming that Alabama was going to give a better performance or that Ole Miss would give a better performance against one of these teams. And my point was always, well, then they probably shouldn't have messed up during the rest of the season. You probably shouldn't lose 3 games. If you're Alabama, how about this? Don't lose to Vanderbilt. And don't lose to Oklahoma. This isn't the Oklahoma teams of the past that were competing for national championships. This is a 6-6 Oklahoma team. Don't lose to them. But in particular, do not ever lose to Vanderbilt. I don't care who you beat. That's who you lost to. Sorry. And when it came to Ole Miss, how about this? Don't lose to Kentucky. Don't lose to a very average LSU team. Don't do that. And don't lose to another average team in Florida. Don't do that. I don't care who you beat. That's who you lost to. So if you look at Indiana, what am I going to get pissed that they lost to Ohio State? I understand Indiana did not have a great schedule. All right, the Big Ten schedule was what it was. They don't lobby for that. That just algorithm spits it out. This is who you have to play in the Big Ten, and they only had to play in the Big Ten championship game against Ohio State. That was it, right? Actually, not in the Big Ten. Yeah, so that's what they had. Their other loss comes against Notre Dame. Their non-conference schedule was a joke. It's much like an SEC non-conference schedule for some of those big teams. Not all those big teams play a joke of a schedule, but some do. But the thing was, it's the teams that Indiana beat, those average at best teams that they beat in the Big Ten, they smothered those teams. They didn't lose to a Kentucky or a Vanderbilt or a Florida or an LSU. They didn't lose to those teams. If you think LSU is good, I don't know what to tell you. I think LSU is as good as Michigan is. All right? They are what they are. Down years for both of those teams, both of those programs have been very, very good, and this wasn't a great year for them. That's what they are. Indiana got past Michigan. It wasn't their greatest game, but it was probably their toughest win on the schedule there, and they won the game on the road. But what Indiana did to every other team in the Big Ten that they played was hammer them. And teams like Ole Miss, I should say, and Alabama did not hammer them. So I will defend the Big Ten in Indiana. I will definitely do that. And as far as and by the way, Indiana, the loss to Illinois to Notre Dame was by 10 points. That was the closest point differential game of those first 4. But people want to tweak it. They want to ensure that what they deem are the 12 best teams need to get in there. Okay, well then how do you determine who the 12 best teams are? Some people want to look past the eyeball test and just go strictly by data. Okay, that's fine. Would it spit it out any differently? Because to me, if it spits out that Alabama and Ole Miss get in, then I got a problem. Because you can't lose to the teams they lost to and then claim you belong in the college football playoff. I'm sorry. It's great that you're capable of knocking off one of the top teams in the country, but you're clearly susceptible to losing to below average teams, and that's not good enough. I don't think you belong in there. And then I heard somebody say when they were defending this whole process, and I forget who it was. It may have been Troy Aikman talking about it, and said that basically if you're looking at these games and saying that the blowouts, you're not giving credit to the teams that win. I think Joe Buck and Troy Aikman said this. You're not giving credit to the teams that won those games handily, how good those teams are, that you're taking away that. And also, how about going back and looking at point differentials in the playoffs in the NFL where you get wins by double digits? And then if you just look at the games we saw yesterday, we had 4 good teams play on Christmas Day, but both games are blowouts. Now, are you going to tell me that those aren't good teams? That Pittsburgh's not good? That Houston's not good because they got blown out? I mean, those would be worthy playoff teams in the NFL. So I take issue with that. But we can have this discussion. I'm not going to yell. Not the people. I don't yell at the people. I want to hear the discussion here. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What tweaks would you like to see made? And I do have a tweak that I'd like to see made, but I'm not sure if the tweak I want makes a ton of sense because you've got to reward teams at some point. And the other question I have is, will this outcome, because Notre Dame had to play a home game in the first round rather than having a bye in the first round, will this convince Notre Dame to finally join a conference or not? And also, how will this affect the future of non-conference scheduling for the Power Four conferences? 248-539-9797. Same number to text as call. And we'll do it next here on 97.1 The Ticket. And good afternoon. Hope everybody had a fantastic Christmas. I enjoyed it very much yesterday. Had the family over. Had a nice dinner. Opened up lots of gifts. Had a great time. Unfortunately, my nephew was sick and wasn't able to make it. And I feel bad for Ben staying at home. But we sent a care package of plenty of food with him, and I'm sure he's happy with it. But we had a great time. And that's what Christmas is all about, being with family and friends. And it certainly meant a little bit more this year with my father passing in August. So it was kind of cool to have the family over at the house. And I love Christmas. I just love getting in the spirit of it. I love lighting up the house with all types of cheap-ass lighting with the micro LED lights everywhere. They're battery-powered, and the batteries don't last long. I've got these LED lights. They're like indoor-outdoor lights or pucks. Basically, it's like a puck, and they take AAA batteries, 3 of them, and those things last for I think you get 10 hours of light out of it. It's crazy how quickly they go through batteries, but I like to light up the entire house, the whole tree, the thing, and then now that Christmas is done, I still leave the house lit up. I love it, and I don't know when all that stuff will end up coming down. Because a lit up Christmas tree makes me happy. I'm guessing it's going to stay out there for the next couple weeks anyway, maybe the next several weeks. But it's Christmas. Love it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Talking about the college football playoff, the format, it's come under a ton of scrutiny. The first year it happens, you get 4 opening games. They're all double-digit wins for the home teams, which is, I think, the other thing people forget. It's a home field advantage for teams that are seeded higher. They're favored teams. They're supposed to win. And people get bent out of shape because they were all blowouts. Yeah. When you get teams that could argue should have been given first-round byes, but because they weren't conference champions, they're not going to get that, well, the next best thing is to get to host the game. And they're going to blow them out. Guess what? Notre Dame might win the national championship. Their defense is really freaking good. Although they got a big blow with one of their players getting hurt. But they're really good. Texas is really good. I don't know why people are bent out of shape about this. Ohio State just totally smoked Tennessee. Ohio State's really good. But you got open, now you got the teams that had the bye, like Arizona State and Boise State, which I think are good teams. You know, they win their conferences, and this is why they're in there, right? Because they're conference champions. And because the ACC didn't produce a great conference champion, so they're left out of it in terms of a team having that bye. So you have what you have. Do I think that Indiana would play a pretty good game against Boise State or perhaps beat Boise State or Arizona State? I do. Maybe I'm in the minority on that, but that's how I feel. I think Indiana's better than people give them credit for. Clearly not as good as Notre Dame. But I think if Notre Dame matched up against either of those teams, they'd blow them out too. And look, we'll get a chance to see what happens with that when the games take place coming up on New Year's Eve. Very much looking forward to those games. When we get to see the matchups of Penn State and Boise State and Texas and Arizona State, Ohio State and Oregon, Notre Dame and Georgia. I mean, those are going to be interesting games. The Notre Dame-Georgia game and Ohio State-Oregon seems unfair for those teams to have to play those games right in the second round. But, I mean, you're down to the final 8 teams. This is what's going to happen. But the other question I had about this, as far as what kind of tweaks you want to make to it, to the college football playoff, if anything, because people are flying off the handle with this after the first year, it's a question about Notre Dame. You know, they find themselves on the outside, well, not the outside of the teams that get the bye, because those have to go to conference champions, and they're, of course, not aligned with a conference at this point. And would you even prefer, would you rather have the first round bye, or would you rather have the home game? And I think it's interesting, because if you're a team that plays in the North, team that plays in elements like Big Ten teams or Notre Dame, you'd you'd probably lean towards having that home game. Make a ton of money off the home game, and it's in your element, something you're used to. If you were an SEC team or a team that plays in the South, I imagine you'd rather just have the bye. Let's rest up. But it kind of feels like it's such an advantage for the northern teams to be playing at home that they would take it. So, interesting with Notre Dame without having a conference alignment there or allegiance. What's going to happen with them in the future? Is this going to force them to join a conference? I don't know if it will or won't, but I think it's interesting nonetheless. And the last thing is, how is this going to affect future non-conference scheduling? Is it going to dumb it down? And I think it might dumb it down. These conferences now, when you look at the SEC and the Big Ten in particular, they are mega conferences now with way too many teams. And I think, to protect themselves, they're going to schedule cupcakes to begin the year eventually. Maybe not everybody does this, but I think the majority of the teams are going to schedule the cupcakes, and so they can get through their conference schedule. And of course, the SEC will boast and thump their chest and say, well, we have so many really great teams in here, we can't afford to lose a game against a quality opponent in the non-conference schedule, which is how they've always operated, seemingly. Which is unfortunate because we love to see quality football all throughout the season, and there just aren't that many games in the beginning of the year. And look, it affects the Big Ten too. Particularly when you look at it, Indiana, nobody thought Indiana was going to be playing in the college football playoff. Nobody thought that. But their non-conference schedule was an absolute joke. And it's nothing. It's no better this next season either. Indiana could be right back in the college football playoff. They've added a lot of players in the portal, and they're a very well-coached team. And next year, I do believe they play at least one tough Big Ten opponent on their schedule. So we shall see. Got some ticket texts coming in about this. College football playoff is a joke for what they did. No way should Indiana, SMU, or Clemson have been there. Ole Miss, Miami, and Texas A&M should have been put instead, just like last year when the undefeated Florida State team was left out and they added Alabama. They could easily have done the same. Yeah, I don't see that. I've made the case for Indiana over Ole Miss. I'll make the case over Miami. I like Miami, but Miami blew it. They didn't play any ranked teams the entire season, not one. None of the teams they played were ranked when they played them. And they had 2 losses. You can't lose to Georgia Tech. You can't do it. And then your last game of the season, when you need to win that game, you can't lose to Syracuse, who's a good team. And now they're ranked. But you can't do that and expect to get in. You're already on the borderline because you lost to Georgia Tech. If you had beaten Georgia Tech, you'd be in it. And we'd see Cam Ward in there. It would have been fun, but they're not because they didn't deserve to be there. And Texas A&M, I don't even understand the Texas A&M part. They weren't a ranked team. Yes, I think they had a couple of decent wins on their schedule, and they had a tough schedule, but they don't belong in there. So I would, I guess, disagree with that quite vehemently about Texas A&M. I'm going to pull up their schedule so we can further look at this and what they did. They finished the conference, I believe, 5-3. They were 8-4 overall. So this texter is going to tell me that a 4-loss team belongs in the college football playoff. When they scored 7 points against Texas in a loss, they lost in 4 overtimes to Auburn. They got hammered by South Carolina by 24 points, and they lost the opening game of the season to Notre Dame by 10. So at what point in the season did you think they belonged in there? What, was it their win against New Mexico State? Because they beat a way overvalued LSU team when they did? LSU was actually ranked 8th in the country when they beat them 38-23. LSU was a very average team this year. They hammered Missouri when Missouri was thought of being decent. Missouri ended up not being all that good, 41-10. So I'm sorry. I will disagree with that vehemently. I don't think that's the case. But we can have the discussion, certainly. And I thought the interesting part is, the undefeated Florida team last year lost their quarterback. They take them out of the playoff. So would you do the same thing to Georgia this year?
Hey, Scott, I don't mean to completely derail you here, but we got some breaking news coming in.
Do we? Well, hang on to that. We will detail the breaking news. You got a big smile on your face, Dustin, so maybe this is something that's going to make me happy. We will find out. Well, I can't wait to hear that breaking news. We'll deliver it in 4 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. And, of course, I have to tell you about Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. How can I forget that? Look, New Year's right around the corner. If you're having any issues whatsoever with your house, if it's just not heating up well enough, you need your furnace checked out, you just need general maintenance on it, call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They have the red, white, and blue trucks. You see them all over the place. There's a reason. They are excellent at what they do. They will solve your plumbing and HVAC problems. You can call the expert technicians today, and they will come out and help you out right away. Or how about this? Schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Breaking news. And this is a whoa. The Karch and Anderson show, we have whoa. And then we have whoa. This is a big whoa. Hey, whoa, man. According to the Detroit Red Wings Twitter, the Detroit Red Wings Executive Vice President and General Manager Steve Yzerman today announced that the team has named Todd McClellan the 29th head coach in franchise history and signed him to a multi-year contract. Additionally, Red Wings have hired Trent Yawney as an assistant coach. That means the head coach Derek Lalonde and associate coach Bob Bugner have been relieved of their coaching duties effective immediately. So Todd McClellan, familiar name with the Red Wings because he was an assistant under Mike Babcock, was part of the Stanley Cup championship team in 2008. He was responsible, his duties as assistant coach with the Red Wings during that time. I think he started up there in 2005. He was in charge of the power play. The Red Wings had the best power play in the NHL at that time. Now, of course, different players when you're playing at Zetterberg and Datsuk and the like, but nonetheless, he got his feet wet prior to that, but then also came up with the Detroit Red Wings. So he knows what it's like. And after that stint with the Red Wings, after winning the Stanley Cup, immediately goes to take over the San Jose Sharks. And all he did with San Jose was win the division 3 straight years. His first year, second year, and third year with 117, 113, and 105 points. He spent the next 4 seasons in San Jose, made the playoffs 3 of those 4 years. And then, like I said this the other day, in hockey, you've got a shelf life. You don't see coaches coach the same team for like 15, 20 years. It's so rare. So you just have a shelf life. And despite all the success he had there, he did not win a Stanley Cup in San Jose, and that's what you're playing for. So they got rid of him despite the fact that he had a 311, 163, and 66 record. Unbelievable. His playoff record with San Jose was 30 and 32. 6 playoff appearances in 7 years. Then he took his talents to Edmonton and did not have as good a record with Edmonton. Was 123 and 119. He was there for some of those years with the great offensive talent they have there. Best they did was his second year at Edmonton. The only time that they made the playoffs, they were 47, 26, and 9, 103 points, and they lost in the second round of the playoffs that year. Then he moved on to the LA Kings and coached the LA Kings for the next 4.5 years before being let go. They made the playoffs his third and fourth year there, but lost in the first round both years to Edmonton, his former team, with point totals of 99 and 104, and then started off last season, made it past the halfway mark, and they let him go. I'm not sure why, but they were 23, 15, and 10 for 56 points, and they let him go. So throughout his career, 9 playoff performances. I think it's 16 years of being a head coach. That's pretty impressive. And a 42 and 46 record in the playoffs. That's good. I mean, to have coached nearly 100 games in the playoffs, I think is impressive in your coaching career. Is this a slam dunk hire? I don't know. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say that I love this hire. I think I like this hire. I like this hire because he knows what it's like to coach here in Detroit. He knows what high standards we have here in Detroit because he was part of it. He saw the success of winning a Stanley Cup. Adding someone like Trent Yawney to the mix as well, who obviously was a player for many years in the NHL. Lots of coaching experience for him. I like it. I think I like the move, if for nothing else. I just want to change. Things have gotten so stale here in Detroit with the Red Wings. We talked about the hot seat. At what point, when I made the analogy of having the seat warmer in your car, you have the 3 different levels that you can press it. I think that was on level 3 for several weeks here. It's been on level 3 for a lot of people. It was on level 3 well before that. People were tired of Derek Lalonde. And it's tough because Derek Lalonde is an awesome guy, and I think is probably better suited to being an assistant coach. He's incredibly even-keeled. Doesn't seem like he flies off the handle too much. And I know that some people don't like when they don't see fire from a coach. And his responses in post games didn't show that fire or that passion, even though this guy will talk your ear off and he's entertaining and he's great. And I think he's a player's coach, but that may not have been what the Red Wings needed. And it was, I think, inevitable if they didn't get rid of him at some point during this season. I don't think they were going to bring him back next year anyway. But the fact that Steve Yzerman, not only did he fire Derek Lalonde, but he's already got his coach for the future, that according to the Red Wings Twitter, that Todd McClellan is going to be, that he signed a multi-year deal. Well, that ends any kind of speculation. And before you even get to it, of people saying, oh, hire Sergei Fedorov, or, hire Joel Quenneville, or hire Gerard Gallant, or whomever. It's going with Todd McClellan, a guy who has been part of the Red Wing organization before and has a long career as a head coach now, since that time of being an assistant with the Red Wings, after that Stanley Cup year of being a head coach in the NHL for the next 16 years and having 9 playoff appearances during that time, including winning 3 straight division championships with San Jose to start his coaching career. I think it's definitely an upgrade. How will we see this on the ice? Will it be any different? I think it's another guy that's pretty calm and cool and collected on the behind the bench, but he will also start you'll see him bark a little bit too. The Red Wings will return to action tomorrow night at home against Toronto. I believe it's Toronto, so that's going to be an interesting game, to say the least, with a new head coach. It is Toronto, and to see if the Red Wings can get things back on track. Frankly, I don't think it's as simple as a coaching move, and I don't think that's why Yzerman made it to save this season. I don't think that's why he made the move. I think he made the move because he wanted to hire Todd McClellan long-term as the head coach, and now it just made sense. I wondered if this was going to happen this week. We talked about it on Tuesday after the horrible game that the Red Wings played on Monday night when they got shut out by St. Louis 4-0. I said, would it make sense to fire Derek Lalonde because you've got this time off right now with the brief Christmas break where you wouldn't have to play between until Friday. So they had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off of playing games. They return to the ice tomorrow night. Would it have made sense for them to fire Lalonde and hire a new coach this week? Well, when Tuesday came and went and there was no announcement of a firing, when Christmas comes and goes, it'd be kind of hard to let a guy go on Christmas, but hey, it happens. It's sports, it's business. But it happened today. Red Wing fans, how do you feel about this? The day has finally come that they moved on from Derek Lalonde. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text as well. Now, it would be incredibly unfair to heap all the blame on Derek Lalonde for the Red Wings' shortcomings. We talk about the slice of the pie of blame that can go around, and I think there's 4 different fingers that you can look at. 4 different slices, if you will. They vary in size. You've got Derek Lalonde's slice. You have the player's slice. I think you have former GM Ken Holland's slice, which gets smaller and smaller every year. It might be, maybe you can just pass that by. And then you got Steve Yzerman's slice. I don't think that they're scapegoating Derek Lalonde. I don't think Derek Lalonde was the right guy. When all is said and done, I think it became obvious in after last season when they had the opportunity to beat teams they needed to beat down the stretch to make it to the playoffs, and they didn't. It wasn't good enough. When Derek Lalonde said publicly that he thought that the team was overachieving, I didn't disagree with him. I thought that they were overachieving. I'm not sure you should have said that out loud. But it makes that's one of the reasons I liked him. It made him personable, and he wasn't going to BS you. He was going to shoot you straight. This team's kind of overachieved. Okay. But when it came down to it, they needed to win. They needed to get one more point out of the season last year to make the playoffs, and they didn't get it. They lost back-to-back games, the 2 games, I should say, of the season, and they were later in the season, against Arizona, who you never should have lost to. That was the worst team in hockey, and they lost both of those games. When you needed to beat a Philadelphia or Washington and you didn't do it, those were killers. Absolute killers. So today's a new day. A new head coach for the Detroit Red Wings. It is Todd McClellan, former Red Wing assistant under Mike Babcock back from the years that they 2005 to 2008, including the Stanley Cup run. He has been announced as the 29th head coach in Detroit Red Wing history. How do Red Wing fans feel about this? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so we had the breaking news came out about, 15, 20 minutes ago now that the Red Wings have moved on from Derek Lalonde as the head coach, and they have hired, not only have they hired a new coach, but they gave him an extension. He's got a multi-year contract. Not an extension, but they gave him a multi-year contract. It's Todd McClelland. Todd McClelland, who had coached in the NHL with San Jose and the LA Kings and the Edmonton Oilers. 9 playoff appearances in his, I think, 16 years of coaching in the NHL as a head coach. Prior to his stint with San Jose, in his entry as being a head coach. Prior to that, he was with the Red Wings. He was an assistant with Mike Babcock. He was in charge of the power play, and it was the best power play in the NHL at the time. Of course, Red Wings had different players, Hall of Fame players in that team, and while they were playing perhaps in their prime, and that's not going to be the case here with Detroit unless they can develop some players to become Hall of Fame players, although they do have Patrick Kane, but he is definitely not in his prime. Wanted to ask the people what they thought of this. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Red Wings are in the midst of having a horrendous season. They are second from the bottom in the basement here in the Eastern Conference with just 30 points. They're 2 points above Buffalo. 2. They've lost, I think, 9 of their last 12 games. Their penalty killing has been horrific. They are not scoring goals. They have 88 goals scored in 34 games. And I had that revelation on, I think it was on Monday's show. I was like, Monday or Tuesday's show. I said, they've actually played 34 games already? 34! Nearing the halfway point of the season. Well, they made a decision to move on. They fired Derek Lalonde, replaced him with Todd McClelland. What did the people think? 248-539-9797. We'll start with Joe, who's in Howell. Joe, welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Gator? How you doing, man?
Doing all right, man.
Hey, I think it's a move that had to be done. Lalonde had clearly lost the team. The players weren't playing for him. But with that being said, I don't think Lalonde shoulders all the blame in this.
Oh, no, he definitely does not.
I honestly believe Yzerman still shoulders all the blame in this. I mean, for starters, Yzerman hired Lalonde, which, okay, first coaching hire, we'll give him a mulligan. But secondly, when you look at the style of play that Lalonde wanted to run, he was a defensive-minded, quality over quantity shots. And then the players that Yzerman brought in didn't fit in that system. It was kind of confusing. You bring in Tarasenko's and Kane's and DeBrincat, who are not good defensive, in their own defensive zone. Our bottom 4 defensemen, I mean, let's be honest, they're just not good. Other than Edmondson and Seider, our defense is not good. So I do think that Yzerman still shoulders most of the blame, but firing Lalonde now, I think, is a step in the right direction, and it doesn't mean it can't be corrected in the future. But I just think Yzerman's got himself in a mess, and he's got to get himself out now. I mean, we're up against the cap. The players he's signed in free agency, they haven't been that great.
No.
Comfer, they have been, not very good.
Well, I think guys, Joe, you bring up some interesting points, and thanks for the call. I think guys like Kopp and Comfer, those guys filled that role that you were talking about maybe being defensive players, defensive first players, responsible players. And when they brought these guys in over the last several years, and they keep bringing players like that in, they realized that they still needed scoring. And that's why they went out and get Alex DeBrincat. That's why they took a chance on Patrick Kane. And that's why they take a chance on Vladimir Tarasenko. And those are 3 acquisitions. Well, I guess you can start with DeBrincat that hasn't worked out as well as you thought. DeBrincat goes through stretches where he looks amazing. And then he goes through stretches like, where's the scoring? He's only got 13 goals this year in 34 games, 25 points in 34 games. Patrick Kane last year was really good for the Red Wings. An incredible passer. Yes, he's a liability defensively, but setting him up on a power play, he's brilliant for a power play. And he had a pretty good season last year with the Red Wings, almost a point a game. This year, full training camp under his belt, totally healthy, but he's older, and he hasn't performed. 14 points in the 29 games and only 5 goals. But the one that's most disappointing is the third player you mentioned, and that's the free agent acquisition of Vladimir Tarasenko. In 33 games, he's got 12 points and only 4 goals. So you've got 3 guys that have been proven players in the NHL with DeBrincat, Kane, and Tarasenko. And between them, they have 22 goals. It's not good enough. So does a change in coaching, does that light a fire under the offense? Will that start to spark DeBrincat and Patrick Kane and Vladimir Tarasenko? Or are these just going to be three awful acquisitions that further put Steve Yzerman in a bad light? It might. I mean, Yzerman's going to be, to me, it starts with how you draft. And I think they've drafted well enough with what they have. They get screwed every year when it comes to the lottery. This has been a bad team for years that has had absolutely no luck when it comes to the NHL draft lottery. Every time they're in it, they fall back. They never pick where they're supposed to, or they never move up. They've always dropped back, even when they've had the worst record in the NHL. And that's caught them a little bit. There's no question Yzerman deserves some blame and responsibility. And this is him taking that responsibility by saying, well, it hasn't worked out with this coach. We're moving on. And I got a guy. We're going to sign him to a multi-year contract. I'm not doing the interim thing. He didn't do the interim thing. Didn't hand it over to an assistant coach. In fact, they fired Bob Bugner as well. He went out and hired a guy, and the guy wasn't Gerard Gallant. It wasn't Sergei Fedorov. It wasn't Joel Quenneville. Those are popular names that come up every time there's a head coaching opening. Went with Todd McClelland, a proven NHL coach that has not won a Stanley Cup as a head coach and has roughly a .500 record as a coach in the playoffs, but has not won a Stanley Cup as a head coach. Won a Stanley Cup with the Red Wings back in 2008. So this is where they stand right now. 248-539-9797. Isaac is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Isaac.
Hey, how's it going, Gator?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Super happy to hear the news, but it's only the start. We are terrible this year. It literally hurts my stomach to watch us play. I have nobody to share this news with, so I'm calling in, doing the best I can. I'm actually very happy and very excited. This won't end everything, but I'm excited because it seems like Yzerman is trying at least. He's trying. Is it what we need right now? Yeah, but you can only do so much with the card that you've been dealt. And Yzerman isn't really a good card dealer, as we've seen this past summer where he let some great aces go.
Well, who is great that they let go?
I mean, first off, Wallman. He's doing amazing in San Jose.
There was something. I don't know what the deal with Wallman was, because it looked like they had signed him to that extension. I liked Jake Wallman. I thought, okay, this is going to be good. And then all of a sudden he wasn't playing. So I'm not sure what went on. It wasn't just the right fit for this group. I don't know. But I mean, Wallman and Gostisbehere is the other one who has they're offensive-minded guys. And that's where they lose a ton of goals from last year. But you knew that. But what you were hoping to get was better defensively, because both Gostisbehere and Wallman may not be the best defensive defensemen.
No, absolutely not. But there was definitely I would say, a void in the locker room since Wallman left. But okay, if we're starting over and we're scratching, or we're starting from offense and getting some great guys, like you said, Kane and Tarasenko have literally been absent this whole season.
Yeah.
But Kane, you really don't expect much from Kane. You want the best just because he's Kane, but he is older, so you kind of take that with a grain of salt. But I'm fed up with it. If Kane's supposed to be this great person but hasn't scored, well, I mean, obviously this was probably last week, hasn't scored in about 10 games and assists is great, but we need you for one thing and one thing only, score. And you can't even do that on a power play. You know, you would think you would just start doing Ovechkin and just start standing at his favorite spot.
Yeah, he's definitely been disappointed. Thanks for the call, Isaac. I appreciate it. And, you know, there was a stretch in December, a 3-game stretch where he had 4 points. And I thought, okay, maybe this is now he's starting to get his feet under him. He has 2 goals and 2 assists in the last 3 games. Here we go. But then he comes up the last 2 games without registering a point. And then you look at the other 4 games he played in December, and he didn't register a point. So he only registered points in those 3 games in the month of December. We'll see if this lights a fire under this team tomorrow night against Toronto. the Red Wings were pretty pumped up a couple weeks ago when they played against Toronto, when they won that game 4-2. Yeah, but it's a triumvirate of players that they've got to play better offensively. And it kind of ties into something that I was going to use as a topic as well. I'll bring that up, and we might do the topic tomorrow, but I will bring this up just as a statistical comparison for what's going on right now. But the breaking news, the Red Wings have fired Derek Lalonde.
Hey, Gator, I will say, we'll add a second breaking news, not Red Wing related. Not as big of breaking news, but a breaking news story for the Lions next.
Okay, so is it a whoa or is it a whoa?
Compared to this, it's a whoa, but...
All right, we'll give that Lions news up next here. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so here's the other breaking news, and I agree, Dustin. It's more of a whoa, as opposed to whoa. The whoa that we had earlier in the show, like a half an hour ago or so, is that the Red Wings had fired Derek Lalonde, and that they have replaced him with Todd McClelland, former Red Wing assistant under Mike Babcock, part of the Stanley Cup team that won the championship in 2008. And then after that season, immediately went on to become a head coach for the first time. Coach with San Jose, with Edmonton, and with the LA Kings. Compiling a pretty good record over that time and coaching in nearly 100 playoff games with a slightly below 500 playoff record, never won the Stanley Cup as a head coach. But what's interesting is that they signed him to a multi-year contract. So that tells me that Steve Yzerman was thinking about this for a while. There's no question he was thinking about this for a while. And thus he is now on board for perhaps several years. We don't know what the actual extension is, but or the length of the contract is, but he will be the next Red Wing head coach, the 29th coach in history. And the Red Wings play tomorrow night at home against Toronto, and I guess Steve Yzerman will speak tomorrow. As far as the other woe, which is more of a whoa, it's something that I thought was going to happen. And it now apparently is, though I don't know if it's official, but Ian Rappaport says high school state championship winning coach and NFL quarterback Teddy Bridgewater is coming out of retirement and is expected to sign with the Lions. Sources tell The Insiders. Said that Bridgewater appeared on NFL Network and revealed his plans to play again back in Detroit. So when I had heard last week that Teddy Bridgewater was considering coming back to the NFL, my immediate thought was, yeah, he'll come back to the Detroit Lions. I think he loved his time here. A bit of a mentor to not only to Hendon Hooker, but also to Jamison Williams. They have a great relationship. Obviously, being here for a couple of seasons, he knows the offense. He's a very capable backup. We know what he is. And this might just be a nice reward for him for being part of this team that almost got it done last year. It'd be certainly an upgrade over Jake Fromm. I don't know what this means for Jake Fromm, if he can still be, on the practice squad. We'll see, but they're going to have to make room for him at some point. What does this mean for Hendon Hooker? It likely means that Hendon Hooker now gets relegated to being the third string quarterback. Or do they simply make this signing because they want to have somebody when they're thinking ahead? If things work out for the Lions this weekend, if Green Bay beats Minnesota on Sunday, and then the Lions play Monday night for the number 1 seed and they beat San Francisco, if that scenario plays itself out, then you don't have to go crazy against Minnesota to finish the season because you would have clinched the number 1 seed overall, which means you could go with some backup players. And just thinking ahead, it would be nice to, play a game with, say, Hendon Hooker and Teddy Bridgewater as opposed to throwing Jared Goff out there. But that's getting ahead of it. That's a scenario. That's not reality just yet. What apparently is reality, though, is that Teddy Bridgewater will sign with the Detroit Lions and come back to the fold, which is pretty cool. Let's get back to the calls. 248-539-9797. Jeff is in Riverview. Jeff, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Gator. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
So I don't know Lalonde, but he just seemed way too passive and melancholy for me from day one. I don't know what his deal was. I don't know if he was different, behind closed doors, but he just seemed way too melancholy. And, yeah, the moves Yzerman made, the one thing that I do want to bring up, the Wallman thing, I wonder if he was trying to clear cap space to get Trouba, and that deal fell through over the summer. I do wonder if that was what he was trying to do. But I think the free agent acquisitions are just hideous.
I would
just hideous.
Yeah, one of the things before the break, I mentioned that there was one of the topics that we're going to do tomorrow, perhaps, is the Christmas gift exchange, which is something you'd like to give back, and what would you like to give it back for? And for me, it's looking back at it, and this topic is completely hindsight, right? But it would have made sense, and that was, you signed Tarasenko and Patrick Kane to roughly just under $9 million, right? And Sam Reinhart from the Florida Panthers signed for just under $9 million. In fact, it was like $100,000 less than what Kane and Tarasenko signed for. Could you have gotten something like that done instead? Would you have taken the one over the two? Because clearly Reinhardt's put up better numbers than those two guys combined this year. You want scoring punch, there you go. The guy's got 22 goals and I think 46 points already on the season, or 45 points on the season in 36 games. That was something that would be a gift exchange. But, I mean, that's what I'm looking at, because these are free agent signings you made. You brought in Tarasenko. Hasn't panned out. Patrick Kane back for another year, and I like Patrick Kane, but he hasn't played anywhere near as well as he played last year. And this team is struggling.
Reinhardt would have came here for that.
He may not have,
either.
and that's completely fair. And I'm just, again, that's a topic of the gift exchange. It's almost like, you're looking at things that will never happen again. But when free agency hit last year, that was a name that people brought up, and myself included. I would love to see if they can add this guy. Stamkos was a big name out there, and that would have been another player. Although Stamkos has not had a great season, Marchessault was another player, has not had a great season. So some of those teams that brought those players in might be regretting it as well. But are the Red Wings regretting bringing Tarasenko to the fold? The way he's played to this point, I would think so. Thanks for the call, Jeff. I appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Paul, welcome to 971 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how you doing? Well, I agree a little bit about Tarasenko. However, let's go back to last year. You had poor performances from Kopp and Comfer, who, there should have been something in the offseason on that. And then they get rid of, they don't sign a couple of the defensemen that they had for the power play, and they bring in Gossenberry, or however you say his name. And I'll tell you what, he's done nothing. And you get rid of Wallman, and you get rid of Matta, who's playing 22, 23 minutes a game for Utah. They're thanking the Red Wings for giving him away. And look at our defensemen. And you got Petrie, who's too old to be playing in there. I mean, and Larkin's a second-line center. That team is messed up farther than just a coaching change.
They are. I don't think there's any question, Paul. And thanks for the call. They lack a competitive roster of players at this point. And we have to wait. It feels like we're going to have to wait a couple of years before this team is that competitive where you feel good about it. Now, they can certainly be competitive enough, I think, to compete for the final spot in a wild card. I expected that this year, and it hasn't happened. Will a new coach light a fire into the guys? They have to get it going? Maybe. Will a new coach say, okay, let's go with a younger goaltender? Bring up Kosa? Let's see him play? I don't know. I don't know if that's his decision or if that's an Yzerman decision. But players like Kopp and Comfer, they're signed to pretty big contracts. They're both making over $5 million a year. And they're signed through, one is signed through 26-27, the other signed through 27-28. So, and that's Kopp and Comfer. I think we can absolutely question the free agents, the free agent signings that Steve Yzerman has made. I don't think there's any question that you can do that. And that's part of the roster construction. But I also think it's obvious that Nuzi Lalonde was not the right guy to be the head coach. I think he might be amazingly suited to be an assistant coach, but not as a head coach. And that's the case that we've had with a lot of Red Wing assistants over the years. Dave Lewis was given they hand the keys over to Dave Lewis when Scotty Bowman stepped down. And it didn't work out with him. Again, another great guy, maybe not suited to be the head coach. Barry Melrose may have been a similar Barry Smith may have been another person just like that. And Nuzi Lalonde might just end up going down being that guy. Jeff Blashill may go down being that guy. But those are holes in Steve Yzerman's game, right? You got Blashill and Lalonde, neither has worked out. So now going with an experienced head coach and Todd McClelland, maybe this is the move that helps this Red Wing team out. Now, did they have enough time to scramble and get better and to make a playoff push? Sure, they do. They got plenty of time. They haven't even started the new year yet. And we're not even halfway through the season. But they're going to have to play considerably better hockey to get there. 2 points out of the basement, and I think they're 8 or 9 points out of the wild card spot. So they got to start playing hockey. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
After a very disappointing start to their season, breaking within the hour, the Detroit Red Wings have fired head coach Derek Lalonde. At 13-17-4, the Red Wings have the second worst record in the Eastern Conference and have lost their last 3 games, scoring only 1 goal in the last 6 periods. His replacement will be former head coach of the San Jose Sharks, Oilers, and LA Kings, Todd McClellan. His first test will be tomorrow night against Toronto, the second game of a 4-game homestand for Detroit. Also breaking moments ago, Teddy Bridgewater has reportedly come out of retirement and has been signed by the Detroit Lions. The quarterback was signed as a backup last season to the squad, and while he did not receive much playing time, he was praised internally for his impact on guiding young players like Hendon Hooker and Jamison Williams. And finally, the Pistons take the court again tonight for their third game of a 4-game road trip out west. Detroit looking for their 14th win on the season, third in a row on the trip. They will be taking on a struggling Sacramento Kings team. We'll have that late tip-off and pregame at 9:35 right here for you on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Yeah, so some big news items there. Throw in another day, another Michigan player declaring for the draft, Kenneth Grant. I don't know who Michigan's going to suit up in this bowl game. Although maybe some of these guys are going to play in a bowl game. I don't know. Find out that Colorado, I guess they've taken out a monster insurance policy for Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. So both of those guys will play in their bowl game against BYU, which makes that game interesting now. One of the few bowl games that I'll be interested in. Colorado and BYU. And glad to hear that. Glad to hear those guys are going to be taken care of in case tragedy happens. And you hope it doesn't happen. Nobody gets hurt, right? But this is why when you get to a 12-team playoff, every team that's not in that college football playoff, if you're a player, why would you play? You know, if you're somebody that's going to be potentially a first-round pick or a day 2 pick, you really have to question whether or not you play and put yourself at risk. And that's just the way that things are now. Obviously, this was not even a discussion like 15 years ago. You always played. Players didn't sit out. That's not how it was. But it's different now. Totally different landscape. But that's a topic for another day. I mean, we're talking about the Red Wings. That's the big news. Derek Lalonde fired. Todd McClellan hired. And not only hired, signed immediately to a multi-year deal, according to the Red Wings. So that tells me that Yzerman's been thinking about this for a while. This isn't something you just, on a whim, you make that decision this week. Oh, who can we get? They've been thinking about this for a long time, and it just kind of came to pass. So they'll prepare for the game against Toronto tomorrow. I believe Yzerman's supposed to speak tomorrow to the media about this move. And interesting. I've got some ticket text regarding this. When I talked about the slice of pie with all the blame in it, and somebody says, you forgot the slice of pie that belongs to owner Chris Ilitch. That's from Kurt and Royal Oak. Yeah, I don't see it. The NHL is a salary cap league. It kind of exonerates the ownership. The owner did what everybody wanted him to do. Everybody wanted Steve Yzerman here to be the GM. There's not a single person that said, don't bring Steve Yzerman here. And I'm still a supporter of Stevie. Let him cook. I think there have been some very questionable free agent signings that he's made. But I think draft-wise, I think this team could be set up nicely in the future. Unfortunately, the future isn't right now. They've got 2 goaltenders in the pipeline that could be outstanding. Sebastian Cossa, who they used a first-round pick on, who is playing at Grand Rapids, and then Trey Augustine from Michigan State, who's their sophomore netminder, who is phenomenal. That could work out very well. They got other guys, Axel Sendin Pellikka, a defenseman who's playing really well in Sweden. They've got Nathan Danielson, who they drafted. Braggs and Nygaard, who they just drafted. These are guys that they're hoping can step in soon and be players. And they've got some other Swedish players as well, or players playing in Sweden. The roster in Grand Rapids is not exactly chock full of top prospects. It might have guys that are third and fourth line guys, but it does not look like they're full of guys that are first and second line guys. Another ticket text. Yzerman needs to go too. I don't think he needs to go. I think the seat is hot for Steve Yzerman. We'll see how the team responds to Todd McClelland. But he certainly has time to redeem himself. It wasn't a sexy move, but it was needed. Let's move this team forward. Unnamed texter. John in Lake Orion says, sounds to me like Lalonde was probably fired weeks ago and Steve was just working out a contract with McClellan. Good hire. I don't know if he was informed he was going to be fired weeks ago, but I do think that's something that was in the works for a long time. The Steve Yzerman had zeroed in on who his guy would be, and the timing just worked out right now that go ahead and hire Todd McClellan. Gator, took only 6 years to fire this worthless coach. I still feel that Chris Ilitch is the real problem. Yzerman has tried to get players like Mike McCarron, who plays for Nashville. Yzerman just wants to live in Michigan. I think he wants to win, but doesn't want to lose his job either. That's from Coper. Yeah, I disagree with all of that. First of all, Derek Lalonde has not been here for 6 years, so you can start with that. Yzerman don't believe he hired Blashill, but he inherited Blashill. Did he keep him for too long? Perhaps. Chris Ilitch, the real problem? Why? What is it Chris Ilitch did to the Red Wings that says that he's the problem? Do you think he's tying the hands of Steve Yzerman and saying you can't sign this guy to a contract? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a salary cap in the NHL. You want to blame Chris Ilitch for what's going on with the Tigers? If the Tigers aren't willing to spend, feel free. I won't stop you from that. But as far as the Red Wings are concerned, it's a salary cap league. And he brought in the general manager that everybody said bring in and let him cook. Bring in the Yzer plan. So I'm not going to sit here and blame Chris Ilitch. I don't think all blame was on the coach, but the team has played very uninspired. Look forward to the change. That's from Zach. I agree. All the blame's not on the coach. And I do think Steve Yzerman deserves a lot of the responsibility of this team performing poorly because he's assembled the roster. What will be interesting is if Todd McClellan gets these guys playing better hockey in the second half of the season or the rest of the season, as they have, 48 games left. How good will this team be for the next 48 games? If you start to see Tarasenko scoring, if Patrick Kane gets back to being close to a point-a-game guy, if Alex DeBrincat starts putting the puck in the net, along with getting Larkin to be better than what he is this year, Larkin becoming the player he was last year, Lucas Raymond taking his game up another notch. If the power play starts to click, because he was a power play specialist, McClellan was with the Red Wings team back in the 2005 to 2008 era, where they had the top power play in hockey, and he was in charge of it. If that gets going, then okay, great hire. And I think you'll be able to see it pretty quickly. Otherwise, it could be a long offseason for Steve Yzerman. It's 3 years past due. It's about damn time. All caps the person sends. And there it is. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Dave is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Gator, I tell you what, it's a bright, sunshiny day here. I'm happier than a maggot in a trash can right now.
Wow.
McClellan has been a good coach everywhere he's went. He was in San Jose for many years. He basically inherited, but he also built a great team in San Jose. I think we're going to see improvement across the board, and here's why. One, he's going to feature a system that'll fit the roster, opposed to a system that does not fit the roster. And if we go back a few years between DeBrincat, Tarasenko, they were better before they got here, and they've regressed. Even Patrick Kane has regressed in such a short time.
This year he has. Yeah, Patrick Kane was pretty good for the team last year. This year, not. It's been a struggle.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to say that even Kopp, Surratt, and maybe even Petrie were much better players before they got here.
Oh, yeah.
And regressed once they got here. And I think we're going to see, like I said, improvement across the board. I think we're going to see Rasmussen live up to his potential, finally, and maybe even Joe Veleno as well.
Well, we'll see. And thanks for the call, Dave. I appreciate it. It would be nice if those two that you mentioned at the end there, Rasmussen and Veleno, If they jumped up and suddenly became much more productive, I'd be surprised. I like Rasmussen. I think the size. First of all, he's the biggest forward they have, and he's relegated to one of the either the third or fourth line, more of a checking forward type thing, but also adds a little bit of scoring. Can add a little bit of scoring. Having a big guy like that on the power play, maybe we'll see more out of him from that standpoint. I don't know what more you get out of Veleno. We shall see. It feels like none of the young players the Red Wings have, aside from Lucas Raymond, really bring about a pedigree that screams, oh yeah, they're going to be big time scorers. Like we've hardly seen Marco Kasper show up on the score sheet this year. I like Marco Kasper. I think he can be a very good player in this league, but it's really his first year in 29 games. He's got 2 goals and 7 points. But the other players that he mentioned, the free agent acquisitions, will they have a chance to get better? Absolutely, they'll have a chance to get better, but they have to be. Otherwise, the acquisitions of Comp and Comfer, among others, and Tarasenko and DeBrincat, if these guys aren't going to play better, then it ends up being horrible acquisitions, and that's on Steve Yzerman. Can a coach light a fire under a team? We'll find out. 97-1, the ticket. Hey, it's great to see our team like the Detroit Lions playing awesome in Detroit, right? Back to winning ways, and it's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and they've got amazing deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. How about the Chevy Blazer? It's only $294 a month. You want the Blazer EV, the all-wheel drive version? That's only $222 a month, and the Equinox EV is only $114 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down, and that's taxes and fees included. There's no games. There's no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, and who doesn't, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. Huge money for you and your trade. Up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service and you only feel like you're left in the cheap seats? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. All right, enough of the Christmas donkey. I never liked the Christmas donkey. No offense, Dominic. I'm sure you're good people and all, but
I heard Valeni say not a single Italian likes that song. I'm Italian. I like Dominic the Donkey.
Do you? Is it only because you're Italian that you like Dominic the Donkey?
Just a classic Christmas carol. Who doesn't think about singing donkeys for Christmas time?
Everybody. Signed everybody. Had you ever heard that song before you started working the board on these shows?
Oh, yeah. It used to come out, I think, about 20 years ago. I remember listening to that as a kid.
All right.
Classic.
Fair enough.
Right up there with Jingle Bells.
Really?
No, not at all.
Okay. Thanks.
More like Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
All right. A novelty. There you have it. Some ticket text coming in about the news with the Red Wings firing Derek Lalonde and hiring Todd McClelland. That's I think that's the bigger. Well, I suppose it's major news when you fire Derek Lalonde. But to me, the bigger news is who they replaced him with, because they didn't go on an interim basis. They signed Todd McClelland to a multi-year deal. I think Todd McClelland's a pretty good NHL coach. They bring in a guy with experience. The previous coaches did not have experience in the NHL, anyway, as a head coach. Jeff Blashill wasn't able to sustain what he was in the minors, where he was very good and developed young players, and they didn't really do that when he was here. Derek Lalonde, an assistant with Tampa, with those great teams they had in Tampa. Now, does he get any credit for helping to develop Mo Seider and Lucas Raymond, Simon Edvinsson? I think you get some credit for that. I don't think you need to take everything away from it. I think you have to give some credit where credit's due. And those guys are really exciting players, and those are the core of the Detroit Red Wings for the future. But the rest of it, not so much. I think it was time for a change. But the fact that they changed with an experienced head coach tells me this was a move in the works for a long time coming. And now we'll see how the team reacts with the leadership of Todd McClelland, who was with the Red Wings back in 2008 when they won the Stanley Cup. He was an assistant under Mike Babcock for a few years before getting his first stint in the NHL as a head coach with San Jose, where they went on to win 3 straight division championships in his first 3 years, which is pretty impressive. And they got the Stanley Cup finals twice. I should say the conference finals twice. Never made it to the Stanley Cup. Some ticket text coming in. Scott, fire Yzerman. He's been a failure. He had a Hall of Fame player already in place when he took over Tampa, and he has shown no clue at Detroit, not a single star that you would pay to see here, and he's drafted 6 times in the lottery. That's from Hunter in Clarkston. Have they drafted in the top 3? No. They haven't had that big bite at the apple of getting one of those studs. They haven't. And when he made his first selection of Mo Seider, people were like, what are you doing? Well, what he did was take one of the best defensemen in hockey. So is Mo Seider really good? Yeah. Is Lucas Raymond really good? Yeah. Both of those guys are really good. Now, you can complain about a lot of things. I don't know if drafting is one of the, I don't think that's where I would start. You want to talk about the free agent acquisitions? Go ahead. You want to talk about just transactions? Go ahead. I'm not going to fight you on that. I think you can look at, contracts given out to guys like Compher and Kopp, where they're getting north of $5 million a season, and they both signed 5-year deals and have, I think, 2 and 3 years left on their deals after this season. You want to complain about that? I can't stop you, because that's a lot of money to dole out for players that are getting a point every other game. You want to complain about the signing of Vladimir Tarasenko? I get it. I thought there was an opportunity there. Tarasenko had been a goal scorer in the NHL prior to this year. Okay, it makes sense. The Red Wings need to make up some goals that they lost, with particularly with all the guys that lost in defense, but they lost lots of goals. I think it was 70-something goals from last year's team that are gone because of either waiving players or trading players away, or because players left in free agency. They had to make it up somewhere. I thought Tarasenko would be a nice pickup. It has not worked out. I think he's got 4 goals for the Red Wings this year, and that's just not good enough. 4 goals and 12 points in 33 games. You need to get more out of it. Oh, baby. Teddy Two Gloves is back, Gator. LFG. That's from Scott and Carlton, all excited about Teddy Bridgewater coming back to the Detroit Lions. That's another bit of news. Teddy Bridgewater retired last year, wanted to coach high school football, won a state championship his first year coaching high school football, stayed in shape apparently. It was like a week and a half ago or so that he announced that he wanted to get back to the NFL. Immediately I thought, come back and back up the Lions. Why would you want to go anywhere else? It's exactly what he's going to do. And I like to have that, get the influence back here. More of a mentorship with Hendon Hooker, with Jamison Williams, with a lot of the young players. He's just a beloved player. I think Lions fans like him a lot too. Another ticket texter says, how about a new captain now? I like Dylan Larkin. I think Dylan Larkin at times needs to play smarter. I think sometimes he gets frustrated. And look, this has been a frustrating season already, and it's gotten the best of him. And he needs to be better. Teddy Bridgewater, why can't the Lions sign a backup quarterback who has a heartbeat? First of all, they don't really need one. Hendon Hooker, I think, is going to be really good. Getting Teddy Bridgewater here is a guy who knows the system, can step right in if need be, and fill in just fine. I think that works. I like Teddy Bridgewater. I think it's a smart decision. Not only, here's the other thing that's smart about it. Because when Teddy Bridgewater said that he wants to come back to the NFL, you know who probably else wanted him? Lots of other teams. And what would they get? Intel into what Ben Johnson does. So not only do the Lions get a guy who they like a lot, they probably got a guy that other teams coveted too. I'm not convinced McClellan is a big improvement. Other than his time with the Sharks, he hasn't really been effective. Well, in his coaching career, he has coached over 1,100 games. And during that time, it is a much better than 500 record. He's had 9 playoff appearances and went 42-46. Is it the perfect solution? No. No, it's not. But I think it's a pretty good solution. It's somebody who knows the landscape of playing here or what it means to coach here in Detroit, because he was with Mike Babcock's teams. Won a Stanley Cup championship with the Red Wings in 2008. But I don't think he's the perfect solution, but I think it's a vast improvement, and it's going towards a guy who has experience as opposed to the previous 2 head coaches. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll take a walk around the NFL next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, so when you're thinking about a place to watch the big game and you want to have some really good food and great drink specials and amazing atmosphere or not a bad seat in the house, the best place to go to is my favorite place. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's amazing. The wings, best wings in town, and all these drink specials they have are for playoff games. It's fantastic. They also have the 24-second shuttle that'll take you to and from Ford Field for the home games and also for playoff games. It's only $40 round trip, which is pretty great. And for the big game they have on Monday night, you get $4 Honolulu Blue shots, their $5 hot dog combo, and there's a $6 brat combo, $3.75 for 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite for all Detroit football games. In fact, all pro games. They put all the games up there on Sunday, and when games are Saturday, you can watch them all right there at 24 seconds. They've got drink specials during all the college basketball games are going on right now. For the professional basketball games, of course, for the professional hockey games. Now we got a new head coach. That should be a lot of fun. Thursday nights, they got trivia at 6 and 7 p.m. And they're also open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. And they'll be open New Year's Eve at 11 o'clock in the morning for the Michigan game that begins at noon. And also for that Penn State-Boise game. You don't want to miss that one at 7:30, as well as being open on at noon, I should say, on New Year's Day for the rest of the college football games. Check them out, all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com, and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley. Well, it's Thursday. That means loser chooser. Anybody can pick you winners. We pick the losers. Essentially the same thing. We just a little switch there. So the game tonight, Seattle is on the road at the Chicago Bears, playing at Soldier Field out there in the elements, the whole bit. Well, Seattle's used to playing in the elements. I don't think they really care. And actually, it's going to be kind of mild there, 44 degrees in Chicago. So it shouldn't be too bad for them. Seattle has lost their last 2 games, both to the NFC North, actually, both to Minnesota and to Green Bay. The Chicago Bears, they're not good record-wise. They're not good. They're just trying to get to the end of the season. It would behoove them to lose the last 2 games so that they could improve their draft standing and where they're at here. So, in fact, they've also lost 4 of the last 5 games have been lost to the Minnesota Vikings and the Detroit Lions, so also in the NFC North. You heard me earlier say how much I do like the future of the Bears, and I think they're good. I think they're going to be good, I should say. Not right now. They're not very good. I think they're going to be good. But it does not start tonight. I like the Bears to lose this game to Seattle. I think it just means too much to the Seahawks. So I like the Bears losing tonight in this matchup against the Seattle Seahawks. There you have it, our loser chooser. We had some more ticket texts that came in regarding the Detroit Red Wings. Big story of the day, the Red Wings have fired Derek Lalonde. And perhaps bigger, they hired not an interim head coach. They hired a head coach and gave him a multi-year contract. That head coach is Todd McClelland, who had formerly coached the San Jose Sharks, Edmonton Oilers, and LA Kings. A just below 500 record career in the playoffs. Prior to his head coaching career, he was an assistant with the Detroit Red Wings. Is on the bench for Mike Babcock teams and the team that won the Stanley Cup in 2008. That launched his head coaching career to take on the San Jose Sharks, where he won 3 straight division championships and reached the conference finals a couple of times, but has not gotten past that. Nonetheless, I like the hire. I like the move. It seemed timely. Go ahead and get it done. I think this is something Steve Yzerman was thinking about for a long time, because you don't. If he wasn't, you would have just said, "Oh, I got fed up with this," and you hire somebody on the interim basis. Well, not only is Newsy Lalonde gone, so is Bob Bugner, the assistant coach, and in comes Tom McClellan and Trent Yawney. Yawney was a defenseman in the NHL for a long time. Played with Chicago among other teams back in the 80s, and has also been a long-time assistant coach. So will bring some stability, perhaps, hopefully, to the Detroit Red Wings and maybe get this defense to play a little better, stop making big-time mistakes. And McCullen is a bit of a power play specialist guy. He was with the Red Wings anyway when he was an assistant coach here. And get the power play going to be even more efficient. That would be excellent. But I'm curious to see what kind of effect this has on the team. Will it give them a lift? Will it provide a spark? Will it kick in the pants some of these guys need to get going offensively? DeBrincat, Kane, Tarasenko, even Dylan Larkin, these guys need to get it going. These are the players you're counting on to score and put the puck in the net. Obviously, it's they got to get it from somewhere and stop allowing goals. How about be inspired night in and night out? And we've seen too many times this season where the team just looks lackluster from the get-go, and maybe this will put a charge in them. I mean, it's still the team. It's still the same roster. So we shall see. Some ticket texts have come in. Shouldn't some of the blame the Red Wings fall on Chris Draper? Well, he's like an assistant GM. No, I don't think so. I think ultimately it's Steve Yzerman's deal. Going to have to disagree with you. Chris Ilitch is a huge part of the problem. I tuned in halfway through the conversation, but Ilitch went dark during free agency when Steve asked about some free agents, and people who think Yzerman is the problem need to realize that he doesn't really have much to work with. Well, again, I will push back on this and say I totally disagree. The NHL is a salary cap league. You're restricted to how much you can spend. You can't spend past a certain level. Every team has to follow that. Yzerman will spend up to that level, which they did. So how is it Chris Ilitch's fault? If you want to fault him because he hired him, careful. Everyone said hire Steve Yzerman. The second he becomes available, let's get him on board. Let's bring him back. Well, he is here. And it has not been a smooth transition. It's been a long time coming here. And we still haven't seen a playoff berth for the Red Wings. I'm not sinking Steve Yzerman just yet. I still think he's got an opportunity here to show that he's the right guy. I think we're still waiting on some of his prospects to come through. I just saw on Twitter that Axel Sandin Pellikka, who's a defenseman in the Red Wings organization, playing for Team Sweden in the World Championships, scored a goal. But that's a guy I'm waiting to see because that's an instant offense kind of guy in the blue line who would help. They've got some other players in the pipeline I think that will end up helping. Maybe certainly not this year, but maybe as soon as next year or the year after when they got a couple of goaltenders that look like they're really going to be dynamite and things can turn around quickly. But we as Red Wing fans, I get it. We're all very impatient because this has been taking, it feels like, too long. And lastly, we have this ticket text. How many coaches do we need to see? Great players win you games, not coaches. I think it's obviously a mix of the two. And I do think that they have a lack of talent on the overall talent on the roster. But I think when all is said and done, it looks like Newsy Lalone was overmatched to be the head coach of this team. That he just wasn't ready for it. That maybe he's just a fantastic assistant coach, but not a head coach. Todd McClellan has a long track record of being a head coach, though not a Stanley Cup winning head coach. So it's still not, I don't think it's a home run hire, but I think it's a good hire. I think Rico Beard joins us right now. Rico, what's going on? How was your Christmas?
Gators, really good. What about you, man?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah.
You know what? It's funny because I had this, and we'll probably still do the topic, but I really wanted to know who won Christmas Day. And then all of a sudden, this Wings news breaks. But
yeah, and then you got Teddy Bridgewater coming back to the Lions as well.
Yeah, it's like, but it was like, did the NBA, was the NFL, was it your family? Heck, was it Beyonce? But then Lalone, all of a sudden, news happens. I don't think I've ever seen this before where you didn't announce the firing of a coach. You announced the hiring of a new coach. So you were looking for the new coach while you still had the old coach. But, hey, the Wings looks like they have moved on. Is this going to be enough? We'll see.
All right, Rico, coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Red Wings making some major moves today. Derek Lalonde has been fired as head coach after 2.5 seasons at the helm of the wing wheel. Former Wings assistant Todd McClellan is in. Since moving on in the 08-09 season from Mike Babcock's coaching staff as an assistant, he spent 16 years as the head coach for San Jose, Edmonton, and the LA Kings. Teddy Bridgewater also back with the Lions as an option behind Jared Goff at QB. Dan Campbell says the team has been in contact with him for a while. Campbell confirmed that Khalif Raymond's practice window will begin this week as well. Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant is officially declared for the NFL draft. Grant logged 3 sacks and 32 tackles this season for the Wolverines. The Pistons are winners of 3 of their last 4 games. Sacramento on tap tonight on the road. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10. Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart are questionable. Pat Riley of the Heat released the following statement today, quote, "We usually don't comment on rumors, but all the speculation has become a distraction to the team. It is not fair to the players and coaches. Therefore, we'll make it clear we are not trading Jimmy Butler," end quote. Game Above Bowl also just underway at Ford Field. Toledo and Pitt will do battle. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, wow. The Game Above Bowl. Yes, that is what everybody wants to know. Hey, it's 2 o'clock the day after Christmas. Hopefully everybody had a great Christmas. And, hey, the Red Wings gave you a gift. Now, the funny thing is, we heard rumors about this earlier in the week, and the Wings kind of shot them down, said, nah, nothing to see here. Instead, we did find out that Newsy Lalonde is been fired. Now, the funny thing about it was, I kind of never seen it before, but he got fired. While he was in the process of getting fired, the Wings actually found his replacement. So we didn't get the news that Lalonde was fired. We actually got the news that Steve Yzerman has hired Todd McClellan to a multi-year deal to replace Lalonde. So you guess you kind of knew this was coming. The Wings sitting there at 13-17-4. Bitter disappointment this entire time. I think we all saw the handwriting on the wall, and now they make a change. And now this will be Yzerman's 3rd coach that he's had. It'll be his 2nd coach that he's hired for a multi-year deal. And I think that this is finally that stage where Steve has no more cover. Steve has to now accept responsibility that this is all on him, because as a general manager, you don't get to hire 3 coaches. So if this doesn't work out with McClellan, I think it says that Steve has to go right along with him, and that this thing, the Yzer plan, it's going to be over. Now, here's the sad reality. He's taken over a team, not a lot of depth on the roster, not a great roster as is, not a lot of pieces. And I don't know where they're going to get the help from. I don't know. We're sitting here waiting on the kids. I don't know. Now, normally in hockey, when you hire a new coach, you get the new coach bounce. So for you bettors out there, I'd probably take the Wings to win, cover, whatever you want to do on the money line, puck line tomorrow, because that's normally what happens in hockey. But for right now, the Wings make the coaching change, and the question I have, are you feeling like me? Is this it for Yzerman? Because after this, there's really no other place you can go. Most GMs don't get a chance to hire 3 coaches within their term. They're normally gone after that. That meant that they didn't work out. That meant that they didn't have the plan. And when you look at everything about the team, you could blame Lalonde a lot, but it really comes back to Yzerman put this thing together. Yzerman went out and signed the people. Yzerman went out and made the trades. Yzerman went out and got the free agents. This is Yzerman's team. And when you look at this team, I mean, Todd McClellan coming in, and he's he's coached a long time in NHL. He's an okay coach. He won a title with the Wings as an assistant. He's won the President's Cup, but he's okay. Is he going to be enough to take the pieces that you have here, right now, and turn this thing around? Because, hey, the day after Christmas, the Wings kind of hit that reset button, and when you look at it, man, we're getting closer and closer to will it really take what Ken Holland said, 10 years to rebuild this team? We all thought it was a joke at first. Now it's starting to see like maybe, just maybe, we're getting close to that. So 248-539-9797. Before we get to your phone calls and we get to your ticket text, Dustin, what's going on, man? What do you think about this?
Well, for me, I've been very vocal. I don't think Lalone has been the issue, but by an optics standard, he had to be let go. I mean, he completely lost the city. I'm not going to go as far as to say he lost the locker room, but it's something that had to happen. And now, as you said, Yzerman doesn't have a crutch. He inherited Blashill. He hired Lalone. Now, this is his third head coach. If you don't get it done with three head coaches, the common denominator there is Steve Yzerman. So It all falls on him now.
It really does. This is it. This is it for Steve. And for everybody, the Steve bots out there, everybody loves Steve. Everybody loves Steve was the captain. Well, just because you're good on the ice doesn't mean you're going to be great off the ice. And we know what he did when he was with Tampa, but Tampa had a lot more players, and this team does not really have the same kind of juice that Tampa has. So I'm looking at this. This is Yzerman's last move. I don't think he has any more chess pieces that he can do. This has to work. You don't get a chance to hire a third coach. I've really never seen it done. But then again, I've never seen it where a coach didn't. The announcement was that the coach was fired. The announcement was we hired a new coach. And oh, by the way, we fired the old coach. Even though rumors were out there earlier this week and the Wings were like, nah, what are you talking about? Yeah, the rumors were true. And you did decide to move on. 248-539-9797. For you Wings fans out there, is this Yzerman's last stand? Is this something that he has to get right, or are you still willing to stick by him no matter what? Like I said, 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls. We'll take your ticket text. Because when I look at this is it's a little bit of a head scratcher. And then you did it during the Christmas break, too. This ranks right up there with the Friday news dump. I mean, I get it. We all saw it coming. But I've often said, if you're going to fire a coach, fire him at the end of the season, not in the middle of the season. But I hope that the Wings get that new coach bounce that we often see what happens in the NHL. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Aaron, you're going to kick it off for us. You're on 97.1.
What's up, Rico? Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
You too, my friend. You too.
I can't say I'm shocked. I can't say I'm shocked at all. We were at LCA. I took my dad down there. I live down in Nashville. So whenever I get back in town, we try to get to the hockey game. And two main thoughts on this. I mean, the first is it was the worst hockey I've seen, like, ever. Not even hyperbole. I grew up playing ice hockey. My father did. It was just tough. And it's tough for who to point the finger to because the roster's not there. I think we all know that. Kenny left it in a tough spot. But at the same time, I think that this franchise, it would be a very dark, maybe the darkest day in the history of the franchise if we have to fire Stevie Yzerman. They had to make a coaching change. It was the only thing they could do. I do agree with you. I'm surprised it happened mid-season. I figured it would happen at least maybe a month from now if it happened mid-season. But those are my main thoughts with the Wings. We'll see what they can do. That they had to make the change, though. That was the energy from these guys on the ice. It looked like, Rico, they were ready for the Christmas break. That's what it looked like. And the last thought, I'll leave you guys with this. I mentioned I live down in Nashville. Great sports town, but, like, you know, they show up for their teams, but, like, these guys don't know hockey. Down in Tennessee, like, there's more Wings fans down there than real true Predators fans. They don't know hockey. The atmosphere down at Bridgestone in Tennessee was better than what I saw at LCA, and that's not on the fans. That's on just what the coaching staff and the players brought us. So it's welcome news. Excited to see it, frankly. Cheers, guys. Happy New Year. Appreciate you guys getting me on.
All right, no problem, Aaron. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. It's funny because the number 13 is funny because the Lions have 13 wins, and everybody's thinking, okay, they're going to win the Super Bowl. The Pistons have 13 wins, and everybody is saying, wow, progress. You're one win away from your entitled win total from last year. The Wings sitting there at 13 wins, and we were all disappointed. I think it's just kind of funny that 13 was the magical number, and for each team, 13 meant something different. For the Wings, 13 was unlucky. For the Wings, it was time for a change. The team, it was lackluster. It was like Aaron said, their play was just kind of, it wasn't inspiring. And then when you look to the future, I don't see a lot on this roster right now. And the roster was built by Yzerman. Yzerman made the change. Yzerman made the switch. And now we have to see if this thing can work out, because if it doesn't, I don't see how Steve survives this. I don't see how Steve gets another move, a next move. This is his last move. This is his last piece. This has to work, because nobody wants to sit and wait years and years. I don't think it's a total reset, but I do think we almost have to hit the pause button. We'll see if the team can rally around the new coach. But if not, dare I say, you just kind of tank for a high pick and try to hit and start over next year. 248-539-9797. We'll get all your phone calls. We'll get all your ticket texts next. 97.1. Hey, guys, you've heard me talk about Hamilton Chevrolet. Well, Hamilton Chevrolet, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, they are here for you. As a matter of fact, they will find a car that fits your need, because they have a ton of cars in inventory. You just need to head into 14 Mile and Mount and go see any of those guys, and they will take care of you, and they will find the car that fits you best. Hamilton Chevrolet, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They've been around, and you trust me, once you go there, you will go back and buy more and more cars. Hamilton Chevrolet will find everything, and they had cars that fit your needs, from rugged SUVs. They got compact cars. They have it all. They even have EVs there. So whatever you're looking for, head into Hamilton right now. 14 Mile and Mile. Tell them Rico sent you. You can visit them on the website, HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's ride. Todd McClellan in, and Lalone is out. Wings make a coaching change. Steve Yzerman hires Todd McClellan in on a multi-year deal. And now we have to wait to see what the results are going to be. Is this going to be a game-changing move for Yzerman for this Wings organization? McClellan, he's an okay coach. He's an okay regular season coach. But we have to see, because I look at the Wings roster, it's just not there. Now, maybe he can give them that boost. Maybe that new voice can get them to rally and play. We've seen this happen so many times in the NHL. And as Wings fans, you're crossing your fingers and you're hoping to God that the Wings will be another team that will excel with a new voice in the locker room. So let's go to the phone. Well, actually, Dustin, let's get a couple ticket texts before we go back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797.
All right, let's take a look at some ticket texts here. We've got unnamed ticket texter saying this should have happened in Christmas of 2023, but y'all Steve Bots cheered on the plan. We screwed up the draft all for nothing. Weak defense, lame free agent signings, offense not producing. Longtime Wings hater. Love to watch this play out.
Okay.
We've got nothing like Steve Yzerman tapping into the old well of nostalgia. Classic Yzer scam move.
But what, hiring the coach? I guess I don't understand what the scam was.
Maybe going back to Tampa with the original hire of Lalone. I'm not sure what he means by that either.
Yeah.
And McClellan is a great regular season coach. He'll be able to get more out of this roster, but he's being brought in on simply fixing the players' confidence.
I hope it's more than just fixing the players' confidence, because this is it. This is an all or nothing. This is Yzerman. In my opinion, Yzerman is pushing his chips in the table. It has to work, because general managers don't get to hire third coaches across the board in every sport. You get two. That third one is either that dude or it's a package deal and everybody is gone. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone line. Let's go to Eric in Rochester. Eric, you're on 97.1. Eric, you there? Eric? All right, let's move on. Christian, you're on 97.1.
That's too bad.
Christian, you there?
You there?
Christian. All right, Dustin, what's going on?
If it happens a third time, then we're going to be 0 for 3. That's going to be surprising. Let's see. I have faith in this next one.
All right, John, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, the Red Wings don't have one player on this team is Hall of Fame material or even close to it, like Pittsburgh with Crosby, Malkin, Edmonton, Connor McDavid. The problem is not the coach, it's the players. Yzerman's had 6 years. They have to move on from Yzerman just to keep you around, because he was a great player. And it's unthinkable from some people to not fire this guy. He's had enough time. This roster is not good enough to even approach winning a Stanley Cup. And that's the only reason Yzerman was brought here. So name me one player on there that can even come close to being put in the Hall of Fame. None, not even Larkin. At all levels,
I mean,
talent will. Hello, go ahead.
No. I'm saying that there's still ways to go, and the script can be written differently for some of these players. But you're right. As of right now, there's no Hall of Fame players.
At all levels, talent wills out, especially at the professional level. And you're not going to win a Stanley Cup with these players, and that's all that counts. And to keep messing around with this general manager, who, frankly, in my opinion, doesn't know anything about what he should be doing, because he's had 6 years. Tell me what he's done, in your opinion, that warrants him to stay here.
No, I'm with you. No, John, that's just it. That when I look at this, that's why I said this is his last move. There's the shield is gone. you're going to face everything. You're going to face all the backlash. You can't sit here and say, well, this was the team before I got here. This is your roster. This is your second hire. Second time you're hiring a coach for multiple years. If it's not going to get done, it's on you, and you're the blame. I'm with John, and I'm with any listener out there who believes that, yeah, this is Steve's last go-round, and you have to separate what he did on the ice from the man off the ice. And on the ice, he's going to always be your captain. On the ice, you're going to always have the fond memories. Off the ice, we've been waiting and waiting and waiting in this holding pattern, and I don't see this team anywhere closer to a cup than they were a while ago. I mean, we were tantalized and teased last year, maybe at the end of the year, but then it all fell apart. And then you start this year off and you're sitting there at 13 and 17 and 4, and yeah, you make the coaching change, and it's where we are. And it's not where we want to be. This is for a town that prided itself on being hockey town. You're a long way away from that. So, yeah, this is Yzerman's last go-around, in my opinion. He does not get a chance to hire a third coach. If this one fails, he's got to go right along with him. 248-539-9797. Dustin, we got any more ticket texts?
Yeah, let me decipher through a couple more here. We have got the Hockey Elite told you that they should have fired him last season.
You know what? I'm with them, because look, if you're gonna fire a guy, just fire him at the end of the year. Start fresh at the beginning. But hockey's a weird sport where you actually can fire a coach and the team gets inspired. They rally around the new one, and the next thing you know, you're playing playoff hockey and you kind of go far. So it is the one sport that if you're gonna fire somebody in the middle of the season, there's a history and a track record that it actually pans out and works out. But yeah, I just thought Lalone was a dead man walking, and you brought him back, and you knew he was going to be on a short leash, and then you waited till the Christmas holiday to let the poor man go, and we'll have to wait to see what happens. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your Wings talk next. Plus, I do have a question out there for you Lions fans as well. We'll get to that in the 3 o'clock hour. But right now, 248-539-9797. More of your Wings talks next. 97.1. Wings made a new coaching hire. One coach in, one coach is gone. Todd McClellan is your new Wings head coach. He's got head coaching experience. He's a good regular season coach. We're going to see if that can help booster the Wings and get them back onto their winning ways. Derek Lalonde let go. We found this out in the press releases. They actually made the hire before they fired the other coach, which leads me to think that they've been thinking about this move for a long time. 248-539-9797. For me, look, this is it. General managers normally don't get a chance to hire 3 coaches, so this is it for Steve. Either Steve makes it happen or he's going to be gone with him. Let's go right to the phone lines. Let's bring in Christian. Hopefully we got a better connection. Christian, you're on 97.1.
Hey there.
Hey,
how
man.
you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. A little disappointed, though, about this season with these guys, and it's, for me, I would have to just say being a season ticket holder this season and going to 7 games last season, I saw the team, there was a spark, that's when we were so close to making the playoffs that we thought, okay, we're not going to make it this year, last year, let's see what we're going to do this season, so, we got a couple defensemen and then obviously injuries throughout the season have fatigued us, with the goalies, but I just really feel like it's just underdeveloped older players like the Patrick Kane to Brinkett. I thought we would see so much more action from Patrick Kane, but he's got 4 goals this season. Him and Tarasenko too. Tarasenko, we brought up. Tarasenko's having the worst season of his life, and when he puts his puck, his stick on the puck, he's losing it. He's turning it over, and I'm just finding it that with these guys, it's like you watch them underperform, and you can only blame the coach for so much, especially when you're looking at these players like Patrick Kane's 33, Tarasenko's 36, and you got our captain Larkin who's 28, he's holding on, but it's just this, these combinations and I'm just finding that it seems more players, and I don't really know if a coach really at this point is going to bring that spark for the rest of the season.
It can be because maybe it's just a new voice. Maybe he'll see and try and use people in a different way. Appreciate the call, Christian. Yeah, Kane, I did expect a little bit more from Patrick Kane, and he really hasn't lived up to at least the expectations of where I had and where the Wings had when they signed him. I thought, okay, it was kind of a no-brainer signing in the offseason. Yeah, you're going to bring him back. Cool. But you really haven't gotten the dividends that you were hoping for. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Happy holidays, Rico. How you doing?
Hey, man. Happy holidays to you, Dan.
I think Mickey Revin broke his telestrator when he was trying to draw 3 Detroit Red Wings defensemen behind the net on that Blues goal. And you could almost see the writing on the wall. Like, yeah, Derek Lalonde won't be coaching this team, and that he was so frustrated he couldn't even explain it. He was so shocked at what he saw in terms of the Wings defense. So, do you expect the head coach to turn that around? Maybe, but because I think Mickey said because that's not NHL level compete. That's not NHL level defense.
No, it's not, and it's bad when the broadcasters are doing their best to try not to say how bad the coach is screwing up because they work for the team, but
yeah,
they've been around. You as you said, you can hear it without them actually saying it. He's not going to be around that much longer.
I think Todd McClellan, if anything, to have hope in the new year and the new season and for these Red Wings. And I born and raised in St. Louis and watched that 2019 Blues team just, embrace a coaching change, like you said, take that bounce and lead it into an incredible run of victories and into a Stanley Cup. Maybe Todd McClellan can put some better special teams together, put together a better defense, and inspire Cam Talbot to play better. And maybe that's the path forward. I think it has to start with the goaltending. It can start with the special teams and maybe that's why. But it's interesting to read that, maybe Steve had this in the works at the beginning of the year and it didn't and he didn't get it done. So it's hard to understand why this seems a little bit too late. And
it does. And Dan, the sad reality is we're a long way away from seeing Augustine behind the pipes, because I think that's going to be the guy, but clearly not ready right now. So if you're the Wings, goaltending has been a problem. I mean, you wanted to see maybe Kosa and see what he could do, but he came up here for a game and then they sent him back down. I don't know. There's a lot of moving pieces, but I just don't see anything that you're like, yes, this person is going to make this team so much better. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jerry. Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Jerry.
Listen, I'm not taking anything away from Yzerman. The roster is been not great, but I don't think Lalonde has been getting the most out of this roster. The system is boring. The players clearly don't understand the concept, or they just don't buy into it as a winning method. And it just hasn't worked. And he's not the great thing about McClellan is that he's a no nonsense, accountable guy, not just to the younger players, but to the veterans as well. He has a track record of that. So you see these games, and that's been the most frustrating thing with Lalonde, right? You see a game with Albert Johansson, he makes a mistake, then he gets sent up to the press box for like a week, and then you never see him again, he's a rookie. Those things are going to happen. But then Jeff Petrie has a game, gives up, 5 turnovers, and then he's right back in there. There's zero accountability from the veterans from Lalonde's standpoint, and that will be, I think, the biggest impact going forward through the rest of the season. I don't think we'll see it immediately.
You don't think? Well, see, I think we may, because it's happened before. Like I said, St. Louis, you can think about what happened with the Blues. You hire a new coach in, and it's a different voice, and sometimes that's what it takes to bring that spark, and maybe it kind of turns things around. Let's go to Dave. Dave, you're on 97. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoops, we lost him. Sorry about that. Let's go to Dave. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Greetings and salutations. How you doing, Rico and Dustin? I appreciate your call. Take my call.
So formal.
I have to have respect for one of the greatest shows in the afternoon. You know that. What I was calling about was because a few of the callers just before me talking about you can't place all the blame on the coach. My question is, why not? Terrible power play. We don't have any plays to keep the puck out of our own zone, and when it goes into the other zone, it's there for what? Maybe 10 seconds max. A great coach brings the best out of his players. The Yzerman, he's got to pick up the right players, of course. But if the coach is a great coach, whatever the GM picks, he's going to be able to make the best out of that, just like we had with the Lions. The Lions had
Dave,
yeah.
You're correct, but I don't think anybody ever said that Derek Lalonde was a great coach. So therefore,
they said good.
Okay, but as you know, there's a big difference between good and great. There's a difference between average and good and great. He was not a great coach. He was not able to inspire them. He was not able to bring out the best. You're right. A great coach looks at what he has. Just like a great chef, you look at what you got in the refrigerator, and I'm going to make the meal based on what the ingredients I have, not the ingredients that I want. And you're right. When you watch this team over and over again, it was like deficiencies here, the power play, like everything. It just didn't come to fruition, and you saw the handwriting on the wall. So I get what you're saying.
And I wasn't saying to be great, and I'm not saying that he was supposed to make them great. I'm just saying he wasn't even able to make them good. Everyone is talking about this year. When you watch the games, it's hard to even watch. That means it's not even good, let alone great. I'm not even asking for greatness. But if you're not even good, you can't even put a product out there that basic people, and I'm just a guy from the hood. I just know how to ice skate from years back. I ain't play hockey growing up, and I ain't 65 years old. But I still can't sit over there and watch the games because there's no effort and there's no real scheme. And I just wanted them to be good, and that's why I say it's all on Lalonde, because he couldn't even make them decent.
See, and Dave, I'll say this. I think a lot of it was every Wings fan and even the casual fan knew that Lalonde was not here for the long term. So it was kind of hard, I think, even for the players to get that buy-in, because you kind of was wondering yourself, okay, when are we firing this guy and bringing in somebody else? He tells you to do something. I mean, you do it, but then it's just like, yeah, I just don't think you're going to be here long term. So appreciate the call, Dave. 248-539-9797. We'll touch more about this in the next hour. Plus, I do have a questions for you Lions fans out there. But next, we'll touch the table and talk a little NFL 97.1. All right, guys, even in the holiday season, we'd like to talk a little football. So let's head over to Dustin Fiocco. Dustin, what do you got for me?
All right, stepping in for David today with these questions, and I'm going to start off keeping it local with the big news that we heard earlier. Teddy Bridgewater, now a Lion once again. Maybe not big news, but my question to you, Rico, is he being brought in for quarterback purposes or something Gator brought up? I kind of like his take on this. Is it so another team does not grab him, so going into the playoffs, they have a little insight onto the Ben Johnson offense?
Oh. I guess I didn't think about that. I thought of it more of I think that's a plan B, but no, you know what? Dustin, I think you took Teddy Bridgewater because it's the dirty little secret that nobody wants to talk about. If you have to hand the reins over to Hendon Hooker, the season's over. So with Teddy Bridgewater, if Teddy came in there for a few series, if Teddy came in there for a half a game, or, heaven forbid, Goff goes down with a concussion, Teddy Bridgewater under center, you still feel like you have a fighter's chance. Hendon Hooker, and it just kind of feels like, okay, what's the Lions going to draft, because they won't be winning that game. So I get where Gator is coming from, but no, I think it's more so you knew you didn't have a decent backup.
Simple enough. And I'm going to stick with the Lions with one more question, because this is the hot topic. I know a lot of people looking into it. Should the Vikings win against the Packers, that win against your 49ers for the Lions really doesn't mean anything. If the Vikings win, do the Lions sit out some starters, or at least maybe coast by on Monday Night Football?
No. Dan Campbell has said over and over again, he's not about that. And if you think about it, Dustin, he's never been about that. He is Mr. Gambler. He is Mr. Grit. He is Mr. Tough Guy. He is the guy walking around talking about how, you saw the sweater on social media, like I got big balls. That was Dan Campbell and his family. So that's what he does. And he's going to go out there and he's going to play any and everybody who can play. They are not going to rest anybody. They're going to go out to San Francisco in hopes to winning that game. And you worry about the Vikings the next game. Until then that's when you then go back and you second guess it. But for right now, no. I expect every Lion to play.
All right, shifting gears from the NFC to the AFC. I really wish David was here to hear this, but Steelers now losers of their last three. Is it safe to say that Mike Tomlin just cannot lead this team to success into the postseason and the final weeks of the NFL season?
I mean, I guess it depends on what success is. And for Pittsburgh, I think they've kind of lowered the bar. Success is just making the playoffs. I've often said that for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they're the NFL version of the Michigan State Spartan hoop team. Making the tournament is now become the new bar to cross. And so long as you keep making the playoffs, Steeler fans will be satisfied because you like your head coach and you don't want to criticize your head coach, but you got to start thinking maybe this is, it's time to move on from this coach. Tomlin can't inspire his troops to go any further than just making the playoffs. So, yeah, if I'm the Steelers fan, yay, we kept the streak going, but you really don't stand a chance against any of these teams because you got to play two playoff teams in the last 4 or 5 days. You didn't look good in either game.
All right, and I'm going to add on to that also. You're talking about Tomlin kind of reaching him to the playoffs but not getting past that. We're talking a lot of Red Wings coaching. That gives me a lot of Mike Babcock vibes when every year the standard was just get to the playoffs for the Red Wings, and eventually you needed to blow it up so you could reach more than just the playoffs. So I'm kind of with you on the Steelers.
Yeah, but the Steelers, here's the thing, Steelers are a very loyal organization. If David was here, he could correct me, but I believe they've only had 4 head coaches in their career, 3 or 4 head coaches. So I know it was so they don't fire people willy-nilly. So I say that Tomlin's probably safe because they're winning, and he's had some bad teams, and he's found ways to win with bad teams. Heck, he's revived Russell Wilson's career, but you're not winning the Super Bowl with Russell Wilson.
All right. This can be a widespread NFC and AFC question. Is there any team on the bubble officially not in a playoff spot right now for the NFL that you see working their way into a position?
That's a great question. I thought about, for a while, I thought maybe the Bucks, but when they lost to the Cowboys, I think that kind of went out by the wayside. I think that it's pretty much all the teams that are there are going to be those teams. I mean, if Tampa can overcome Atlanta, then Tampa would be my team that I say, yeah, they could be that one team that can that can kind of rise in there. I don't see Seattle doing it, and I think in the AFC, everything's pretty much locked up.
I would agree on that AFC. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I would have been surprised if they didn't make the playoffs. Now I can kind of see a path where that doesn't happen.
I mean, I can't believe you lost to the Cowboys. So right there, yeah, that's a bad Dallas team. And it was that weird strip fumble and like at the end of the game where Bland came up with it. And it was like, wait, what just happened here? So, yeah, but the Bucs would be my team if for a non-playoff team right now.
All right, I you might disagree with me, but aside from a personal interest in us, and I think everybody in the NFL kind of has an eye on the Packers-Vikings game, for Week 17, I feel like there's a lot of weak matchups lined up for this week. What's the game you're most looking forward to or you think is going to be the best game? Because it looks like a pretty weak Week 17.
I mean, Seattle and Chicago, right? No, trust me when I say I am kidding. No.
Colts and Giants.
No. I want to see what happens with Philly. I want to see who's going to be at quarterback. If it's still Jalen Hurts, I think they get it done. But that's the biggest one to me is who does Philly bring in at quarterback? Because they're going to be taking on a Cowboys team where it's pretty much pride. They hate the Eagles. So that's the one that I'm looking at. But other than that, a sneaky good one is the Sunday night game with the Falcons and the Commanders because there's a lot of playoff movement in that game. So that's a sneaky good one. But, yeah, I think the Green Bay, Minnesota game, that's going to be the game that not just everybody in Detroit and Minnesota and Green Bay, but the entire NFL community will be watching.
All right, I want to wrap up with one college football question for you here. Not aside, but I think it's actually
the game above Sports Bowl. How bad is it? Pretty bad. Go ahead.
I mean, it's 9-6. That's a great score. But let's go look ahead to the college football playoffs. Is it safe to say that Oregon and Ohio State is going to be the only competitive and entertaining game? Because I could see Notre Dame and Georgia being competitive, but I don't know how entertaining or how good. Oregon and Ohio State looks like the only really good matchup.
No, Notre Dame and Georgia is actually going to be a really good game. And I know Georgia's coming in with the backup QB, but that is still Georgia. Let's not pour dirt over them just yet because every time this season we buried Georgia, they rose back up like the Undertaker and was like, nah, I'm not dead yet. I think that's going to be a really good game. Great styles. Notre Dame's defense going up against that young quarterback. What can he do with that? I'm looking forward to that game as well, Dustin. So it's not just the Oregon-Ohio State game. I wish was a national championship game or a semifinal game and not a quarterfinal game. But we don't always get what we ask for. But, yeah, I'm also looking forward that game of Georgia and Notre Dame, I think that's going to be the other team in the national championship game. So the winner of Ohio State-Oregon, that's one team. The winner of the Georgia-Notre Dame game, that's going to be the other team in the national championship.
See, you said don't rub dirt over Georgia, and I'm actually not selling Georgia too short. It's the fact that I don't think Notre Dame can win a big football game. And I'd be saying the same thing about Penn State, but they've got a pretty easy path.
No. See, you know what? You just shut your whore mouth right here, right now. Do not say that. Notre Dame and Penn State, entirely two different teams. Notre Dame is a good team. Marcus Freeman has them playing well. And it's unfortunate because all of the air quote good games Notre Dame had on their schedule, the team sucked. So they lost to Northern Illinois and everybody kind of wrote them off. But if you go back and look at what Notre Dame did, they won games and they won them convincingly. We just didn't talk about them because they're not in a conference and they kind of got forgotten about and they just kind of backdoored their way into the college football playoff. But no, they are not on the same level as Penn State. No. Penn State, that's a team that whenever they play a top team, I mean, they're going to be considered favorites in most of their games. Penn State may make it to the semifinal.
Easiest path all the way. They have an easy path even potentially to get to the finals.
And the angriest person should be Ryan Day because that path was set up for Ohio State. Ohio State was supposed to be Penn State, but Ohio State loses to Michigan, and they're forced to go on this path. Ohio State it was all set up that in the event that whoever lost the Big Ten championship game was going to be Penn State. Well, now it's Penn State. It's fool's gold. Penn State fans will be happy, but just know you're not playing anybody. But heck, you ain't played anybody all season, so why should it change now?
All right, and that was my attempt to fill in for the Hatchet Man.
Oh, you did a good job.
I did a passable job.
You did a good job. You did a good job. That's our NFL Blitz 97.1.
Thanks. Fill in for Hatchet.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Derek Lalone is out as the head coach of the Red Wings after just 2.5 years. Detroit missing out on a playoff spot last year, coming down to the last day of the regular season. This year, they have regressed, holding just a 13-17-4 record. Todd McClellan, the new boss. Steve Yzerman has inked him to a multi-year deal as well. McClellan spent 3 years as an assistant with the team, culminating in a Stanley Cup in 2008. He landed his first head coaching gig the next season with San Jose. In total, he has 3 years' experience as a head man spanning 3 different stops. Teddy Bridgewater served as the backup QB for the Lions last season, but decided to retire. He took a job as the head coach of his high school, Miami Northwestern, and led them to a state title in the first season. Maybe that title got him thinking about a potential Super Bowl as he's inked a deal with the Lions. The team announced that he's on their active roster as of today. Deron Gilbert also signed a practice squad deal. The Pistons are back in action tonight at Sacramento. Hear the 10 p.m. tip right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Toledo football drove all the way down the field to begin the game well bowl and scored a touchdown in the opening drive. They sent Kyle Kunanen, who had not missed an extra point all season, to the field next. You can hear the game on the Bet 1270. Still 10 minutes left in that one. 12-6 Pittsburgh in the second quarter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, and you know what? We talked about the Wings' new hire. If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind. We'll touch upon it again as the show goes on. But I do want to talk about something that Jeremy just said in the update, and that is the Lions bringing back Teddy Bridgewater as the backup QB. And Dustin, I know we kind of talked about it in the Blitz, and you were saying, hey, maybe it's to keep other teams away from the Ben Johnson offense. No, I think that the Lions saw what everybody's really saw, and we've all kind of whistled past the graveyard, and nobody wanted to say it out loud. But with all the rash of injuries, there's one injury that's unsustainable that this team will just collapse and be done, and that was the quarterback position. If anything happened to Jared Goff, you had to turn this thing over to Hendon Hooker. There's not much tape on Hendon Hooker, and I don't see a ton of faith in Hendon Hooker. And I normally wouldn't be talking about Hendon Hooker right now, except for the fact of bringing in Teddy Bridgewater tells me that the Lions see what we all saw. If Goff goes down, now you have a capable backup. Now you have somebody that can lead this team. Now you don't feel like your season is over. Look, we're in the money time now. We're in the home stretch. There isn't time for, hey, we got to let this kid learn and we got to let this kid do something on the fly. No. We need somebody that if he goes down, if it's a concussion, if he rolls an ankle and he has to miss some plays, you're not taking that time off. You're not just canceling and saying, well, so much. And if it's a long-term deal, he's going to be your guy. And I think that Teddy Bridgewater is experienced enough that he can win you some games and that the season would not be over. He knows the Ben Johnson offense. That's just how I see it. I thought it was very interesting because I thought his playing days were done. I thought when I heard about the Lions bringing him back, I thought, oh, what is he going to be, a quarterback's coach? Because he coached his high school team. No, apparently he stayed in good shape. He wants to come back, and he wants to play for the Lions. I think it tells me everything that I need to know that drafting Hendon Hooker was a mistake. It was. I think we're allowed to say that now. I think a lot of people wanted to see, hey, he's mobile. It was a mistake. A third-round selection is somebody that you should play. And yes, I know that the guy that was selected after him has torn up his knee and may not play for 2 seasons, but it was Tank Dell. You could have had him, but you didn't. You took a guy that's been sitting there. Your third-round selection is a starter. If he's not a starter, he's heavily in the 2 deep, either side of the ball. Could have been a defensive tackle. Could have been anything. But you chose this quarterback, not really knowing what you had in Jared Goff, but you found out later that you do have something in Goff. I think this spells the end of the whole Hendon Hooker thing, and they'll probably move on and get another backup, because bringing in Teddy Bridgewater, who hasn't been playing at all, shows you how much confidence the Lions have in Hendon Hooker. 248-539-9797. As a matter of fact, let's go to the phone lines right now. Let's bring in Tom. Tom, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Rico. Hope you had a great holiday.
I did. Merry Christmas to you too, Tom.
Thanks. I actually, I had called about a half hour ago. I've been on hold, which I know is no big deal, but I'd actually brought this up to Dustin. I'm saying this is the final nail in the coffin of the Hendon Hooker experience, and this upcoming off season, I see us, if we can't convince Teddy Bridgewater to sign a contract to stay longer, getting another veteran backup, and also, hate to say this, potentially drafting another young, quote unquote, quarterback that we can groom. I just see that happening.
Tom, I'm going to let you finish. I would say no about drafting a quarterback. Here's the thing. Quarterbacks taken after the first round, quarterbacks taken in the first round have like a 40% hit rate. Quarterbacks taken after the first round, that number goes down dramatically. And yes, for every Kirk Cousins out there that you see, or Brock Purdy that you see, or the Russell Wilsons, there are a ton of other guys that are just laboring somewhere on somebody's second or third string, or in the UFL, or in Canada right now. So I'm going with you. I would rather go out and get a good backup, somebody who's been around for a while, a Teddy Bridgewater-like guy who's, you don't feel bad if they go into a game, that, because I look at it like this, Tom, if my quarterback goes down for 5 games, can my backup win me at least 2 of those 5 games? If that's the answer is yes, then you got a good backup.
Yeah, and the reason I say a young quarterback, I know Goff just signed the extension and all that, but I can see the Lions planning for the future, saying, okay, Goff's only going to be here about 3 years. 3 more years or 4 more years. We get a veteran backup for a couple of years. We draft another quote-unquote young quarterback that we can place on the practice squad and groom. I'm just saying, I just see that kind of thing happening because he's done that, not just with Hooker, but with the offensive lineman they drafted this past draft. That was basically a project. So that's kind of what, I see Brad doing some of those things where he's looking 2 or 3 years into the future, which I know could bite you, which it already has, obviously, but that's what I can see him doing.
And Tom, and I get what you're saying, but I will say this, and I appreciate the phone call. In the NFL, you don't really get a chance to look 3, 4, 5 years down the road. In the NFL, you can look about a year down the road. The NFL is a year-by-year type of league. 1 year you're on top, the next year you're struggling. You don't believe me? Eagles go to the Super Bowl, and then they fall off and fall apart, and they're infighting with each other. The Niners last year in the Super Bowl. Now, injury bug hit them, and, man, they're like everybody's homecoming team. You don't get this. What the Chiefs have done, not really sustainable. It's like the Patriots. That's not the norm. That's the exception. Most NFL teams rise and fall. When you're a hot team, you ride the wave because you don't know when it's going to come crashing down. You're not really like, oh, we'll just got to get this guy and groom him. Unless you're talking about a guy in the 6th, 7th round, a 2nd, 3rd, 4th round selection, and nowadays in the draft, that guy plays. Look at your defense. Look at your offense, Lions fans. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round selections are not projects, okay? You're trying to get guys who could play right now, who can help you win right now. Because how long this lasts, I don't know. Next year, you could have 2 new coordinators. Like, so many things can happen between now and this time next year. I know you like to think that it's going to last forever, but I tell you, in the NFL, the Chiefs and what the Patriots did, it's rare. Because most teams, they rise, they fall. You don't get the opportunity to plan for years down the line because years down the line doesn't happen. I mean, look at the Rams. They won the Super Bowl. They kind of fell apart. Now they're back. It's the NFL, man. 248-539-9797. Dustin, we got time for another phone call?
Yeah, we can do a quick one.
All right, let's go to Raymond. Raymond, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong read on this, Rico. I think you're kind of forgetting who our GM is. Brad Holmes, he loves himself, some draft picks. I mean, look at Christian Mahogany. I mean, Glasgow goes down this past week, and they finally start, Mahogany, kind of see what he can do. When Hooker came into the league, I think he had that ACL injury, so he couldn't even play at all that, first year. And so I think they've been just kind of, molding Hendon Hooker to, be the guy to be behind Jared Goff. So what would it say to the locker room for Hendon Hooker to get bumped down all of a sudden, just because, Teddy Bridgewater just happened to be available? I think Bridgewater is more for the locker room more than anybody else, especially like when J-Mo gets that, dumb penalty at the beginning of the game, last week. I think there's so many things that Hooker can do behind the scenes. And even if Goff were to somehow go down, I think Bridgewater could be like that, voice for Hendon Hooker to kind of, be that stabilizing force for when the nerves, do hit. But I think Hooker's going to be ready for the moment. And if there's any indication that Hooker was not going to be the next guy, to go, I think you would have already seen in the news, Hendon Hooker, request for a trade. And I thought Hooker was going to be gone after training camp because of all the, starting opportunities. I mean, just look at the Giants, and their need for a QB, So I just don't think that all this is. Yeah,
I don't think there's a big market for Hendon Hooker. So he requested a trade. I mean, where are you going to go play for the Argonauts? Like, there's no other team's going to be like, oh yeah, we want Hendon Hooker. And look, I appreciate the call. We're up against it. But if I said, hey, and I don't wish this to happen, Jared Goff goes down early in the game against the Vikings, who would you rather see put their helmet on and come and run out and lead this team? Would you rather see Teddy Bridgewater or would you rather see Hendon Hooker? 248-539-9797, 97.1. So, Lions fans, I got a question for you. And once again, let's hope that this situation does not happen. I do not want it. Knock on wood, kiss your lucky rabbit's foot, whatever you need to do. But you're going into the game, whether it's a playoff game or it's week 18 and it's the first quarter against the Vikings, and Goff goes down and he goes into the blue tent for concussion protocol. Who do you want to see grab their helmet and come out and run out and lead this team? Would you rather see Teddy Bridgewater or would you rather see Hendon Hooker? 248-539-9797, because I would say you want Bridgewater. I think this is the reason why the Lions brought him back. It's the experience that he has. There's too much on the line right now. Things are going too well for the Lions to turn around and hand the ball to somebody with very little experience, because there was a learning curve in the NFL. If you were going to experience that learning curve, it would be at the beginning of the year. But right now, these are the money games. Pretty much the only game you could afford to see Hendon Hooker play will be Monday night's game against San Francisco, because that game may be meaningless. But after that, the Vikings game could be for either the number 1 or the number 5 seed. And after that, it's one and done. Bad day and you lose, you go home, and Lions fans talk about what could have been. So if Goff goes down, I don't think you want to see Hendon Hooker. Not right now. If he's like any other quarterback in the league, he would struggle. And if he was that good, the Lions would come up with even some type of a package for him. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bernard. Bernard, you're on 97.1.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Oh, good. I'm at the gym working out. I'm sorry. Listen, I agree with you totally that if Goff was to go down like the Minnesota game or something, that Bridgewater would be the one to come in because of the experience. But I'm not going to say what you said, that it was a bad draft pick. I don't think so at all. I think Jordan Love can tell you about that. He sat for a while, and you see what he's doing now. But he never plays behind the first team. Whenever the Lions are blowing somebody out and who comes in, it's always they take out other players, especially the receivers and stuff, that you don't get a chance to work with them like that. And I think when he gets a chance to work with them, he'll become a better football player. I think the game in San Francisco would be a good game for him to go out there and work with the first team if the game means nothing. If we know the score of the Green Bay game Sunday, if that game means, he should go out there and play some first-team players for a while. But I do believe Bridgewater right now would be the answer.
Let me ask you this. You believe in Dan Campbell as a coach, right? And Ben Johnson as a coach.
I do.
Right?
Yes.
They're not showcasing Hendon Hooker for a reason. Now, they see him in practice. We don't. But for they don't have a package for him. It's almost like they're doing their best to make and crossing their fingers and hoping that they don't have to put this man in. And when I saw this signing today, it got me to thinking like, yeah, they still don't think this man is ready. By bringing in Teddy Bridgewater, it tells me that if something happens to Goff, Bridgewater's going to get the tap on the shoulder and not Hendon Hooker.
Well, even in practice, though, he don't get to work with the first team a lot, so he's not getting the first team reps. Goff is getting them all. So even in practice, we still don't know what he can do with the first team. Anybody behind that offensive line can be a better football player than what they are playing behind the second and third string, I believe. But, yeah, I believe Bridgewater will get the tap right now, but we don't know that for sure. Maybe he's just security. We don't know. Let's get another quarterback here for security reasons. Bridgewater might have to work for a while to come back up to par. That's just my opinion, man. I agree.
And it's a great opinion. But nah, it's a great opinion. Go get your lift on. Go get your swole on. And happy holidays to you. All right. 248-539-9797. I know a lot of people want to see Hendon Hooker work. I thought maybe they had something. I thought maybe they had a steal. I remember seeing him at Tennessee, but you don't see him that often. And this pickup, the Lions kind of see what I see, that Goff goes down. You're not really wanting to rely on Hendon Hooker because that could be the end of your season, point blank. So, yeah, there was many a game that they could have put him in. And think about the Dallas game when everybody was loving, we're doing the lateral to Penei Sewell. that was a great time to put in Hendon Hooker and let him see what we can do. But they didn't. They just left Goff in the game. So,
and you can argue, I mean, it might not be the most fair chance, but they gave him a chance in that preseason, and he didn't do anything to wow anybody.
No. So it's just saying. He didn't. And that tells me the Lions knew something, because think of all the people they could have added to the team, anybody on that defense, because that defense is decimated. They saw that bringing in another quarterback was a necessary evil. Let's go back to the phone lines. Bring in Dante. Dante, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. How are you?
Hey, man.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Quick
You
take,
too.
and by the way, my thought is two-part, and I think it was brought up elsewhere, perhaps. But I think Teddy Bridgewater is not coming back to replace Hendon Hooker. I think he's coming back to mentor Hendon Hooker further. If you look in some of the chat rooms and whatnot, it seems like Hendon Hooker, at least in practice, he seemed to flourish and grasp the offense and reading of defenses with Teddy Bridgewater in the QB room, number one. Number two, I think bigger picture, I think Teddy Bridgewater is coming back to be a potential, and I'll tell you why, a potential replacement for Ben Johnson.
Oh.
If you look up Teddy Bridgewater, the high school team that he just took to a state championship in Florida, and of course, you know, Florida, Texas, California, they're good high school hotbeds. They were 4-6 last year. He started off the year 2-2 and then ran off 10 in a row, outscored in the state playoffs his opponents 262-12. So obviously he's, you know, he did something. He's never coached before. So obviously he's a good motivator. And obviously in high school coaching, he doesn't have some OC and, you know, they're not 3 or 4 or 5 deep in each position coach. So I'm sure he was doing a lot of the scheming. Just my thought, but, you know. So to come back to the
Dante, I like
NFL,
where you're
perhaps?
coming with this, because it's a new perspective. So you're saying, okay, he's going to mentor Hendon Hooker, but really, he's your next OC.
That's my thought.
Okay, you know what? I'm not mad at that, man. Dante, that's actually pretty good. It's a different spin on it. Appreciate the call. Huh. Okay. That gives me a new perspective. Could he be brought in? Because we all are thinking, okay, this is maybe it for Ben Johnson. Because I told you, when I heard that he was coming back, I thought he was coming back on the coaching staff. And I thought, okay, quarterbacks coach and possibly a Ben Johnson replacement. But you know what? Everything's been coming up roses for the Lions. Maybe you get a twofer. Maybe you get BOGO with Teddy Bridgewater, where you get a backup QB. I guess this is more like a Groupon, Teddy. A backup QB, a mentor for Hendon Hooker, and a possible offensive coordinator. Dustin, look, if the Lions can pull that off, then they could possibly keep this thing going. Because when Ben Johnson took over as the OC, nobody knew he was going to be this guru that he was. He was kind of a stopgap fill-in, but he worked well with Jared Goff, and he did the one thing that most coaches and coordinators don't do, and I don't understand it, but he actually sat down and said, okay, what do you like to do? And I'm going to design plays around what you like to do. And when you watch Goff out there, he looks so comfortable in that offense because that's just Ben Johnson saying, okay, I listened to you. You like running this, you like running that. I mean, the same goes true in Baltimore when they came in. I remember Harbaugh, fired his coordinator and said, hey, let's just break this thing down and run plays that Lamar likes to run instead of forcing him to run the plays we want him to run. So interesting theory, but I'll ask the people out there. I still say, Goff goes down. Who do you want to see grabbing their helmet and coming into that game, whether it's the playoffs, whether it's Week 18 against the Vikings? You want to see Hendon Hooker, or do you want to see Teddy Bridgewater? We'll answer your question. We'll get to your answer to this question next, along with your ticket text, 97.1. Hey, listen up. Look, I know it's still cold outside and you're not thinking about outdoor activities, but I'm going to tell you, if you're thinking about building a deck to your home and making that addition, there's only one place you need to go, and that is Koi Construction. You need to do what I did recently. I hired Koi, and man, they came out there. They got that thing done in less than a week, and I could not be happier with the deck that I have. And I know you're thinking, okay, but Rico, it's wintertime. Trust me, it'll be spring, it'll be warm, summer's gonna be rolling around, you're gonna have 4th of July barbecues, and you'll be able to host everything on your brand new deck. Let Koi Construction design and build this deck for you. They've been around for over 40 years. They know what they're doing, and they like working during the cold winter months. But you got to call them right now to get on their schedule because there's only a few spots available. And let Koi Construction's experienced team bring your vision to life. So you need to call them today and get your project started. You won't regret it.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings making some major moves today. Derek Lalonde has been fired as head coach after 2.5 seasons at the helm of the wing wheel. Former Wings assistant Todd McClellan is the new boss since moving on in the 08-09 season from Mike Babcock's coaching staff. He spent 16 years as the head coach for San Jose, Edmonton, and the LA Kings. He was idle at the beginning of this year. Teddy Bridgewater back with the Lions as an option behind Jared Goff at quarterback. Dan Campbell says the team has been in contact with him for a while. He also says it doesn't really change Hendon Hooker's status at this point. Campbell confirmed that Khalif Raymond's practice window will begin this week. Terrion Arnold was not spotted at practice today, along with David Montgomery. No surprise there. Michigan defensive tackle Kenneth Grant has officially declared for the NFL draft. Grant logged 3 sacks and 32 tackles this season. The Pistons are back on the hardwood in Sacramento tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan has the pregame just before 10. Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart are questionable. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Oh, man. Lions, you just heard Jeremy say, Lions signed Teddy Bridgewater. Hey, we talked about the Wings earlier in the show. If you missed it, hit that Odyssey Rewind. But right now we're talking about the Lions bringing back Teddy Bridgewater as a backup QB. And then a previous caller Dante, brought in a new element to this. Could Teddy Bridgewater be brought in to be maybe the replacement? Not taking over and usurping Hendon Hooker, but maybe it's a little bit down the road and you're looking at Ben Johnson's replacement. 248-539-9797. Dustin, we haven't hit a lot of ticket texts. Let's get a couple in before we go back to the phone lines.
All right, we'll start off with some more Teddy Bridgewater ones. We got Philip in Detroit saying, sounds like Teddy is ring chasing, but the Lions are looking for insurance, so a win-win situation.
Yeah, but I mean, he was here before, so that's ring chasing is when you had nothing to do with that team and you're just trying to go to the hottest team. He was here. Remember, he was J-Mo's mentor, so I'm not going to call that ring chasing.
All right, I don't need to read all the individual ones, but we are getting a lot of people ticket texting agreeing that they think Teddy Bridgewater is being groomed for the offensive coordinator role. So that's a popular ticket text. We've got somebody saying, though, Minnesota has 5 quarterbacks on their roster, so signing a third QB for the playoffs is no big deal.
No, it's not. I just want to know if you're a Lions fan. And look, I don't want Goff to go down, but if he does, who do you want to see grab their helmet and run out on the field? Is it Hooker or is it Teddy Bridgewater? 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Who's been holding the longest?
Hey, let's go out to Garden City with Kevin.
All right, Kevin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays to everybody at 97.1 The Ticket. I think, Rico, both things can be true at the same time. And just hear me out real quick. I think that the playoffs bring a different intensity to the games. And we just can look to last year with the Lions and the 49ers, and we see what exactly happened. The Lions could be going into, in that particular instance, a huge lead in the third quarter and still lose the game. And so I think what's happening right now is you have Teddy Bridgewater who will back up our quarterback. I think he is the one to back him up. I don't think Hendon Hooker is the man right now. If you put in Hendon Hooker with the amped up intensity of the playoffs and let him get hit, that'll shatter whatever little confidence he has right now. I don't think Bridgewater is the replacement. I think Bridgewater is the excuse the pun, the bridge over just in case Goff does get hurt, just like you said. Because to bring Hendon Hooker into that kind of environment, it's a guaranteed L. And what are we going to do for that young man for the foreseeable future? We're probably going to wreck him, just like all the other second-year quarterbacks that are going right now. So Kevin, that's my take on it, man. I think you're right.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
No, I was at some point though.
I think you're right, Rico. I think you are exactly right. I think that to bring, if I want to see somebody take the helmet, please let it be Bridgewater and not Hendon Hooker right now. I think that young man is going to be our quarterback of the future. And why bring him in when everything is on the line? I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that young man in at a Super Bowl run. Absolutely not. Bring in the vet. Let him guide us there. That's all I got, man. Let's see what you got.
I appreciate the phone call. Let's go to Detroit royalty and let's hear what caller DJ has to say about this. DJ, what's going on?
What up, though, fam? Happy holidays to you, all right?
Happy holidays, DJ.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put a spin on this. The Dustin cat kind of gave me a new perspective, and I agree with his a lot. I don't know if maybe offense coordinator, but I do think that Teddy Bridgewater is a locker room guy. You listen from newspaper articles from last year over the time that he was here. He's the locker room guy that's in the wide receiver room, well respected. The defensive room is well respected. So to bring that into your locker room, playoff time, that's big, man. I'm not understating that. Does it have something to do with Hendon Hooker? Probably so. But I think it's more so of having that guy in the locker room. And secondly, Rico, let's look at the bigger picture about this, man. I don't think the Lions are going to fall once Ben goes or once the other coordinator goes because Dan is the one who picked them. See, part of being a great coach is just not X and O's. I think Dan's gift is he has a gauge on finding talent, personalities. I think he kind of has the Phil Jackson. He's not an X and O guy. He's a master motivator, but I think he's just a guy who knows how to pick guys for the right times at the right spots, in my opinion.
No, DJ, and I get what you're saying. And look, if this works out, then Dan Campbell will have that coaching tree. And you always want to be that coach that doesn't matter. You could take whoever you want, and that guy goes on and becomes a head coach, and you keep this thing moving. I need to see it. I agree. Campbell picked him. He may have to pick an offensive and defensive coordinator fairly soon. So just saying.
Hey, real quick, Rico, if you remember, he was also so smart and cerebral enough, too. He fired somebody who wasn't getting the job done. Like, he really has a handle on things. And I think that when you got this mix, and I think the Lions finally have hit the jackpot. We got a great GM who knows how to pick talent. And I think we got that Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin coach. We're going to be around the playoffs long after these other guys going consistently. Now, Super Bowl caliber? No. But I think this mix right here is going to keep us relevant, in my opinion. I think they are.
No, I appreciate it, DJ, and happy holidays to you. 248-539-9797. Lions just brought back Hendon Hooker. What does it mean for this Lions team? I think it's more than just insurance policy. I think it's them saying that Hendon Hooker is not quite ready. They're on an historical run. They don't have time to kind of coddle him and bring him along. You can't water down the playbook. You're one of the best teams in the league. And if, God forbid, anything happens to your quarterback, you need somebody who can hit the ground running and not somebody who's going to be overwhelmed. You don't want to see Hendon Hooker in a playoff game. You don't. And I know, look at what happened with Jordan Love, and they groomed him. Yeah, they did. They had Aaron Rodgers, but if anything, if you really believed in Hendon Hooker, you would see a lot of Hendon Hooker in the blowout games. You would see a lot of Hendon Hooker in Monday night's game. But I don't think you will. And to me, it speaks volumes by the lack of time seeing him on the field of how they actually feel about him. 248-539-9797. You know what, Dustin? Let's take some more phone calls and ticket text next. We'll get to a college football blitz at the top of the hour. 97.1. Detroit Lions bring back an old favorite. They brought back Teddy Bridgewater as insurance for Jared Goff. I've asked the question, Goff goes down, would you rather see Hendon Hooker grab the helmet, or would you rather see Teddy Bridgewater? 248-539-9797. Dustin, a couple ticket texts before we jump back to the phone lines.
All right, let's go back to where we started the show with some news with the Lalone firing. We've got Cody from Wyandotte texting in that Stevie's next moves needs to be to trade for 3 defensemen before he kills Mo and Edvinson.
Fair enough.
Got another person texting in. Seems to be quite amused. Yzerman fired another head coach. 6 or 7 years as the GM. It's not the coach picking the players. The Yzer plan is a joke. That's from Rick in Clinton Township.
Rick, I'll tell you this. It's almost universal in any sport. GMs do not get a chance. GMs and athletic directors don't get a chance to hire a third coach.
And now let's go back to some Bridgewater stuff. Got a punny ticket texter here. Guys, if Goff goes down, it's over. Hooker can't hook us a playoff win. Bridgewater wouldn't be a bridge over troubled waters either.
Okay. Somebody had fun with the eggnog. I'm going to say this. I do think that Bridgewater can, because your offense is talented enough and Bridgewater knows his strength. Bridgewater knows his limitations. It won't be a pretty win, but I think Bridgewater can win you a game. I don't think Hendon Hooker can, because you talk to pro athletes, Dustin and I have. They'll tell you there's a difference in speed of the game. There's a difference between high school to college. There's a difference between college to the pros. There's a difference between a pro regular season and a pro playoff. And then there's a difference between pro playoff and the Super Bowl speed. You're asking Hendon Hooker to just jump in feet first. It's unfair to that young man. I don't think that and the Lions see that. That's why they brought Bridgewater back. Let's go back to the phone lines. 248-539-9797. Butch, you're on 97.
Mr. Beard, here's how I kind of look at this. This is how I look at this a little bit, is if Goff goes down, I think Hooker will still be our number 2, but now he's not our number 2 anymore. Now he's our number 1, and you still have to have a number 2. Bridgewater can come in, and he still knows most of the basic plays that are in the playbook, but you got to look at it this way, I think, Rico, is Hooker knows what's the current playbook's about. Now, if he can't execute that, you have a man standing right there behind him that still knows 3/4 of the plays on the field. What do you think about that outlook?
Butch, I hear what you're saying, but see, I think the Lions may just skip a step. If they feel that way, because think about it. After San Francisco, every game that you play has meaning to it. You can't just throw away a series or 2 or a quarter in hoping that Hendon Hooker knows what he's doing and then throwing in Teddy Bridgewater. You got to go with the guy that's going to help you win that game, right?
Well, exactly. Well, what we're going to have to do, it'll all depend on how well, when Bridgewater hits the field, how well he executes the plays that are in the book now and executes the plays that he is familiar with. See if he's fallen off at all over his non-playing time.
I appreciate the phone call, Butch, because the way I see it, Dustin, in Detroit, if Hooker was special, I think that, look, Ben Johnson loves his trick plays. Fair or unfair? Fair. Ben Johnson would have some type of a special package with Hendon Hooker, whether it's Hendon Hooker and Jared Goff on the field at the same time. He would do something with Hendon Hooker because he loves doing that type of stuff. He doesn't put him out there. I don't think he puts him out there for a reason. Maybe I'm reaching, but I don't. I mean, here's a man who ran a hook and lateral to a right tackle. He takes advantages of stuff. He loves his trick plays, the fumble-rooski. If Hendon Hooker was so special, why have there been no, at least a trick play involving Hendon Hooker? Not saying he has to go in there and run the offense, but they're not using him at all. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Rico,
Hey,
you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how you doing, bro? I want to start off by saying go green, go white. Rico, we got some peeps in common, and I'm not going to get too far into that, but Easy and Eham and all of that stuff back from Michigan State. But yeah, man, I'm like I don't think Hendon Hooker is ready. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's ready. And now, I don't have a lot of confidence in Bridgewater, but he has experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mike, I'm with you. And that's the difference. It's the experience because
right.
I'm telling you, the next game you play against the 49ers is the last game you can afford to lose for the rest of the season. After
for the
that,
rest of the season, right. So who do you trust to play in that game if he go down?
Oh,
if Jared Goff go down, who do you trust to play in that game?
If Jared Goff goes down, I will hide Hendon Hooker's helmet. No. You're not going in. Don't even think about it, son.
Don't even think about it.
Where's my helmet? It's in the locker room. Go get it.
Right. Where's my helmet?
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
So that's where I'm at, Mike. Appreciate the phone call.
Right quick, man. Appreciate you, man. Go green, brother.
All right, man.
06.
Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's just I would feel more comfortable if I'm a Lions fan with Bridgewater. And the fact if Bridgewater is also coming in to kind of be the understudy to Ben Johnson, that's a bonus. That's okay. He led his – and look, high school is different than the pros. I get it. But if you could get a 2-for-1 out of Bridgewater, that's fine. But I think right now, as I just told Mike, when you think about it, the 49er game is the last game this team can afford to lose. You lose any game after that, and this miraculous season, it goes bye-bye. You go from being the 1 seed to the 5 seed if you lose the following week. And then if you lose in the playoffs, season is over. And now it's all about the shoulda, woulda, couldas and what could have happened and what we thought this team was. So that's why I think the Lions saw what I saw. They brought in Teddy Bridgewater. We got time for a quick call, Dustin.
Yeah, we can pound out one more real quick.
All right, who's been holding the longest? Jason, let's go to Jason. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, how are you?
Hey, man, I'm good. Jason, how are you?
Good. All right, I got a different perspective on this. Mm-hmm. Both. I may sound crazy. Play both of them, just like Cowboys did 50 years ago with Craig Morton and Roger Staubach. I know it sounds funny, but go ahead and play both. If Goff goes down, you never know how it's going to end up. I know it failed back then, but I just want to put a different perspective on it and hear from you.
Jason, I appreciate the phone call. Look, Ben Johnson can do a lot of things. I don't think the two quarterback going back 50 years is going to work because there's a cliche. If you got two quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks. Sometimes a cliche is true because they say it for a reason because it is true. And I don't think they're going to do that. But this goes back to what I said before. Why aren't there any type of trick Hendon Hooker plays or formations or things like that where they bring him into the game and run some type of plays? They don't. I don't think that Ben Johnson would do that. I think Ben would just simply look. They showed you today who I think they think the backup QB will be in the event that Goff goes down. Look, let's hope that Goff doesn't go down. This conversation becomes moot and it means nothing. But if he does, I don't think it's going to be Hendon Hooker. 248-539-9797. We'll talk more about this in the next hour. We'll get a little college football in. Plus, I do have a question about what you were watching yesterday on Christmas Day. All of that next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. It appears the 4-0 loss to the Blues was the final straw for Wings head coach Derek Lalonde. He was 89, 86, and 23 in his 2+ seasons in Detroit. A replacement already lined up in Todd McClellan, who has 16 years experience as a head coach in the league. He helped guide the Wings to a Stanley Cup as an assistant in 2008. Teddy Bridgewater has unretired and landed back in Detroit as a backup QB. Dan Campbell has more. Tyrion Arnold missed practice for the Lions today. Khalif Raymond's practice window is now open. He was out there as well. Quarterback Teddy Bridgewater is coming out of retirement. We told you that actually already. The Pistons are preparing for Game 3 of their West Coast trip. Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart are questionable. Stewart has been out the last 3 games. Per Tony Paul, former Central Michigan quarterback Tommy Lazzaro has passed away in a hunting accident. Lazzaro gained the nickname Tommy Touchdown with the Chippewas. After retiring, he entered the Army, where he held the rank of sergeant. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we got a lot of bowl games and the college football playoffs coming up the next round. How about we do a little college football blitz? Dustin, if you would, please.
All right, we will start off with, I guess, everybody's favorite team. That's the Michigan Wolverines. Team that everybody seems to eyeball every time you blink. There seems to be a new transfer, lots of new additions. Rico, I got to ask you, does Michigan have a shot to be a top Big Ten team again next year in just a 1-year turnaround?
I'm going to say no, and the reason why, unless the transfer QB from Fresno State can step in and do what the Indiana quarterback did, I'm going to say no, because in college football, it is all about the quarterback. And Bryce Underwood can have a very successful career, but I'm going to say it loud for the people in the back. You do not want to throw a quarterback that young as a true freshman in meaningful games, because it's not going to end well. The learning curve is steep, and many a guy has failed in that first year. So no short term, yes long term.
Fair enough. And sticking with the Big Ten, so if you don't think it's going to be Michigan next year, I got to ask you, because we've seen a very big trend in the Big Ten. It's either been Ohio State running away with that conference, then it's been Michigan. This year it was Oregon. Is Oregon going to follow the path and win consecutive Big Ten titles from here on out, or do now we start to see a little bit more of a balanced conference moving forward?
Well, I mean, I really think that it's going to come down if Oregon and Ohio State and certain teams, if you can get that hot transfer QB, you keep the thing going, you keep it moving. Ohio State, I think they have a young quarterback. Oregon, I mean, unless you think Dante Moore is going to be the guy, the former Detroit King player who went to UCLA and transferred to Oregon, no, they may end up taking a step back. But it's all about if you can land that QB and get you to the next level, because teams like Oregon and teams like Ohio State and teams like Michigan will always have skilled players. They just need a leader.
All right, and another Big Ten question. You brought up Ohio State's future. At what point does OSU need to reach, or what point do they need to reach in this playoff run for Ryan Day to have a secure job? Is it anything short of winning it all and he's gone?
No. At first I was on that entire impression that, if he doesn't win it all, you're going to fire him. But they're not going to fire him. If they were going to fire him, he would have been gone by now. I think his job status is safe. He's feeling pressure because he's losing a lot of support. Now, once you lose support of the not just the fans, because the fans don't like him. When the boosters and the top donors lose support, that's when you get fired. if Ryan Day, and they're feeling good off of that beatdown that they just had, if Ryan Day can keep that going and make it to if he makes it to the national championship game, and they beat Oregon, I think that he could breathe easier. Now he's going to have to beat Michigan. That's the one thing that's non-negotiable. 0-4 in the last 4 years, and you lost to probably the worst Michigan team you're going to face in a long time at the crib. But I don't think he's going to be fired. But I think most Michigan fans are happy that I just said that because they kind of like beating him every year.
I think it's a good thing for Michigan if Ryan Day stays there, but I think anything short of winning the finals, they can even make it to the finals and come up short. I think he's gone.
See, I don't, because it's like James Franklin, and it's a paradox. Because you're a coach that wins a lot, you just don't win the games that people want you to win. He's won, he's looked good. I mean, heck, they would have beat Georgia a few years ago if Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't get a concussion and if they called a penalty on that play, but they didn't. It's the fact that he can't beat Michigan. He wins other games. Like James Franklin, in the Big Ten, he beats everybody except for the top teams in the top 5, like Oregon, Ohio State, and Michigan. Other than that, James Franklin is damn near undefeated against everybody else. So do you fire that coach, or do you just hope that if you get him the right players, he can get over that hump?
See, this is where I feel bad because I'm almost putting over Ohio State, and you got Michigan those years where they couldn't beat Ohio State and Wisconsin, Penn State, now they can't be like teams like Michigan and Ohio State. I think the Buckeyes have a higher standard. If you don't beat Michigan, you don't win natties, you're gone. So I don't see Ohio State lasting long with Ryan Day after this season.
Yeah, but you got to be careful who you're going to replace him with because Urban Meyer already said he's not coming back. So, hey, put it this way. Dustin, I've seen a lot of colleges get cocky and arrogant, and they fire a coach that they don't think is good enough for them, and they fall into the desert, and it takes them a long time to get out. Let's not forget when Michigan kind of ran Lloyd Carr off, and it took about 7-8 years in Jim Harbaugh, and then it still took time with Jim Harbaugh to finally taste success. Tennessee is still looking for the day. It's been a long time since T. Martin won that title for them. Florida State. Like, you fire Texas. A lot of teams fire off coaches, and they never come back. So I would be careful doing that, because once you fall into that abyss, there's no guarantee that you come back.
Well, we brought up James Franklin. Might as well continue with Penn State. I don't think this is much of a question, but more of an obvious answer. Penn State easily has the easiest path here in the CFP. Is that correct?
Oh, my God. It does. I was talking with Brian Chapman. I was like, congratulations on making it to the semifinals. You will somehow find a way to gag and choke in the semis, but yes. What, they got SMU?
Boise?
No, they got Boise State.
Yeah, and they just had SMU.
Yeah, they had SMU. Now they got Boise State. I don't see this thing going well for them at all. So, no. They'll make it far, but in the end, Penn State always gets exposed.
I agree. And so that's why I'm not going to include teams like Boise State. I'm going to give you 4 teams. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia. Out of just those 4 teams, which team is the most likely to miss the CFP next season?
Oh, okay. I wasn't ready for that. Give me those teams again. I was going in a totally different direction.
Okay,
That's great question.
If one has to be out, just out of those 4, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia.
Whew. You know what? I need to see what Oregon is going to bring back. I think all 4 of those will make it, but if I had to choose, gun to my head, I would say the Oregon Ducks, because I know Texas is going to go with Arch Manning. Ohio State will always have enough skilled players to win in the Big Ten. Yeah, I go to Oregon. That's a great question, Dustin. I hate you for that.
It's a tough one. I would say Ohio State, going back to that previous question, where I do think Ryan Day is not going to be the head coach next year. Coaching turnaround, I don't think they fall off as hard as Michigan fell off this year, but with how competitive the Big Ten has become, I could see the Buckeyes missing it next year.
I'm telling you, if Dave was going to get fired, Dave would have been fired by now. So that's why I'm thinking he'll be back next year. He didn't sleep well for 48 hours after losing to Michigan, but when his key card still worked, when his parking space was still there, he took a deep sigh of relief. They came back and they showed the college football world what they were all about, and you saw that in that first game. I get what you're saying, but he'll be there. Trust me. They'll be back to Ohio State next year.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this. Outside of the college football playoffs, we've got a lot of football this weekend. I'm going Texas A&M and USC. What is Rico Beard's choice of game for the bowl games this weekend?
Oh, my goodness. You know what? I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe the A&M game. That's probably it, because A&M was just they were a weird team. I had higher expectations for Texas A&M, and then they kind of fell off, and then they came back, and then they fell off again. So, I would probably go with that. I'm trying to think, what other games this weekend?
It's a pretty weak lineup.
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, SC. Yeah, no. I was going to
Iowa
say
State and Miami might not be too bad.
And I was going to say maybe to see how Miami bounces back, but I don't think their heart's going to be in this thing. You know what? Maybe Colorado BYU.
You can never look past Colorado.
BYU. Is Colorado checked out now that the Heisman Trophy race is over and their guy got it? Because this game means nothing. Can Deion, this was to tell me a lot about Deion. Can he rally the troops, get serious, and go beat a BYU team that I thought that they would be in the college football playoffs at the beginning of the year. So I think that's a sneaky good game.
All right, and that was college football today.
All right, hey, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. You hear us on the radio. We like to have a lot of fun. Or you know what? You want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist. You make some killer graphics, but you're looking to make that career change. Let Specs at LTU be the first path on your new steps to your new career. At Specs at LTU, you're going to be taught by instructors like myself. We work in the business. It means you're not going to get your time wasted. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. So I need you to be curious. Go and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield. Once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. You know, we talked a lot of wings and a lot of Teddy Bridgewater today. If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind. But, Dustin, I do want to ask this one question. Yesterday being Christmas, I'd like to know from you, the listeners, who won the day? The NFL went up against the NBA, and LeBron James came out and after the end of his game was like, hey, I love the NFL, but, hey, Christmas, that's our day.
That was a great mic drop moment.
It was. Who won the day? Because the NFL on Netflix, 2 blowout games. The NBA had 5 games that were all pretty good if you watched them. All came down to the final minutes. Was it the NFL? Was it the NBA? Did you just spend time with your family? Or was it just everybody tuned in to see what Beyonce did? 248-539-9797, because apparently Netflix has a budget. Beyonce put on a halftime performance that was bigger than Super Bowl halftime performances. Like, wow. Netflix went all out. But the games stunk. Especially the Ravens game. It was 31-2. The Texans were never in that thing at home. I couldn't imagine if you got those tickets for a Christmas gift and you standing in line today to see if you can get a refund. So what held your attention? What won the day for you, the viewers? 248-539-9797. Was it the NFL? Was NFL still king? Was it the NBA? Did you just say, I'm spending time with the family? What was it for you? I started off with the NFL, but I found myself just switching over and watching the NBA and saying, you know what? Maybe this is their game. Maybe this is their day. It was competitive. It was fun. I was bored because 2 of the teams looked like they played a bunch of games in a short period of time. 2 of the teams looked like they played 3 games within 11 days. The other 2 teams looked like they were red hot and could play again tomorrow. So I just want to know, 248-539-9797. I started off with football. I got bored. To me, NBA was king. NBA won the day. Their games, much more competitive. One game, starting off with the Knicks and the Spurs, and it went all the way to the Suns at the end of the night. 5 great games. They actually lived up to the hype for the first time in a long time. And I don't know if it was the competition to going for the NFL, going against them, but they were all good and they were all close. So what say you? What, in your opinion, won the day? 248-539-9797. Dustin, what about you? What held your attention the longest?
So I was watching the NFL all throughout the day. But I'd say midway through, probably about halftime, the only thing I didn't pay attention to was Beyonce. So right when she came on, I switched over, and Philly and Boston held my attention. That Lakers-Warriors game was just, that was a great game. Anytime.
Start to finish.
Steph Curry looked like the old Steph Curry there. And then Nuggets and Suns, I like both those teams. That was competitive too. So I'd say NBA won that day. That was a good slot of games. I'm a big basketball guy. All those games were good.
Yeah, in my opinion, for one day, you might as well call the NBA Jamie Lannister because they were the Kingslayer. They took down the NFL. NFL normally, they took on college football playoffs and they won easily. Yesterday, I'm going to be interested to see where the numbers are because they weren't good games. And then look, everybody got all bent out of shape like, the college football playoff games, these were horrible. They shouldn't have been playing. I wonder if I'll get the same complaints about yesterday's games on Netflix. Now, I'll give it credit. Maybe Netflix won the day because unlike the Paul Tyson fight, Netflix actually worked. They actually were ready for all the viewers that they had. But in the end, it was not a good product. It was not good product at all. I mean, the best thing about both of those games were those gigantic, oversized Santa coats that the winning players got to walk into the locker room with. I don't know what about it. I'm like, I actually wouldn't mind rocking one of those. Those actually look kind of cool. But the games, awful. Steelers, yeah. Way to host the two teams that hosted. Thanks for showing up because you looked pathetic. 248-539-9797. What won the day? What held your attention? Was it the NFL? Was it the NBA? Or did you just say, you know what? I'm spending time with my family, and I don't really care about neither one of those. Couple ticket texts, Dustin, before we get to the phone calls.
Yeah, we got a ton of ticket texts, everything from Red Wings to Lions. We'll go to Lions stuff, and we got
No, I want to know about this. We talked about Red Wings.
Oh, we don't got ticket texters on that. You got to give the ticket texters a minute to warm up on that.
Okay, all right.
All right, we'll stick with the Bridgewater stuff. We got a ticket texter saying, Rico, the Bridgewater move is the first move I'm calling suspect. A guy who has not played and can't be anywhere near game ready.
It depends, man. I mean, you've been in the league long enough. You know what it takes to keep your body in shape. And if you're a backup QB, you know at any given moment, somebody can pick up the phone and say, hey, we want you there. Backup QBs know how to keep their body in shape. I'm not going to say that's a desperation move. You see, heck, people still want Tom Brady to come back. Like, so long as you stay in shape, so long as you don't have a little Buddha belly going, you'll be fine. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's bring in Manny. Manny, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, Manny.
Happy holidays, man.
You too.
No, I just wanted to say that I think the NBA did win the prime time or the viewers because of just how Netflix is getting to that level with as far as like with the Mike Tyson and Logan Paul. I just think that was a smart idea for the NBA. But if the NFL wants to compete with the NBA, they need to put some primetime games like Lions versus Bills, something to get the people want to watch because they're not going to watch Ravens versus I don't even forgot who they played.
They played the Texans, but here's the thing, Manny. Before the game started, I actually thought the NFL was going to win because you actually had four playoff teams playing each other. So it wasn't like it was the Giants versus the Jets. These were good teams. This wasn't Bears Seahawks tonight. But the NBA won because they actually lived up to the billing. The NFL could have. But you're right. You what you needed, if they would have had that Lions Bills game, I think people would have loved to see.
Oh yeah, everyone would have been watching that.
Intrigue.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think people will be skipping opening Christmas presents and be watching that game instead.
Now be careful what you wish for, Manny, because that may mean Detroit plays on a Christmas day, a home game on Christmas Day. I don't know if families can do Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Day, so. Be careful what you wish, because you know the NFL is not going to stop. But I got a feeling the Lions may be a part of that package next year. We will wait and see. But then again, next year's game would be a Thursday night game, not a Wednesday night game. So I guess it'll be a little more doable.
Rico, we do have the ticket texts all lighting up. Everybody's saying the NFL won the day.
Okay.
Nobody's saying basketball.
How about this? Give me those ticket texts next, and we'll get more of the phone calls. Who won the day? NFL, NBA, your family, or Beyonce? 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Derek Lalone has been fired by the Red Wings as head coach, Detroit in 28th place overall with their 30 points. Todd McClellan, a former Babcock assistant in 2008, has signed a multi-year deal to replace him. Terrion Arnold missed practice for the Lions today. The only other active player absent was David Montgomery. Teddy Bridgewater has also signed a deal to come out of retirement and serve as a backup QB for Detroit once again. As for what Jared Goff gifted the offensive line this year, ESPN's Christmas Day NBA viewership was up 84% this year compared to last. The Pistons are back in action tonight against the Kings. Tip at 10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Game of Up Bowl has seen just about everything: a pregame fight, extra point block and return for two, fumbles, pick sixes, and big plays. 2020 right now, midway through the third at Ford Field. You can hear the rest on the Bet 1270. Coming up later, it's Rutgers versus Kansas State at the Rate Bowl. That's at 5:30. Then the 68 Ventures Bowl. Rico has that one on his DVR. Arkansas State and Bowling Green. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
So yesterday, the NFL went heads up against the NBA, and at the end of the Lakers beating the Warriors, LeBron told everybody, hey, I love the NFL, but this is our day. And then he walked away. He dropped the mic. Who won the day yesterday? Because the NBA had 5 really good games. The NFL had a lot of pomp and circumstances, but the games, man, they were duds. They looked like the first round of the college football playoff games, where not really competitive. If you were rooting for either the Ravens or the Chiefs, you probably loved it. If you were rooting for either of the other teams, not so much. And I guess Christmas Day games really haven't played well. I guess in the last 2 years, the one thing that I've learned, Dustin, you don't want to play the Ravens. The Niners played the Ravens last year, and that did not go as well. Lamar had the game of his life. Who won the day? Or did you just spend time with the family? Or, you know what? You just turned on to see what Beyonce had to do and then turned the thing off. 248-539-9797. All right, give me the ticket text now before we get to the phone lines.
All right, lots of people saying the NFL. We got an unnamed texter saying the NFL won the day no matter what, no matter the game results. It is better than the NBA. NBA is hard to watch nowadays.
Okay, for those who say the NBA was hard to watch, I'm going to ask the simple question. Did you actually watch any of the games yesterday? Because they put their best teams out there, and they all were pretty good. So, yeah, I know it's the cliche, the NBA sucks. Well, it does. They need to make a lot of rules changes. But for one day, they actually went out there and showed they're not ready to be buried just yet.
We got a lot of ticket texters saying stuff like that, but we do have somebody that's saying they are a diehard NFL fan and love watching football, but it was not needed on Christmas Day. That belongs to the NBA. They watched very little football, more of the basketball games. It's just pure greed and about money. Leave Thanksgiving to the NFL. Leave Christmas Day to the basketball. That's from Marlon in Walled Lake.
Oh, yeah, the NFL, it was a serious flex. It was. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they didn't care. And the fact that you did it, and you really had to play a round-robin tournament between those 4 teams because they had to play on Saturday and then turn around and play on Wednesday. Not great on the bodies for those players, but, you know, the NFL doesn't care. It is about money. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Wesley. Wesley, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. How's it going?
Good, man. Happy holidays to you.
Hey, happy holidays. Hey, so C.J. Stroud, I don't think he was mentally prepared for that game against Baltimore, especially with the way that Tank Dell went down. Every single pass that he threw was off because he was trying not to get any of his receivers hurt. I think he needed at least an extra day for that game.
You noticed that too. In the NFL, you can't really think and you can't worry about injuries, because the second you start worrying about injuries is when you get injured. And he was doing his best. You're right. His throws, he didn't want to lead anybody. He didn't want anybody to get injured, but he stopped playing football and he stopped making plays. And that's what got the Texans to where they are. And I know it's a tough break to lose one of your best receivers, not just for the rest of this year, but from what I heard, he's gone for he won't be back until the season after next. Just totally reconstructed knee, and he may not be the same. But you got to shake that. And I know it sounds cold and it sounds callous, but if you're CJ Stroud, you can't be out there playing scared the way that you did, because I promise you, you looked awful. We all saw it. It's like you didn't want to be there. So, 248-539-9797. Who won the day for you? Because as much as NFL is king, their games were not competitive. And they were on Netflix, which means, I know you like to assume that everybody has Netflix, but they don't. I watched them. I got bored really fast. The Steelers, man, that looked like a Steelers playoff game where they're just out of it before you even know. And you can't say the Kansas City Chiefs cheated, because they just went out there and they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then what Lamar Jackson did, hold off on giving away the MVP trophy to Josh Allen, because I think Lamar Jackson, guys, put it this way. He won last year and he's doing better things this year. So if he won last year and he's doing better this year, shouldn't by default he win? And I mean, that's not even talk about Saquon Barkley, but man, he put on a show in front of everybody who was watching. You clearly knew who the best player on the field was at all times. It was him. The one touchdown pass that he threw, that it took him 8 seconds, he scrambled, he did everything, he stopped and threw it. And Dustin, I think the thing that the cherry on top of that play was after he threw the ball, he just turned around, pulled a Steph Curry, put his hands up in the air. He didn't see the touchdown happen. He just knew the touchdown was about to happen. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
Oh, I caught that. And listen, I know this has nothing to do with the MVP race, but you got Allen and you got Lamar. I still wonder which one's going to falter in the playoffs, because both of them historically are not good in postseason football.
True, but it's not about the postseason. I don't think that Lamar is going to. I think in the end, Josh Allen doesn't really have the roster, and they don't have the defense. You can't keep letting teams score 40 points on you and think that you're going to go far in the playoffs. But Lamar has something that he hasn't had in a long time. That's deuce. That's Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's the equalizer, because if you focus too much on Lamar, Derrick Henry will pick up 6-7 yards at a time and just chew up clock. And then it becomes a business decision once he gets into to the second level. Do you want to tackle Derrick Henry with a full head of steam? I know
he did get safety though.
He did, but
he's still a beast.
I look at all of those runs that he had, and it was just like, no. But think about it. Then they started keying on him, and Lamar was like, okay, well, watch this. I can still run too. Here's a 48-yard touchdown that apparently he hit like 21 miles an hour. And then afterwards, he was like, I was just jogging. What? You were just jogging? Like, imagine if he was serious. Imagine if he really was trying to score the game-winning touchdown. So, yeah, I say that to say, yeah, I think Lamar is I don't think he's going to falter this year. And, I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow. I don't think that I don't think that this is a team that the Lions want to see in the Super Bowl. You better hope that somebody else makes it. We saw what happened last year, what they did to this Lions team. I don't think you want to see the Baltimore Ravens. No, not the way Lamar is playing right now, not the way Derrick Henry is playing as well. But yeah, when I look at yesterday, the NFL tried. And maybe if the games were more competitive, I would have said that they won. They may get good ratings. I don't know how they're going to blend the Netflix ratings with the television ratings, but as far as quality of games, there was only one clear-cut winner, and that was the NBA. All right, we'll get a little NFL action next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Steve Yzerman has had enough of the Wings' struggles. Derek Lalonde has been fired as head coach after 2.5 seasons. Todd McClellan will take the reins. It's been 16 years since he last coached in Detroit as an assistant. McClellan's Sharks team had a 6-year playoff streak at one point. He's been a finalist for Coach of the Year twice in his career as well. Defensive lineman Kenneth Grant is the latest Wolverine to declare for the NFL Draft. Grant had 3 sacks for the Wolverines this season. Per Adam Schefter, the Lions have Waquan Alexander. He said they would like him back in the practice squad if he clears waivers. Alexander had played in 5 NFL games this fall, including 2 here in Detroit. Teddy Bridgewater is also announced that he's signed with the team and is on the active roster. 26,219 are in attendance at the Game of Up Bowl right now at Ford Field. Pittsburgh all of a sudden pulling away. They're up 30-20 over Toledo, still nearly a whole quarter to play. Former NFL star Deshaun Jackson is finalizing a deal to become the next coach at Delaware State. Tony Bennett retired from Virginia basketball just weeks before the season began. Now Miami's Jim Larenga has hung it up midseason. The Pistons play Sacramento tonight in Cali. Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart are still questionable. Tip at 10 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So 5 o'clock in the Motor City. Mark Ryan up next. We talked about what you just heard in the update that Steve Yzerman hired Todd McClellan, and out is Derek Lalonde. Lalonde really probably should have been fired last season, let's face it. 13 wins this year, didn't get it done. Team just couldn't finish, looked lackluster. Every time you thought he was about to get fired, they would go out and win a game, and then it would extend him. It would put him on life support. Finally, Stevie Y just pulled the plug and said enough is enough. He is gone. And now we have to wait and see. And as I said before, I don't think Yzerman's going to get another crack at this. General managers, kind of like athletic directors in college, you only get to make 2 hires. The third hire, it normally means you got fired. You don't get to that point. This is his second hire. This is his second coach that he's bringing in on a long-term deal. It's got to work. Now, they don't have the players right now. They don't. But what you're hoping is that McClellan can motivate the guys that he has, and you can get that new coach bounce, and all of a sudden, this team can go back and compete. Like last year, we simply just wanted them to be in the graphic, try to make the playoffs, even if it was the final seed. I think right now, Wings fans would accept that. Even if you lost the first round, you just need to see progress being made with this Detroit Red Wings team. Yzerman is the common denominator amongst all of these. It's his team. He put it together. He made the free agent signings. He made the trades. He did the draft picks. This team is just not very good, and you got to hope that Stevie is going to pull a rabbit out of a hat and get this thing turned around. Dustin, I don't know about you, but like I said, I don't think that he gets another chance. At this point, he is going to take all the blame. The Steve Bots and anybody who was protecting him and said, no, it's not his fault, that all goes away with this hiring.
I completely agree. This is his third coach. He obviously didn't hire Blashill, but
so I don't count that one.
Yeah, but he chose to extend him. He chose to keep him on, so I still count that. That this is his third crack at a coach. He's the only one left to blame. And you said last year we would be happy. We were just happy with them being in the graphic and just missing out on the postseason by a tiebreaker. I still consider last season a failure. It should have been playoffs or bust last year. So what we have this year is far beyond a bust. This is just unacceptable.
It is. And then I asked a question also today, and I'm going to see what the answer is going to be. 248-539-9797. Also in the update, Teddy Bridgewater signed back as a Lions backup. Yeah, that Teddy Bridgewater, the guy who won a high school championship down in Florida, he's back in the NFL. He's back in the Honolulu Blue and Silver. He is back playing for your Detroit Lions as a backup QB. Heaven forbid Jared Goff goes down. But in the event that he does, who do you want to see picking up the helmet and going in and leading this team? Is it Hendon Hooker or is it Teddy Bridgewater? Because I say it's Teddy Bridgewater. I say there's a reason why the Lions signed him, and there's a reason why you haven't seen much of Hendon Hooker. I think Hendon Hooker was a cute pick. It was a pick that he was rehabbing, so there was no hurry. There was no quick timeline. You could kind of work him out. But the fact that Ben Johnson, who loves his quirky little trick plays, doesn't have anything for Hendon Hooker kind of tells me Hendon Hooker may not be his guy. Hendon Hooker is not the heir apparent. Hendon Hooker is not next. Hendon Hooker is not him. They brought in Teddy Bridgewater. Why? You could afford to lose the 49er game. But after that, every game you lose will cost you. If you lose in week 18, it'll cost you the number 1 seed, and you get dropped down to the 5 seed. If you lose in the playoffs, well, it will be the greatest season that never happened. You may go down there. You may go down with, I think, the 99 Minnesota Vikings, who went 15-1 that regular season and nothing. Just nothing. So I think Teddy Bridgewater was brought back for a reason. I don't think it's Hendon Hooker. Now, some callers brought up some point that maybe Bridgewater is also here because he's going to be the heir apparent when Ben Johnson leaves. So Teddy can leave, retire the helmet, put on the headset, and lead this Lions team and keep the offense going. I could easily see that happening. It's a 2-for-1. It's a BOGO type thing. But right now, right here, right now, if Hendon Hooker doesn't play in the San Francisco game, I don't think you want to see Hendon Hooker out on the field. I don't think the team has the confidence that Hendon Hooker could lead this team. And look, you got him in the 3rd round selection. I would have rather you got somebody else, but you did. You took him, and now he's here. He didn't do what we thought he was going to do, and I think that's why you see that the Lions are bringing in another backup QB. 248-539-9797. I want to know what you think. Who would you like to see out on the field? Would it be Hendon Hooker or would it be Teddy Bridgewater if anything were to happen to Jared Goff? And God forbid, let's hope that this question never comes into being and Goff just goes out there and plays and the team just goes and wins. But once again, you brought in Bridgewater for a reason. And Dustin, that's just how I see it. If Hooker was that good, Ben Johnson would have designed some kind of trick play for him, right?
I mean, he's had his chances. He had the entire preseason where he didn't wow anybody, and he's been brought into games here and there, and they've, like you said, they've chosen to operate with him in a very safe, hand the ball off, 5-yard pass. They don't clearly want to test him out in a regular game, so that gives me reason to believe, at least in practice or what they see off the field, they don't have confidence in him moving forward. So I think this was a clear sign that backup quarterback number 2, or backup quarterback technically number 1, is now Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, and I think in the offseason you're going to have to probably go another route. I mean, we had a caller saying, his trade, he may ask for a trade. Like, really? I don't think he has enough juice to walk in for a trade. And like I said, unless he wants to go to the CFL or go, hey, can I play for the Michigan Panthers? That's about it. Because I think once he's done with the Lions, I think he's done because there's no tape on him. There's nothing that you could say when you still. I often say this, like in the days of the transfer portal now, when you see a kid in the portal and he's in his 3rd or 4th year and they're talking about what he did in high school, that means that kid didn't do anything at college. When you see a kid in the portal and they talk about, oh, well, he rushed for 900 yards and had 10 touchdowns at, Colgate. Okay, he did something. It may have been a small school, but he did something. But when you have to hear, oh, well, this kid was a 4-star coming out of high school. Okay, but he's in his 4th year. So hard pass on him. I think the same is going to go with Hendon Hooker, where it's like, okay, what did he do? Oh, well, look at what he did at Tennessee. yeah, I need to see something more than what he did at Tennessee. So 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. If Goff were to go down, Lions fans, who would you rather see come in to lead this team? Hendon Hooker or Teddy Bridgewater? 97-1. So I don't think I'm wrong to say that, look, you don't want to see Hendon Hooker play in any games after this week. If he's in there, either he's in there for a kneel down because you've won by 40 points or things have gone bad. You had opportunities to put him in the game, and they didn't. You blew out a lot of teams this year. I mean, you had trick play after trick play after trick play for the Cowboys. Didn't see him in there that often. And when he did come in, turn around, hand the ball off. that was about it. I didn't get to see anything that was special about Hendon Hooker. I think that's why Teddy Bridgewater was brought back. Is that a slap in the face to Hendon Hooker? It absolutely is. This guy's been out of football, and the Lions feel like I'd rather see this guy who's been in the league for 10 years but not play a snap this season, coaching a team, over you. 248-539-9797. Couple ticket texts before we get to the phone lines.
All right, well, we got somebody that clearly doesn't think very highly of Hooker. He says he would rather take David Montgomery as quarterback over Hooker. Was probably better in high school.
I mean, I just haven't seen enough that would make me feel like he could be the guy. Like, look, if any quarterback, don't get me wrong, any quarterback goes down, you're in trouble. Philadelphia is going through that right now. Jalen Hurts in concussion protocol, speculation he may not play this weekend. It's the great equalizer because now the Cowboys, they may walk away and win this thing without Jalen Hurts. You want to make sure that you have somebody that can keep this ship going until your starter could get back. I think the Lions I think it was a smart move by Detroit to go out and get him. I wasn't even thinking about it. And the bonus, as you and some of the listeners brought up, maybe he sticks around and becomes an assistant coach or the offensive coordinator if Ben Johnson leaves. So he stays around, he takes off the helmet, puts on the headset. But as of right here, right now, great move by the Lions.
Got to take a text for Frank saying the same thing. Bridgewater, he's being called up now for the quarterback role, but he could be being groomed in the future for coaching. So Frank agreeing with you in that. Then somebody just straightforward saying Bridgewater was brought in because Hooker is a bust and everybody knows it.
It's funny because, man, people, the Hendon Hooker supporters will come up with all types of things and tell you, oh, no, they're doing this, they're saving him. And then you get, well, it's what Green Bay did with Jordan Love. And it's like, okay, but Hendon Hooker came in. He was damaged goods when he came in, folks. I'm not trying to besmirch the man, but it's true. He was damaged goods. And the Lions had some time. Let's rehab him. Let's see what he is. And Goff was in that transitional period where you didn't know if you were going to keep him or not, or you had to move on. Who's another team that's kind of going through this same thing is Minnesota, Dustin. Minnesota drafted J.J. McCarthy, right? Drafted him high. I think he was the 4th overall selection.
I know where you're going with this. They're going to be grooming Daniel Jones to be the quarterback of the future.
No. Well, I mean, but But Darnold is leading this team to places they haven't seen in a long time. He's on a 1-year deal. Minnesota has to figure out what they're going to do, what they want to be when they grow up. And do you want to take a chance with the rookie or the guy who so far has led you to at least 13 victories? They got to make a tough choice. The Lions were in that situation. They had Goff, and this is before everybody started chanting Jared Goff. This is before the Lions won a playoff game. What do? Do we go with the rookie or do we go with this guy who's kind of he was a number 1 overall pick, cast off, and they rolled the dice and it seems like they've won. That makes Hooker expendable. He's not ready. If he goes into the game, God bless him, he's not ready. If I'm the opposing defense, I'm just going to send a blitz after blitz after blitz and just try to rattle that young man. And I think if he's in the game, Lions fans, your season's over. Because I don't think he's going to lead you to the promised land. I don't think he's going to lead you anywhere. I think it's going to be flat out ugly if he gets in the game. That's why they brought in Teddy Bridgewater, because at least with Bridgewater, you give yourself a fighting chance. Give me another ticket text.
Well, let's switch gears because it's also just as active on the ticket text about Lalone.
Oh, okay.
We got Iserman was really that scared of an interim moniker and waited to fire Lalone until he had a replacement hire lined up. That's from Jason in Lincoln Park.
But Jason, why didn't you just fire the man at the end of the season? if you knew you were looking for another coach, fire him now and give yourself a chance to go out there and find somebody instead of doing this stuff in the shadows.
Well, that one's from Jason, and I will say I'm not with you on that, Enrico, because I think they had to fire him. Just from an optics, everybody was saying they were going to wait till the end of the year. This firing had to be made.
No.
So, go ahead.
No, I'm saying fire him at the end of last year.
Oh, last year. Okay, I thought you were talking about this year. Oh, yeah. No, he should have been.
You knew you were going to fire the man. Just fire him. Be done. And now you got the summer to figure out what you want to do next.
Oh, yeah, he should have probably been let go last season. I was never big on the Lalone getting fired campaign, but this season's just been brutal. And that brings me to another ticket text saying that Yzerman's next move, this is really blowing it up. The next move needs to be to trade Dylan Larkin.
You don't have a lot of talent on the team. If you're going to make a trade, if you're going to start over, you got to give something away in order to get something, okay? And you're going to and this team is so bad, you're going to have to move a piece that's going to hurt short term, and you're hoping that long term it pans out. But that person may not be too far off. Because you don't have too many tradable pieces, too many assets on this team. Larkin may be the unfortunate person. If you're hitting that reset button and trying to bring in more pieces to the pie and trying to find a goalie and trying to find all these things, because I think Augustine will be the future, but I don't think Augustine is anywhere near ready. He's better for you playing goalie at MSU. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, that person may not be that far off.
And I'm not on the campaign of trading Larkin this season yet, but if you are going to blow it up, I would rather get rid of Larkin and build around players like Lucas Raymond and Sider. I think those are the pieces you have to keep as opposed to Dylan Larkin.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds weird to say, but it's hey, Steve, what do you want to do? Now, maybe this team gets that new coach bump. Against Toronto, I would go ahead and put money on the Wings to win that game because they probably will. It's like death and taxes. But they start winning, and we don't have to talk about this. But if this team still doesn't respond to the new coach, then yeah, Steve may start hitting desperation mode, and we got to figure out what we're going to do next. And I think Larkin will be in the crosshairs because he's an asset that other teams will say yes. I will make a deal for him. Not any of the other players you got. Nah, screw that. They would hang up the phone on you.
All right, and I'm going to read this last ticket text on that. A quick ticket texture because it's exactly what we're talking about right now, saying Larkin is an untouchable. They almost moved Stevie to Ottawa in the early 90s multiple times. You do not trade away the captain. Instant failure.
Yeah, I remember the Stevie talk back in the day. And I mean, in hindsight, it turned out to be the smartest thing that the Wings did was to keep him. But yeah, when you're bad and you only had, like, it was like the Tigers. Tigers really only had, like, if you really wanted to blow it up over the summer, you would trade Skubal. But I said you only trade Skubal for a king's ransom. You had to get a haul. If you didn't, you don't make the trade. But he was the only thing of value that you had, and that's kind of where Larkin is now. I'm not for trading him. Let's hope that the team really responds to their new coach. I think that's the best that we can hope for. So, how about we do a little college football next? 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Wings have cut ties with their head coach, Derek Lalone. Former Wings assistant from the '08 Cup team, Todd McClellan, has signed a multi-year deal. Malik Beasley is second in the league in three-pointers made. Here, Beasley and the Pistons take on the Kings tonight in search of their third straight victory, right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10. Quan Alexander has been waived by the Lions per Adam Schefter. Teddy Bridgewater is back with the team as a backup quarterback as well. Terrion Arnold was not at practice today. Former Michigan State star running back Kenneth Walker has been placed on injured reserve for the Seahawks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Hey, Dustin, if you ever want to know what's the quickest way to lose money, join a college bowl pool where you got to pick the winners based on the point spread. Thank you, Pat Narduzzi, for giving away a 10-point lead as they're now tied right now. Yeah. So, fun. Whee! Anyway, Mark Ryan's coming up next. And I look back to yesterday, and I wonder if what the NFL will do next year when they go up against the NBA on Christmas, because the NFL is not going to back down. They did not win yesterday. They really didn't. The NBA won the day. The NBA had 5 games, and they were all good. The NFL had 2 games with some marquee teams, and they stunk. They stunk. I don't know how they're going to fix that. I don't know what they're going to do, because the games look like on paper they should have been really good, but they weren't. But I don't know what they're going to do to fix that problem. A couple ticket texts, Dustin.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Oh, and by the way, we talked about Lalonde being fired. If any of that you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. We also talked about Teddy Bridgewater. He's back. He's going to be a backup QB for the Lions. We hit upon that as well. So use that Odyssey Rewind. Go ahead.
All right, we'll start with somebody that says, Rico, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hendon Hooker, before he got hurt, was a front runner for the Heisman. That's the reason he's on this team to begin with.
Okay, remember what I said. If you're still talking about what somebody did in college, and it's years later, that's a problem. Just like, anybody in the portal, and they're in their 3rd year, and I have to hear, well, they were the 38th best player coming out of high school. If that's the first thing that you lead with, that means you're not as good as you haven't done anything in the last few years. So, yeah, he was up for the Heisman years ago, but since then, crickets. And if he were that good, Ben Johnson would find a way to use this man to score points. Can we all agree upon that? Ben Johnson uses everybody. I mean, people throw passes. Montgomery's throwing passes. Like, he will use everything. Dan Skipper, hey, he's eligible. He would find a way, and he hasn't yet. Go ahead.
No, and that's a great point, too, because of how creative this offense has. Ben Johnson, he'll find anybody to throw the ball, anybody to catch the ball. The fact that nothing's been drawn up for him, that should be very telling.
Think about it. Just a play where both quarterbacks are in the game would freak out defensive coordinators like, oh, my God, what are the Lions about to do now? You haven't seen that. No. I mean, the Saints used to do it with Taysom Hill, and it worked. This guy, nothing. Crickets.
Well, that's on the Hooker-Bridgewater situation. Another ticket text on the Red Wings. Ticket texter says he does not believe the Red Wings are devoid of talent. He just thinks that Newsy Lalonde was unable to get a fire lit under his players.
And that's what you really are hoping for. They don't have a ton of talent, but you're hoping that good coaches can maximize what you have and bring the best out of people. So that's what you're hoping for with this one.
All right, and then you brought up who won Christmas Day, NBA or NFL. Got a ticket texter saying he agrees 100% with Rico on Christmas Day games. NBA and NFL are both fun options, but NBA won the day yesterday.
It did. It clearly did. I mean, all the games, like, there were no blowouts. All came down to the final minute, final seconds, and you're like, yeah, Steph Curry and LeBron gave everybody what they wanted, the show that they were looking for. So, yeah. Also, real quick, it was mentioned in the update, too, Jim Larinaga, the Miami coach, is retiring. It just, he's one of those guys that's been around for so long, and I wonder why. Because whenever you see a coach retire like this and just call it quits, you're hoping that it's nothing health-related. Because he didn't do it in the middle of the season. But I do wonder, because between the Roy Williams and Coach K, and they're not a big fan of this NIL stuff. They don't really care for it. Jim Boeheim, Tony Bennett, there's a lot of guys with a lot of history and a lot of national championships and Final Fours, and they've all said thanks, but no thanks. I'm tired of this. Whenever I see this, heck, John Beilein walked away because before all of this got really big, and he's yet to come back because I don't think he wants to deal with this. It just makes me always wonder, Dustin, is how long is Izzo going to put up with this? Because I know he wants that next title, but every time I see a coach that came from his era leave, everybody starts looking towards East Lansing like, Tom, you walking out the door too? He hasn't yet. I'm not reporting on anything. It's just something that I always wonder whenever I see these guys, all his buddies, leaving the game. Pretty much he's going to be the last one left.
Last of a dying breed, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's just how I see it. So, because he left, because he took a Miami team to the Final Four. He's a good coach. I remember when he was with George Mason, he knocked off MSU. He's a good coach. He'd done it with two different teams, and he just walked away. So I'm hoping that he's just fed up with the game and just decided to leave, and it's not for health reasons, because I never want to see when the guy has to leave or he's in any type of trouble as well. So I'm hoping that, you know what, he just woke up on Christmas and said, I just want to spend some time with my grandkids. Let's hope it's just that. All right. Any more ticket texts before we get ready to hand this thing over to Mark Ryan?
Well, we got basically all the stuff saying that it's time for Lalone to go. Everybody's very happy on that. And everybody's also in agreement in the fact that, Teddy Bridgewater's a better answer than Hendon Hooker. That seems to be the general gist of what I'm getting out of the ticket text today.
It is. The Hendon Hooker supporters are weird. Yeah, but you saw what he did at Tennessee before he got hurt. And it's okay, but that was a while ago. What has he done in the NFL? Nothing. And I think the biggest indictment is as creative as Ben Johnson is, and I'll say this again for the people, loud for the people in the back. Ben Johnson has created plays where Skipper has caught a touchdown, where David Montgomery has thrown a touchdown, where Goff has caught a touchdown. He did a hook and lateral for Penei Sewell. He's done so many trick plays. He did the fake fumble play. He's done a lot of stuff. And at no point in the last 2 years did he say, let's get Hendon Hooker out here for one of these fake plays. And Ben Johnson utilizes every ounce of talent on that offense, and it works 9 times out of 10. He hasn't done it yet. Guys, it's okay. Not every draft pick is going to be a home run. Some draft picks are going to fizzle. Some draft picks will be a bust. Some draft picks they don't pan out. And it's okay. So long as you hit on the majority of them, you're a winning team. But I don't think that Hendon Hooker is going to be one of those guys, and I'm going to be like, man, I can't believe I thought that much of him. I don't think that he's going to be a backup, not a long-term solution for the Lions. I think you'll go out and you'll find another QB because here's the thing. You feel confident about your backup quarterback when they have game time experience. And even if they were bad, like Minnesota. If Minnesota has to put Daniel Jones out there, I know it's funny. Daniel Jones, he stinks. He stunk with the Giants. But you know what? He played years. He knows the game. He knows the speed of the game. He knows how to win. And maybe it was because he just had bad talent around him. But he knows what he's doing. You don't want somebody who has nothing. Because the time for him to – man, if the Lions were putting him in the second half of games and Hendon Hooker was lighting it up, great. But he didn't. So that's why I feel that way. Dustin?
Well, we got Mark Ryan coming in now for Crosstalk. Mark, you're on.
What's good? Rico Beard, how you doing, my man?
Oh, there he is, Mark Ryan. Hey, Mark, hopefully you had a very good holiday, very good Christmas.
Fantastic, brother. Fantastic, man. Good to talk to you.
I did. And you know, Hey, congratulations. A lot of news broke. I had some stuff planned for today that I'm probably going to push till tomorrow. With the Wings news breaking, because at first, I thought it had broke earlier this week, and then it was like, well, no, sorry, it's not happening. And then actually that rumor was true.
Yeah, Rico Beard, here was the rundown today.
Yeah. Right.
There goes the rundown. I had a rundown. There it went.